Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.15, The Centaur of the Plains. The cause of Spanish-American independence was going quite well in the fall of 1817. José de San Martín had just led his army on a remarkable push through the Andes Mountains, and after a brilliant campaign had liberated Chile, and Bernardo O'Higgins had now been installed as dictator of Chile. Once Bolívar is making his approach to Peru, I'll go back and give you a bit more of the play-by-play, because it really is something, most especially because San Martín had already recognized the power of the non-Criollo population, and his liberating army was almost entirely non-white. And then up north, as we saw last week, the campaigns of Bolívar and the eastern caudillos had won control of huge swaths of territory in Venezuela, and after capturing Angostura in July 1817, now had a proper capital for the still somewhat ephemeral Third Republic. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Spanish were starting to have a hell of a time of it. Now, everything had started out according to plan. Murillo had landed in Venezuela in April 1815 at the head of 10,000 men and 60 ships and easily reasserted Spanish authority. Then he had moved on over to Cartagena and captured it in December 1815. And then as Bolívar and company were returning to Venezuela in 1816, Murillo had led his men up the Magdalena River and taken Bogotá, crushing the Union of New Granada and reinstalling a viceregal government. The patriotic leaders who had collaborated with Bolívar were forced to scatter and many were captured. And President Camilo Torres, who had organized and led the Federalist Union of New Granada, was captured and executed in October 1816. And that's to say nothing of Antonio Nariño, who's already sitting in a jail cell back in Cádiz. But after this nice run of initial success, things started unraveling a bit. By the time the reconquest of New Granada was wrapping up, most of eastern Venezuela had fallen back into rebel hands, and that was to say nothing of the vast expanse of the llanos, the grasslands that stretched across the southern reaches of both Venezuela and New Granada. That wild country proved itself surprisingly resistant to Spanish authority. A small patriot army led by Colonel Francisco de Paula Santander had taken refuge in the New Granadan llanos when the Spanish began their push into the interior in 1816, and then the Venezuelan llanos, well, holy heck, I'm going to tell you all about that here in a second. So, here the Spanish plan stalled out. General Murillo was supposed to pacify Venezuela, then move on to pacify New Granada, and then keep moving south to Lima to complete the reintegration of the Americas into the Spanish Empire. But instead, Murillo now had to circle back to ground he had already covered. With Venezuela falling back into rebellion, Murillo led his army overland back across the border in January 1817, setting up a headquarters in Calabozo, from which he could direct the reconquest of the Venezuelan interior, which turned out to be a grueling slog. Now, one of Murillo's biggest problems was that his forces were slowly being depleted, both in terms of manpower and morale. Now, he arrived in South America in April 1815 at the head of 10,000 soldiers, all well-trained veterans of the Peninsular War. But as usual, as soon as these men arrived, they started dropping dead of tropical diseases. Now, not quite at the epidemic rate of the Leclerc expedition, but still pretty bad. And it was difficult for Murillo to then replenish his ranks because he had been told to avoid recruiting from the native population. The geniuses back in Madrid wanted a Spanish army to conquer the Americas so that there was no question about who was boss. So rather than inviting possibly loyal Americans to join the struggle, Murillo's commanders just tried to make do with what they had and accepted attrition as a fact of life. Now, this was not an absolute rule, and as soon as he arrived, Murillo augmented his cavalry by incorporating men from the old legions of hell, but those guys had already been incorporated into the royalist military structure, and it was a matter of transferring them rather than recruiting them. But even if Murillo had been allowed to go recruit, it's not clear he would have had a ton of success in the mixed-race populations that had so consistently joined the Royalists, going all the way back to Monteverde's campaigns against Miranda. Because things have now flipped. The Royalists now stand for a re-entrenchment of the old colonial order with all the racist baggage that came with it, while Bolívar and his fellow Republicans now proclaimed liberty and equality. So by the fall of 1817, the energy and momentum seemed to be with the Patriots. And oh, by the way, General Murillo, now headquartered in Calabozo, is routinely sending requests back to Madrid asking to be relieved of his command, please. Simón Bolívar, meanwhile, was situated on the other side of Venezuela, on the Orinoco River, in the city of Angostura. Now mostly recognized as El Jefe Supremo, Bolívar spent the last few months of 1817 trying to cement a professional military structure for the armies of the Republic, to take the personal armies of the caudillos and merge them into a single apparatus with a single chain of command, and everybody divided up into armies and divisions and brigades and battalions on down the line, and Bolívar at the top as commander-in-chief. At the end of September, he created a standing general staff to ensure continuity of strategy, tactics, and logistics. To maintain discipline in the ranks, he formalized a network of courts-martial to cut down both on arbitrary punishments handed down by commanders and men escaping punishment for crimes and abuses and disobedience. Bolívar also created a tribunal that would regulate the seizure and distribution of captured property. Up until now, the spoils of war had been distributed by the caudillos to their men, but Bolívar now centralized the process under a tribunal who would assume authority over all the plunder. And the profits would mostly go to cover the expenses of the army. Wages, provisions, armaments, they all needed to be paid for somehow. Anything left over would then be directed towards the burgeoning civilian government, which for the moment was a council of state that had been established by Bolívar in Angostura. Really, it was just a small committee of civilian and military leaders who El Jefe Supremo Bolívar turned to for advice, but that was all they could offer, advice. El Jefe Supremo made all the final decisions. Then, to further strengthen his army, Bolívar also initiated a program that would introduce a whole new element into the struggle for independence: foreign mercenaries. Up until now, individual adventurers had been popping in and out of the picture, but Bolívar now envisioned something bigger, more systematic, and hopefully more overwhelming. To launch this program, he wrote back to his old friend Luis López Méndez in London. Now, you've probably forgotten all about Luis López Méndez, but he was one of the 3 ambassadors the First Republic sent to London in the summer of 1811, the other 2 being Andrés Bello and Bolívar. Well, after Bolívar returned to Venezuela, the other 2 men stayed behind in London and lived in the house on Grafton Street, and that is where López Méndez still was in 1817, acting as an all-purpose ambassador and trade consul and booster of Republican Venezuela. Now, over the past 6 years, López Méndez had done what he could to support the cause from London, and most especially that meant purchasing arms and supplies when and where he could. And after 1815, he started having a much easier time of it because with Waterloo come and gone, the British Army had excess stockpiles just sitting around that had to go somewhere, and guys like López Méndez could come around and get used tents and boots or whatever at cut-rate prices. At the end of 1817, Bolívar now asked López Méndez not just for supplies, but for men. He wanted veteran British soldiers to come fight for Spanish-American independence. So López Méndez got started with the help of paid recruiters and then also men with military ambitions of their own, looking to raise personal legions to go out a-conquerin' in South America. And as you'd expect, these guys painted a picture of Venezuela full of happy little trees and happy fluffy clouds. It's a beautiful, fertile land just waiting for some enterprising chap to recognize a golden opportunity when he sees it to achieve fame and fortune in an exotic land. Besides, the war itself is nearly won, and all you're going to have to do is show up, kick out the last few degenerate Spaniards, and then you'll live like a king. This was all very enticing. Now, if potential recruits were veterans, they were promised higher pay and a bump in rank. Captains would be colonels, colonels would be generals. Now, it used to be pretty common to describe all of these guys as veterans of the recently ended Napoleonic Wars. Soldiers who had been discarded along with all those tents and boots and were now just kind of loitering around looking for something to do. But more recent research has shown that this was not really the case. Maybe 30% of the recruits had at some point served in the British Army, but the rest had likely never fired a gun in their lives, and they were more attracted by the promise of establishing a profitable colonial estate than the glory and plunder of battle. Now, a lot of guys did claim to be veterans who really just wandered in off the street, and not many questions were ever asked about their service records because the point was to sign up as many men as possible and put them on a boat before they changed their minds, and more than a few of these guys woke up with a vicious hangover to discover that they were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on their way to Venezuela. Now, in all, somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 men made the trip across the Atlantic to fight in the wars of Spanish-American independence. About half of them were Irish, a quarter English, and then the rest a mix from across Europe, Scottish, French, German, Dutch, Italian, what have you. Wars have always been a multicultural affair. Now, this 6,000 or 7,000 men did not all depart at the same time. That number covers all of the expeditions that sailed from 1817 to about 1825 when the wars wound down, though most of them had departed by 1819, when the British government tried to put a stop to all this by passing a law forbidding British citizens from serving in the Spanish Americas. That 6,000 or 7,000 also does not represent the total number of men who actually fought in the wars that they were being shipped off to. From the minute the ships left port, the steady attrition began. Men got sick on the ships and did not survive the crossing. At least one ship sank en route. Many who did make it across contracted some tropical disease and died practically as soon as they landed. And a bunch more quickly realized that they had been lied to by the recruiters about almost everything. There were no wages, there were very few provisions, and the terrain was not full of happy little trees and fluffy clouds, but rather enormous crocodiles and poisonous snakes, who, yes, reduced their ranks still further. So now the sick and malnourished would-be legionnaires began deserting in earnest. So all told, about a third of those who signed up either died or deserted before they got within 100 miles of battle. But that said, the rest would go on to fight, and occasionally play critical roles in the further campaigns of Spanish-American independence, most especially the famous British Legion who will fight with Bolivar. On more than one occasion, companies of foreign mercenaries fought heroically to the last man, and at least 1,800 would die in service to the cause of Spanish-American independence. Most of the survivors would return home at the end of the wars, and so of the nearly 7,000 men who signed up, most with dreams of New World riches, only about 500 actually lived that dream and stayed in Spanish America after independence had been won. So the first wave of foreign legionaries finally started straggling up the Orinoco River in early 1818. But by then, Bolivar had already moved on from Angostura, and after his few months of relative calm, was returning to the tumults of war. With the eastern provinces settled and a command structure in place for the military, allegedly anyway, Bolivar felt secure enough to make the critical connection of the War of Venezuelan Independence. Because as the expedition Bolivar had led back to Venezuela from Haiti in 1816 took up the war in the east, out in the western Llanos, a short, stocky, illiterate 26-year-old cowboy was arguably doing more to break the Spaniards than all of the eastern caudillos put together. And as he racked up victories, his legend grew. And as his legend grew, his legions grew. So it was clear that the most crucial part of Bolivar's grand plans for final victory was bringing this man into the fold. And so it is time to bring this man into the fold. Let's talk about Jose Antonio Paz. Jose Antonio Paz was born in 1790 in a small village in the Venezuelan interior. His father was of Canary Island stock and held a minor government post, but the family was poor, and young Jose was just one of a pile of children. He never received a proper education, he could not read or write. British officers later claimed that they had to teach him what a fork was and how to use it. Now, who knows what would have happened to Paz had his life stayed on a normal trajectory. Most likely he lives and dies in obscurity, but his life did not stay on a normal trajectory, because at the age of 15, Jose Antonio Paz killed a man. Now, I've heard a few versions of the story, and it's one of those things that gets all wrapped up in myth and legend, but the most famous account was that he had been given some money to head into town and make some necessary purchases and then come home. But on the way home, he was jumped by some highwaymen. In the ensuing standoff, Paz shot and killed one of the would-be thieves. But now implicated in a murder, the teenage Paz elected to skip town rather than take his chances with the authorities. And so, like so many other refugees, escapees, and runaways from civilized society, Paz wound up deep in the Llanos, trying to forge a new life for himself. The teenage Paz caught on at a ranch managed by a huge black slave named Manuelote, which roughly translates as Big Manuel. Manuelote took the boy on as an apprentice and taught him the cattleman's trade, how to ride, how to break wild horses, how to wrangle cattle, how to care for animals, how to endure the bugs, how to live off the land. But it was a hard apprenticeship. Manuelote was strict and unforgiving. As I mentioned earlier, racial roles out in the Llanos were pretty upside down, and so the light-skinned Paz, dubbed the fair Paz by those around him, practically became the slave of a slave. Every night Paz had to wash Manuelote's feet and then rock the big man to sleep in his hammock. After 3 years of this, Manuelote was ordered to a neighboring estate to help with some cattle branding, and he took Paz along with him. And the owner of that estate took a liking to Paz, and here no doubt being the fair Paz helped the young man catch the attention of the Criollo owner. So Paz stayed on that estate and became a trusted agent before being set up with a herd of cattle of his own to go make his way in the world as an independent operator. So in 1810, at the age of 20, Paz got married and settled into what was presumably going to be a long life as a marginally prosperous cattle rancher. But of course, 1810 is when everything went bonkers in Spanish America. After the people of Caracas expelled Captain General Emperan, Paz was recruited into a cavalry company led by his old patron, but the Llanos was nowhere near the center of the action. So after the Declaration of Independence in July 1811, Paz did not really participate in any of the subsequent military campaigns, as Miranda gave way to Monteverde in 1812, and then as Monteverde gave way to Bolivar in 1813. After 3 years of service, Paz had risen to the rank of sergeant, but decided that he had had enough, and was granted an indefinite leave of absence just as Bolivar was beginning the admirable campaign. But not long after the establishment of the Second Republic, the Llanos became a hotbed of royalism. I mean, this is just as Beauvais is raising what will become the core of the Legions of Hell. So Paz was recalled to service, but now at the order of a royalist commander. Now Paz was a patriot, though, and so after duly reporting and being commissioned a captain, Paz asked for a few days' leave to prepare for the campaign and just never came back. Instead, he joined a small company of patriotic llaneros who operated well away from the marauding armies being raised by Beauvais. When the Legions of Hell really got going in early 1814 and then rode north to take on Bolivar, Paz and his small band stayed behind in the Llanos to continue their own little rearguard guerrilla war. Paz and his compatriots took the fall of the Second Republic and the arrival of Pablo Murillo's Armada in stride and just kept fighting, soon discovering that the combination of the death of Beauvais and the influx of Republican refugees into the Llanos in 1815 was swelling their ranks considerably. And though Paz was at this point an inconsequential junior officer, he had stumbled onto something resembling ambition, and started swearing that he could raise an army as mighty as the now disbanding Legions of Hell. And he turned out to be right. By the time Pablo Murillo's Armada was disembarking for Cartagena at the end of 1815, Paz was leading 1,000 men, all of them expert riders, immune to hardship, well-trained in guerrilla tactics, and able to operate independently with only the vaguest of instructions. With the rest of the Patriot forces now either destroyed or in exile, by 1816, José Antonio Páez was leading practically the only organized Republican army in all of Venezuela. And more than that, he was winning battles and exhausting the supposedly victorious Spaniards. Now by now, Colonel Santander had moved down into the far western Llanos over on the other side of the border in New Granada, and he recognized how successful Paz was being. So in September 1816, Santander made a trip over to congratulate Paz, but most especially to bring him under Santander's overall command. Still carrying a commission from the now defunct Union of New Granada, Santander was under the impression that he outranked Paz, which turned out to really not be the case, and when it came out that Santander expected to displace Paz as chief, Paz's men got awfully unruly. Paz told Santander matter-of-factly that if he wanted to get out of this camp alive, he better acknowledge that Paz was actually the supreme leader of the Llanos. So Santander left, and Paz remained boss. So more than anything else, it was the successes of Paz, even more than those of the eastern caudillos, that brought General Murillo back to Venezuela in January 1817. And as soon as he arrived, Murillo discovered just how treacherous fighting against Paz could be. He dispatched 4,000 men, all experienced veterans of the Peninsular Wars, to go catch the Llanos outlaws, and instead they walked into Paz's most famous victory. Leading just 1,100 men against the 4,000 Spaniards, Paz approached the Spanish camp at night and had his men kick up a stifling cloud of dust. With the Spanish in sudden confusion, Paz's cowboys then charged in and drove the Spaniards backwards to a supposedly defensible position. But as soon as they had settled in, Paz unleashed his next trick. He ordered the dry grasslands lit on fire, and that created a wall of smoke and dust and ash, and then he ordered his men to ride straight at the Spanish through this fiery haze, crashing on top of them with a relentless series of charges until the Spanish could take it no more. These hardened veterans of the Peninsular War had just been smoked by 1,000 Venezuelan cowboys. It was a major victory for Paz, and it helped his legend grow even further, and they were now calling him the Lion of the Apure, the Apure being one of the principal river systems of the Llanos. They also called him the Centaur of the Plains. His 1,000 men ballooned possibly tenfold after this victory, and though Murillo continued to try to launch pacification incursions into the Llanos, there was very little to be done, and he later admitted that the whole enterprise was utterly demoralizing. And oh yeah, Murillo is continuing to send in his request to be relieved of his command. By the time Bolívar was re-landing in Venezuela in early 1817, it was well known that this man, Paz, the Lion of the Apure, was kicking ass out in the West, and it will ultimately be essential for the two branches of the patriotic cause to work together. But it would be another year before that connection could be made. Bolívar had to first head southeast into Guayana, and then come up the Orinoco to Angostura in July, and then solidify the Patriot hold on the eastern provinces. But by December 1817, Bolívar and Paz were exchanging letters, and they agreed to meet the following month to come to an agreement. So Bolívar departed Angostura on New Year's Eve 1817 at the head of 3,000 men, and over the next 20 days, they traveled 250 miles up the Orinoco River and then out onto the plains for his fateful meeting with the Centaur of the Plains. Bolívar's goal was obviously to do what Santander had been unable to do, to get Paz to recognize him as El Jefe Supremo. But you might at this point be asking yourself, why would Paz do that? And indeed, Paz was very skeptical of this man Bolívar. Paz knew him by reputation, but of course, that reputation is not exactly great. Bolívar has won some great victories, sure, and he's obviously committed to the cause, but he kind of always winds up in exile. And that was to say nothing of the General Llanero's disdain for soft Criollo aristocrats, of whom Bolívar was surely one. And so it came as much of a surprise to Paz as anyone else that when this little dandy rode up with his immaculate uniform and starched white shirt, reeking of cologne on January the 31st, 1818, Paz found himself liking Bolívar quite a bit. As we've seen, Bolívar possessed a disarming charm. He did not come off as imperious and arrogant, but rather as an easygoing, down-to-earth soldier who was as immune to personal hardship as the Llaneros themselves. And over the course of their time together, most of the cowboys came to respect Bolívar quite a bit, and he was quick to join in any feats of strength or physical challenges that the men amused themselves with in camp. He managed once, after a few tries, to run up on a horse and vault himself from its rear over the horse's head. On another occasion, he accepted a challenge to outswim a man with his hands tied behind his back, which he did. Bolívar, as it turned out, was not a soft aristocrat. And then most impressively of all, almost impossibly, it turned out that Simón Bolívar could outride them. He could ride longer and farther than any of them, and the Llaneros soon gave him the greatest compliment that they could muster. They started calling him Iron Ass. But that would all unfold over the next few months. At this first meeting, it was Bolivar's words more than his actions that won Paz over. And the Lion of the Apure came to believe that Bolivar, with all his education, erudition, and worldly experience, was a better commander-in-chief for the Patriot armies than a humble, illiterate cowboy like himself. Plus, Bolivar did not come with nothing in hand. With royalists controlling the northern coast, the inhabitants of the Llanos had lost their ability to export their meats and hides, and as a result, their economy had long been crippled. But Bolivar now controlled Angostura and the Orinoco River, and promised the suffering Llaneros an outlet for their exports. Now, Paz would never become a hardcore Bolivarian, but he did agree to call Bolivar El Jefe Supremo, and let Bolivar take the lead in the next stage of the campaigns. That next stage would unfold over the course of the first half of 1818, and lead many to believe that Paz, not Bolivar, really should be El Jefe Supremo. Bolivar always had grand plans, and now he wanted to overrun all of Venezuela and push into New Granada to liberate their brothers in the east. Feeding this particular vision was Colonel Santander, who had ridden to join Bolivar and Paz when he heard that they were meeting. He begged them to help him reinvade New Granada, and this, of course, Bolivar was ready to do, but Paz was, and would remain, unconvinced. He would remain thoroughly resistant to the idea of leaving the Llanos behind. His men were plainsmen, and they would lose all their advantages in the mountains. But the liberation of New Granada was now no longer the end of Bolivar's dreams. He had even bigger dreams, because reports by then had reached him that José de San Martín had been victorious in Chile and was planning an invasion of Peru. Bolivar wanted in on that action. But all three men could agree that the first stage would be marching on General Murillo's headquarters at Calabozo and clearing the Spaniards out of the Llanos. Paz contributed 1,000 of his best men to the expedition, bringing the whole army up to about 4,000, and they all rode together, leading to a famous little moment that I cannot resist telling you about. When they reached the Apure River, they came across a small flotilla of armed Spanish boats. Bolivar said, "Well, what are we going to do about this?" And Paz said, "Oh, don't worry about it, I'll go take care of it." And before Bolivar could respond, Paz led 50 riders on a mad charge into the river straight at the boats. The crews were so surprised that they abandoned the boats and fled. And when you read about this incident, it is often described as the only successful cavalry attack on armed boats in military history. But we know better, because way back in episode 3.40, I told you about that time that the French cavalry charged across the frozen harbor at Den Helder to capture the Dutch Navy on January the 23rd, 1795. Now, at the time, I asked if anybody out there could dispute the claim that that was the only time in military history that ships had been captured by a cavalry charge. I'd love to hear it. But when I said that, I did not yet know the details of this incident with Paz. So you can just consider this me disputing myself. It never pays to say first or last or only when you're talking about history, because there's always something else lurking out there. Anyway, the combined Patriot army soon had Calabozo surrounded, and Bolivar offered to let Murillo surrender, if he wanted to. But as much as Murillo wanted to go home, he was not going to give up, so on a moonless night, Murillo led his men out of town before the Patriots caught wise. They then made their way towards Valencia, with Murillo issuing frantic orders to Caracas for all royalist forces to converge there. Now, Bolivar wanted to pursue them, but Paz thought it too reckless. He said, "No, we need to finish the job here in the Llanos and go take San Fernando, the one major royalist base left in the grasslands." Now, Bolivar was annoyed at this suggestion and believed that Paz wasn't interested in the grand plan so much as securing the whole of the Llanos for himself. But not wanting to make this a test of leadership, Bolivar gave Paz leave to go besiege San Fernando. Meanwhile, Bolivar himself refused to just sit around and wait. So he marched in the direction of Valencia, but he did not plan to attack Valencia directly. Instead, he envisioned a pretty crazy plan to march up through the low mountains that separated the plains from the coast and attack the Caracas garrison before it could link up with Murillo at Valencia. Now this was nuts, especially without support from Paz, but Bolivar went ahead and did it anyway. He led his men up into the same hills where the forces of the Second Republic had battled the legions of hell, even stopping to camp at Bolivar's now ruined San Mateo estate, where he had once spent a month under siege at the beginning of 1814. But that was as far as Bolivar got. While at San Mateo, he learned that Murillo had left Valencia and was headed straight for him. So Bolivar broke off his approach on Caracas and instead retreated. And he planted a rear guard to cover the escape while the rest of his men tried to make it back to the Llanos, but they soon enough found themselves at La Puerta, where twice before Republican forces had been crushed. And there, the Royalists hit him, and at the third Battle of La Puerta made it a dismal hat trick for the Republican army. Bolivar's forces were hit flush and blasted out of the water. Once again leaving 1,000 dead on the field, Bolivar fled back to Calabozo with just a handful of men. When Paz found out about the defeat, he was like, well, yeah, what did you think was going to happen? And subordinates started whispering in his ear that, you really ought to be running this thing, not Bolivar. And over the next few months, Bolivar would be leading just a few hundred men, hardly a grand army worthy of the title El Jefe Supremo. But though you could fault his recklessness, you could not fault his resiliency. And Bolivar kept fighting. He always kept fighting. And now he was running an aggressive guerrilla campaign on the edges of the Llanos, where the hills rise up towards the steep heights of the northern Andes, across which Bolivar wanted to go, if only he could. In the midst of this campaign, he dodged his second major assassination attempt after Royalist soldiers managed to beat the password out of a captured patriot. Bolivar only woke up because his mule was startled by the approaching assassins, so the bullet meant for his head missed. In the confusion, the assassins got away, but as usual, lucky Bolivar, caught another break. But this campaign was going nowhere fast, and across Venezuela the gains of 1816 and 1817 were being reversed. Calabozo was retaken by Royalists. Even Paz had to fall back to the relative safety of his home territory around Barinas. So in mid-1818, Bolivar decided to take a little break, to take advantage of the fact that he did now have a secure capital and a refuge back at Angostura. When he reached the Republican capital, though, he was inundated with complaints from the recently arrived foreign mercenaries. Where are the wages? Where is the glory? Where is the food that we can actually eat? He tried to placate them, but he didn't really have any answers. Lopez Mendez had promised money that Bolivar didn't have, and so Bolivar disingenuously claimed that they were supposed to have been paid before they departed. But that would all get worked out, and these guys would eventually serve under Bolivar, because you do have to remember the old rule, always pay your mercenaries in full. So this now is the moment where you might expect Bolivar to be on the verge of his fifth exile. But remember, he is done being exiled. Though the outlook was grimmer than he would have liked, the Royalist forces did not have the ability to dislodge him from the Orinoco River, and so instead of exile, Bolivar hunkered down. He spent the back half of 1818 living in Angostura, occasionally heading out on inspection tours of the territory controlled by Republicans, though occasionally finding that his forces held less territory than they had the last time he checked. Morale was low, though, and the whole project did seem to have stalled out. So, as usual, Bolivar just dreamed an even bigger, more impressive dream, like Wile E. Coyote deciding that the only way to make it to the other side of the gorge was to just run faster. So he started plotting an invasion of New Granada, as audacious an invasion as he would ever plan, and he's had his share of audacious plans. By the end of 1818, there had been enough of a reprieve that Bolivar could train and organize some forces, and then also come to some sort of terms with the foreign legions so that they would actually fight for him. But before Bolivar departed on this latest mad offensive, he wanted to make a grand gesture, because it felt like the eyes of the world were now upon him. And quite literally they were. Both the United States and Great Britain had sent representatives to investigate how real this independent Republic of Venezuela was, and whether it might actually be worth supporting. Remember, this is right on the eve of the Monroe Doctrine, so foreign policy attitudes in the United States are starting to shift. Unfortunately, there wasn't really a Republic of Venezuela to speak of. There was the Army and the Council of State, but that is hardly going to impress foreign emissaries. So on February the 15th, 1819, Bolívar convened the Congress of Angostura, 26 delegates representing not just Venezuela, but also, ambitiously, New Granada, and they all now claim to be the sovereign government of Colombia, an independent nation that covered the whole of the old viceroyalty of New Granada from Guayana to Quito. It was an empty declaration, of course, but it did fit with Bolívar's grand vision and his latest grand plan, and if that latest grand plan succeeded, then the reality would soon line up with the fantasy. The principal purpose of the Congress of Angostura, though, was to allow Bolívar to formally give up the political power he had wielded as El Jefe Supremo since taking up residence there in July 1817. So at the opening of the Congress, Bolívar delivered a speech declaring that his time as political dictator was at an end, and that he now transferred that power to the Congress. Not only was it unbecoming a real republic to have a military dictator, but the longer he stayed in power, the harder it would be to ultimately disentangle him from it, which was his professed aim. But in this way, Bolívar was a lot like Oliver Cromwell, constantly trying to give up power and vest it in some sort of representative institution, and yet always winding back up with the scepter in hand. So Bolívar opened up the Congress on February the 15th, 1819 with an address, called now the Angostura Address, which is the third of the great Bolivarian statements of political purpose. And in it he recapitulated many of the same themes he had been working out since the Cartagena Manifesto, that federalism would fail in the Spanish Americas because the Spaniards had saddled them under the triple yoke of ignorance, tyranny, and vice. He said that the Spanish Americans must adapt their own institutions to fit their own population, to create the greatest good for the greatest number of citizens, a theory now amalgamating Montesquieu and Jeremy Bentham. He also reiterated his argument that the Americans were a new species, neither Indian nor European, but a combination, though he did now introduce a new twist. Embracing liberty and equality, he finally included the African element as an essential feature of the new American race. He said, the European has mixed with the American and the African has mixed with the Indian and with the Europeans, all born in the womb of our common mother. And then he literally begged for the abolition of slavery. He said, I beg the confirmation of absolute freedom for the slaves, just as I would beg for my life and for the life of the Republic. So Bolívar does now see the whole population together and is not just focused on one sliver of it. But the Angostura Address was not just Bolívar offering abstract advice. That wasn't really his thing. And really, it was an explanation for the draft constitution Bolívar had written and now presented to the Congress to debate and hopefully adopt. Bolívar said that he believed that the British system provided the best working model with a combination of commons, lords, and king, though he did see their roles to be played differently. For one thing, he was a Republican, so a president would stand in for the king, and further, he believed that the president should have more power than a British king, that a weak executive had been a major problem for their run of failed republics so far, that had been built around juntas and congresses and triumvirs. So Bolívar implored the Congress to create a strong central executive power that would be wielded by a single man, not without checks and balances, but also not powerless. To the lower house, who would be the tribunal of the people, he assigned all the legislative functions, but critically, not the power to execute laws. That would be the purview of the president. But at the heart of Bolívar's government was a hereditary Senate standing in for the House of Lords. This body, he said, was the soul of the Republic, and would, quote, be the pillar supporting the edifice of political and civil rights. He dismissed the idea that the Senate would become some out-of-touch aristocracy, and instead argue that they would act to simultaneously moderate the intemperate general will and curb the authority of a power-hungry executive. He said that the Senate would be the mediator that would calm the storms and maintain harmony between the members and the head of this political body. Now, whether the Senate would have been a bulwark of freedom and the nucleus to perpetuate the Republic, as Bolivar believed it would be, we'll never know, because it was never going to be put into effect. But given that I'm currently writing a book about the failure of the Roman Senate to do just that, well, I'm skeptical of its long-term viability. Bolivar wrapped up his address by hammering home his key point that unity, unity, unity must be the national motto, but also that it was time for them to forge that unity without him. He would remain commander-in-chief of the army, but his time as political dictator was now at an end. Gentlemen, he concluded, begin your work. Mine is done. And it should come as no surprise that his work was not done. And like Cromwell before him, Bolivar would find himself dragged back into politics over and over again. But for now, he did plan to depart Angostura to return to the simple and straightforward life of a soldier. And next time, he will launch the greatest military campaign of his career, greater even than the Magdalena campaign or the Admirable campaign. But I say next time and not next week because I will be taking next week off. We are approaching the end of the year, and I will remind you that I said as we approach the end of 2016 that I may find myself needing to crash on the manuscript of The Storm Before the Storm. Well, here we are. Now, my intention was to have had Spanish-American independence wrapped up by now, but surprise, surprise, it's taken me longer to work this all out than I planned. Film at 11. So from now till the end of the year, I will not be grinding out episodes every single week. The final schedule is not set in stone, but just know that new episodes won't be as frequent as they have been. Hopefully you'll thank me later when the book comes out. But all that said, I do have some other exciting news. We are ramping up for another fundraiser blowout that will open for business in mid-October, so just about 4 weeks from now. Details will come as we button up the final array of merchandise, but if anyone is interested in new History of Rome material, I have new History of Rome material for the first time in nearly 5 years. So please keep your ears open for that, and we will return in 2 weeks for Bolivar's treacherous march up over the Andes, where he will re-earn his most precious title, El Libertador. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.16, Over the Mountains. We left off last time with Simón Bolívar convening the Congress of Angostura in February 1819 and setting it to work drafting a constitution for what they all called the Republic of Colombia, a republic that they claimed covered all of the old viceroyalty of New Granada. And for the moment, this was a laughably grandiose proclamation. The Republic, as such, was little more than a loosely knit-together collection of armies, led by quarrelsome caudillos, answering to a rickety chain of command with a headquarters tucked away deep in the Venezuelan interior. Caracas and the Venezuelan coast remained in royalist hands, and the entirety of New Granada continued to live under a restored viceregal regime that had been in place since General Pablo Murillo had arrived way back in 1816. But despite the apparent fantasy of it all, Simón Bolívar was about to audaciously bend reality to fit the fantasy. Gran Colombia would be a thing. Of that, for some reason, Bolívar was positive. Despite Bolívar's closing statement to the Congress that his work was done, one of the first things the Congress did was elect Bolívar president of the Republic. But everybody understood that he would focus almost exclusively on the war, and the actual business of civilian government would be left in the somewhat capable hands of a long-exiled New Granadan intellectual named Francisco Antonio Saya. Now, Saya is an interesting guy who's actually been around quite a bit, and he offers a different perspective on the events that we've covered so far. So before we head back out to war with Bolivar, let's go back and do Francisco Antonio Saya. At 53 years old, Saya was positively ancient compared to his fellow revolutionaries. Bolivar himself was still just 35, Santiago Marinho was 31, Jose Antonio Paz was just 29, Santander was 27. Born in New Granada shortly after the revolt of the Comuneros, Saya started in seminary, but his liberal curiosity got the better of him, and he moved to Bogota to study secular law. He emerged from university in 1789 as a professor of philosophy, but his liberal curiosity then landed him in big trouble. He was a member of that little enlightened social circle that surrounded Antonio Nariño, and when Nariño published the Declaration of the Rights of Man in 1794, Saya was amongst those arrested, and he was shipped off back to Spain, where he spent 2 years in the same Cadiz prison that would eventually swallow the bones of Francisco de Miranda 20 years later. Saya was paroled in 1796 and then pardoned in 1798, but the authorities barred him from returning to the Americas. So, trapped in Europe, Saya's curiosity then took him in a scientific direction, and he got himself appointed to a scientific mission to France in 1799. So, arriving in France on the eve of Bonaparte's coup of Brumaire, Saya witnessed firsthand the hopeful dawning of an enlightened end to the chaos of revolution, and he became an admirer of Bonaparte and a confirmed Francophile, seeing in the French the polar opposite of the medieval ignorance of the Spanish. He finally returned to Spain in 1803, and now a somewhat renowned scientist and intellectual, Saya was appointed head of the Royal Botanical Garden in Madrid. But his French connections and worldview were very strong now, and when the abdications of Bayonne hit in 1808, Saya was one of the 85 deputies selected by Napoleon to rubber stamp the transfer of power to Joseph Bonaparte. Saya was then rewarded with a provincial governorship, and he loyally served the French regime until the end. So through the whole of the Peninsular War, Saya was on the other side. When Napoleon's empire started imploding in 1814, Saya fled back to France. Instead of remaining in Europe, though, for the final collapse of Imperial France, Saya decided it was time to return home after 20 years of exile. Now, I lose track of him for a little bit, and I'm not sure where exactly he landed, but the next time I can nail him down is 1816, when he shows up in Haiti to join Bolivar's little band of revolutionary caudillos who were gathering under the patronage of Alexandre Pétion. So Saya was amongst those who traveled back with everybody to Venezuela in March of 1816. But Saya was an intellectual, not a soldier. So though he was respected, he was not exactly a force to be reckoned with in a company where the number of scars you had counted for more than the number of books you had read. But he was also something of an acceptable neutral party between all the caudillos, and after Bolivar had been sent back into exile following his disaster at Acumare, Saya was the one who made the trip back to Haiti at the end of 1816 to tell the liberator, "Come back, we actually do still need you." After Bolivar and company successfully captured Angostura in the summer of 1817, Saya was then dispatched on a mission to London to assist the recruitment of British legionaries, and so he was amongst those running around painting happy little trees for would-be recruits. But then rumors started filtering back home that Saya was overstepping his bounds, taking out unauthorized loans and possibly embezzling money, so Bolivar recalled him to Angostura. But obviously there were no hard feelings, because upon his return, Bolivar made Saya editor-in-chief of a new patriotic newspaper that had been started to promote the Republic. And that was the job that Saya held until his election to vice president of the Republic in February 1819, which, as it would turn out, was an office worth quite a bit more than a bucket of warm spit, because when Bolivar rode off to resume his grand war of liberation, Saya became the de facto president of the Republic. But though there was something pleasantly respectable about a civilian running the government, it would not be long before the caudillos, who even Bolivar had trouble keeping in line, would begin looking sideways at the bookworm in Angostura telling them how to do their jobs. Especially once the rumors started filtering back that Simón Bolívar was dead. After issuing some final instruction to the eastern caudillos, Marinho and Bermudez and those guys, Bolivar gathered up a company of about 300 newly arrived British legionaries and headed west up the Orinoco River in the direction of the Western Llanos and the army of José Antonio Páez. Now, the relationship between Páez and Bolivar was critical to the success of the revolution, but that relationship was complicated. Paz was simultaneously deferential and insubordinate. He continued to act like Bolivar's orders were mere recommendations to be taken under advisement, but he did not budge from his belief that Bolivar was the right man to be El Jefe Supremo. So, for example, in the summer of 1818, after Bolivar had returned to Angostura following his disastrous attempt to take Caracas, that was all the stuff we talked about last time, elements in Paz's command, most especially a few of the newly arrived British officers, tried to orchestrate a coup to make Paz El Jefe Supremo and send Bolivar to his fifth and hopefully final exile. But Paz wouldn't have it, and at Bolivar's order, he tossed the principal British agitator in jail and then deported him from the country. So though Paz took Bolivar's orders under advisement, he did follow them when he agreed with the orders. And after departing for Angostura, Bolivar ordered the Lion of the Apure to avoid any major battles with General Murillo's royalist army until Bolivar came back, and Paz complied. He followed this order even as Murillo marched on Paz's headquarters in the city of San Fernando. Refusing to fight, but also refusing to let Murillo take the city, Paz ordered San Fernando burned to the ground and then withdrew with his men out into the open plains. Murillo later said that when he saw the flames rising from San Fernando, he pretty much lost all hope of ever winning the war. How do you fight an enemy that simply does not care about living naked out in the wilderness if they have to? Paz then continued to avoid any set engagements while harassing Murillo mercilessly with guerrilla attacks. And the only thing Murillo really has going for him here is that he was a veteran of the Peninsular War, and so he was well acquainted with guerrilla tactics, and he had some idea how to deflect them. He kept his men together, he prevented anyone from getting isolated, he maintained strong defensible positions and tried not to take any obvious bait. But it was hard, and it was demoralizing, and it was exhausting. And General Murillo's request to be relieved continued apace. So though things were going according to his instructions, when Bolivar reached Paz's headquarters finally in March of 1819, his first question was, "Where do you and your men stand? Are you with me or what?" Paz said, "Yes, we are with you. Nothing has changed." Okay, good. Let's get back to it. So reported troop strength numbers fluctuate a lot depending on the source you read, but combined, Bolivar and Paz currently led somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 men. And though they would ultimately disagree about where this year's campaign was headed, they once again agreed that attacking General Murillo was the obvious opening move. And at the moment, Murillo was headquartered at a spot called Las Caceres del Medio. And again, numbers are difficult to establish, and in total Murillo commanded somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 men, but how many were actually there with him is unclear to me. In fact, picking through the details of what happened next has been pretty tricky in general because accounts differ and provide different significant details. But it's a pretty big moment in the wars, so I'm pretty sure that this is how things unfolded. On April the 2nd, 1819, Bolivar granted Paz permission to launch an attack on Murillo's forces, but the ever-daring Paz only rode off with 150 men, 150. He broke his men up into small squadrons to ride around kicking up dust to make sure it seemed like the whole Republican army was on the move. Now, Murillo was probably tricked into thinking that more than just 150 men were on the way, but he was by now fully aware of Paz's standard hit-and-run tactics, and so Murillo was at least prepared for that when it came. And in fact, he laid a pretty careful trap. When the dust clouds were reported, Murillo mobilized about 1,000 cavalrymen and arrayed them at the far wings of his army, with the infantry and heavy guns in the center. When Paz's generos charged in for the hit, Murillo launched his own cavalry on a diagonal line to cut off the run. So this started out according to plan for both sides. Paz came charging in for the hit and then turned around for the run, but now an overwhelming cavalry force was threatening to close off their escape. So Paz ordered one of his best officers, a guy named Juan Jose Rondon, to wheel around with a small company and charge headlong back into the center of the Royalist infantry. Now this had the intended effect. The Royalist cavalry wings took the bait and collapsed in on Rondon's little band, while Paz and the rest of his generos were able to keep riding away. But just before he was fully enveloped, Rondon and his men broke off their attack, wheeled around again, and then burst through the last little sliver of daylight. With the royalist cavalry now ramming into each other and the infantry, everything in their lines devolved into a tangled mess of confusion. When Paz saw all the disarray, he gave the most famous order of his career. Now, the official sanitized version is that he yelled "Vuelven caras," or "about face," but historians think it far more likely that he yelled "Vuelven carajo," which has a few literal ways it can be translated, but my Spanish-speaking friends on Twitter think I can go with "Go back, goddammit." And yes, you can come find me on Twitter at Mike Duncan. It's actually way easier to get a hold of me there than by email. Anyway, after yelling "Go back, goddammit," all 150 of his men wheeled around and charged headlong back into the disorganized mess of royalists. With confusion reigning and believing that they were well and truly under attack by the whole Republican army, the royalists all panicked. The cavalry just rode off, leaving the infantry to fend for themselves, and understandably spooked, the infantry then broke and fled in all directions, just trying to get out of this alive. When the dust finally cleared, upwards of 500 Spaniards lay dead, and all their heavy artillery pieces were just sitting around waiting to be picked up. Having beaten a force that was at a minimum 10 times larger than his own, the Lion of the Apure lost 2 dead and 6 wounded. In the aftermath of the battle, General Murillo sent back a report stating that he had been attacked by at least 700 men, and it's not clear whether he believed that or was exaggerating to cover his butt, as generals throughout history have been wont to do. The two sides then spent the rest of April and May 1819 waging an indecisive war of skirmishes. Bolivar desperately wanted to deliver one more decisive blow before moving on, but Murillo wasn't having it, and he refused to be baited into a battle. This was frustrating because the rainy season was starting to set in, and Bolivar couldn't afford to wait much longer to execute the plan that he had been keeping secret for months: a surprise invasion of New Granada. But the final piece of that secret plan finally fell into place at the end of May, when he got a letter from Francisco de Paula Santander, and Bolivar knew it was time to move on. So backing up a little bit, after Bolivar and Paz and Santander had gone their separate ways in the summer of 1818, with Bolivar going back to Angostura and Paz staying in the Venezuelan Llanos, Santander had crossed back over into New Granada to recruit men and most especially gather intelligence on the state of affairs and whether New Granada could even be taken by an invasion. After 9 months of work, Santander finally wrote back to Bolivar to say yes, New Granada is ripe for the plucking, come on over. And though Santander is not exactly an unbiased observer, he wants Bolivar to invade New Granada, he wasn't wrong. Remember, General Murillo had brought most of his own army back into Venezuela, leaving behind a small corps of peninsular soldiers to manage things with the help of some local militia. Santander was able to report that these forces were not exactly crack units. They were underpaid, undersupplied, and very low on morale. And then just in general, the viceroy that Murillo had reinstalled in Bogota believed that harsh repression was the most effective means to bring the country back into line. Murillo counseled ruling with a lighter hand, but the viceroy wanted no part of it, and Bogota had become a repressive hub of summary executions, property confiscation, and just general maltreatment of the locals. Whether they were diehard patriots or not, the people of New Granada did not like the new viceregal regime. All of this Santander jubilantly reported to Bolivar. So Bolivar now made his move. On May the 23rd, 1819, he called his senior officers for a small council of war in the town of Setenta. There, using cattle skulls for chairs, Bolivar revealed his plan. They would march across the Llanos, up into the mountains of New Granada, surprise the royalists, and seize Bogota. Now this is Bolivar at his most recklessly daring. Remember, this is the beginning of the wintry, rainy season, and already the Llanos was filling with water from rains that never ceased. The mountains would be more of the same, except everything would be freezing cold to boot. Now was the time to retire for the winter, not literally march into some of the steepest mountains in the world. But Bolivar believed that it could be done, and more importantly, if it were done, it would be a strategic masterstroke. Now, his plan was inspired both by the recent example of José de San Martín, who had just liberated Chile with his own surprise invasion through the Andes, and also by the most famous general in history, because it goes without saying that Bolívar was well versed in the life and career of Hannibal. And if you guys remember from back in the history of Rome, Hannibal always preferred difficult terrain to the fortunes of a battle not of his choosing. His own march through the Alps in terrible weather is legendary, but even more impressive was that time he marched 3 days through a supposedly impenetrable swamp to split the legions and surprise the Romans at their rear. That was when he lost his eye. Taking an army into the mountains now was brilliant because it was insane. General Murillo suspected Bolívar's ultimate intention was to invade New Granada, but there was plenty of time to prepare for that because it's not like they were going to leave tomorrow. And as for the royalist forces in New Granada, well, it quite rightly did not even occur to them that an invasion might be coming from Venezuela, which was Bolívar's point. His officers agreed that it was crazy, but doable. The only dissenter to all this was Paz, which drove Bolívar crazy, because Paz had actually been the first man Bolívar had confided his plans to, and he seemed at the time to have been in full agreement. But now that it was actually before him, the centaur of the plains did not want to leave the plains, and you can't really blame him. Half-naked cowboys who ride around in grasslands are not exactly well suited for frozen, steep, mountainous terrain. But though furious at the perceived betrayal, Bolívar once again recognized that he could not risk losing a staring contest to Paz. So Bolívar compromised. He ordered Paz to take up a position at Cúcuta, which was still on the other side of the border in New Granada, and still off the Llanos. But rather than participating in the full invasion, Paz would watch the rear and make sure that Murillo did not follow. To this, Paz agreed. And he also further agreed to let some of his men go with Bolívar, including the hero of Los Caceres del Medio, Juan José Rondon. But even with this compromise in place, Paz still continued to take Bolívar's orders under mere advisement. And after Bolívar rode away, Paz turned around and headed east. He never would go to Cúcuta. On May the 26th, 1819, Bolívar set out with 2,100 men, divided into 4 infantry battalions and 3 cavalry squadrons. Also in the mix were various non-combatant auxiliaries, including families of some of the men, especially from among the 300 or so British legionaries, who, as I said, had signed up for service in South America as much to try to start a new life there as to go on some grand military adventure. And one of the women present was, I kid you not, 9 months pregnant. I don't know her name, but we'll get to her in a second. Now, no one was told what the ultimate destination was going to be because Bolívar quite rightly feared mass desertion. Now, before they could even begin the grueling march up into the mountains, they had to get to the mountains. So Bolívar pointed them in the direction of Tame, on the other side of the border in New Granada, where Santander was waiting with his own small army. But Tame was over 250 miles away, and by now the rains were non-stop and torrential. As I mentioned a few times, during the dry season, the Llanos is bone dry, but during the rainy season, everything floods. So this is not a time to go out marching. But the only way to get from here to there was to march from here to there. In the best of conditions, this meant slogging through thick mud that enveloped their feet and their carts and their horses and their animals. Worse conditions meant wading through standing water up to their knees and then up to their waists. The worst conditions meant literally swimming alongside improvised leather boats that held their gear. And always it rained, and always there were bugs. Animals died, supplies, guns, and carts were abandoned if they became immovable. And even if this all hadn't ended with a march through the mountains, this march through the wintry Llanos rain would have been impressive all on its own. Just before the army crossed the border into New Granada, Bolívar finally revealed to his men what this was all about, that this was in fact the beginning of the invasion of New Granada. And by this point, the only way out was forward. Finally, in the last week of June, the beleaguered army hit dry ground as the grasslands gave way to the foothills at the base of the mountains, and they successfully linked with Santander's forces at Tame. The men were given a week to recuperate from their long march through the flooded plains, But on July the 1st, 1819, it was back to it. And now the going was going to get really tough. The small army traveled west as the crow flies, but mostly they went up. Up, up, up. The rains never stopped, except now instead of mud and floodwater, it was all slick rocks and iced-over paths that ran along narrow ravines. And it's not like these guys had gone to REI to get outfitted for the ascent. They were poor peasant soldiers. These guys were marching barefoot. They marched in tattered rags that could only charitably be called a uniform. As they struggled up the mountain, the strong started to carry the weak, and Bolivar personally carried men broken from whatever combination of hunger and fatigue, sickness, or injury had taken them down. Many just didn't make it. They dropped dead, and everyone else just kept walking. Up, 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 because you can't go back now. They would hit torrential creeks raging from winter rain and have to cross in a single file line, with each person holding the hand of the man in front of them and behind them, forming a human chain until they all reached the other side. They would reach chasms that could only be crossed by stringing a rope between the trees and fixing improvised leather hammocks to take men and women across one by one. And eventually they crested 13,000 feet as they wound their way around the tallest peaks. Hypothermia set in, and even if you wanted to stop, you couldn't, because you would just freeze to death. On July the 3rd, on the third day of the climb, that pregnant woman I mentioned, she gave birth. Now, as the father of two small children, I've just been through all of this, and frankly, I consider the woman's presence on the march to be insane already. But then on top of that insanity, right now, in the middle of all this, she gives birth. The next day, Bolivar spotted her with the newborn strapped to her chest under a blanket as she just kept walking. Now, I have no idea what happened to her because after this she just disappears from the record, but I have to say, of everything I've talked about over the whole course of this show, all of it, everyone, this unnamed woman giving birth in the middle of this deadly, treacherous hike, it might be the single most badass moment I've ever heard of. I mean, my God, this isn't something I'm making up. This actually happened. On July the 6th, after 6 days of marching, the bedraggled little army finally hit a safe oasis, the town of Soacha, about 150 miles northeast of Bogota. The residents there had been alerted that this liberating army was doing this insane thing and rushed out to their aid. They brought food and blankets and water and gave them fire, literally the essentials of life, to save these men and women who had done this crazy, reckless, brave thing. But there was one upside to all this. The Royalist forces had no idea that they were there. They had no garrisons even remotely close, and no prearranged plan for how to deal with an invasion right now in all this crappy weather in July 1819. Bolivar's men were all half dead, but to a certain degree they had the enemy right where they wanted them. Now, as he himself struggled up the mountains, Francisco de Paula Santander was able to observe Bolivar's relentless energy, his courage, and genuine compassion for the men who were following him. Now, as with Paz, Bolivar and Santander had a complicated relationship, and for example, Santander had never gotten over that time Bolivar threatened to shoot him right at the beginning of the Admirable campaign 6 years earlier. But here, Santander was blown away by Bolivar's resolve, his determination, and his genuine spirit of patriotic unity. I mean, all that talk of everyone being in this together was one thing when Bolivar was trying to convince New Granadans to come help him liberate his home country of Venezuela. But now Bolivar was showing the same relentless resolve the other way. He was leading Venezuelans to liberate New Granada. And Bolivar then wasted no time making sure that their shared sacrifice was not all in vain. He immediately began planning the next stage of the campaign, and Santander later said, "Here is where this man distinguishes himself above the rest, exhibiting extraordinary resolve and energy. In 3 days, he remounts and arms the cavalry, musters ammunition, reassembles the army, then sends out patrols, energizes the citizens, and plans an all-out attack." Now, even though Santander and Bolivar would spend as much time in conflict with each other as in partnership, at this moment, Santander came to realize that whatever else he thought about Bolivar's shtick was not empty vanity. He was the real deal. By now, word was spreading that this Republican army had appeared out of nowhere, and the ranking Spanish general, a guy named José María Barrero, quickly mustered what forces he could. ultimately about 4,000 men, to put them between Bolivar's army and Bogota. Now, after the dead were subtracted and new recruits added, Bolivar was now leading an army of about 2,600 men, and near the end of July, they were on the move towards Bogota. On July the 25th, they finally ran into the Royalists at Pantano de Vargas, literally the Vargas Swamp, a region of swampy marshes rimmed by low hills. And General Barrera was able to occupy those hills with his Royalist forces, which gave him two essential advantages. He both outnumbered Bolivar and held the high ground, and this is usually game, set, match. But Bolivar, of course, decided to launch a full frontal assault right into the teeth of this. When things, quite predictably, started going badly for the Republicans, their left flank was being turned in disarray, the British legionaries stepped into the breach and held back any finishing blow, which gave just enough time for Juan José Rondon, the hero of Las Casetas del Medio, to lead the cavalry on a furious charge up into the high ground, wielding nothing but spears and machetes. They crashed into the shocked Royalist line just as heavy rains started to fall. The Royalist soldiers had been preparing for a long winter of sitting around doing nothing. Not, standing here in the rain being attacked by machete-wielding crazy people from Venezuela. They completely caved, broke, and fled. Santander later reported that the Battle of Pantano de Vargas had been won by the calm of the British and the intensity of the Llaneros. In the aftermath of his defeat at the Vargas Swamp, though, the Royalist General Barrario made a critical decision. He decided to lie his head off to the Viceroy about the battle. He sent a dispatch assuring the Viceroy that the Republicans had been beaten soundly and that everything was well in hand. Now, what I'm guessing here is that Barrario did this for two reasons. First, he did not want to provoke a panic in Bogota that might trigger a patriotic insurrection. And second, he wanted to buy himself some time to regroup, catch Bolivar, and deliver the crushing blow he now already claimed had been delivered. But that's not how things are going to go. Instead, this lie would set the stage for the decisive battle of the campaign, the battle that to this very day marks the beginning of true independence for Colombia, the Battle of Boyacá. On August the 7th, 1819, the two sides were maneuvering around Tunja, once capital of the now defunct Union of New Granada. Bolivar's forces still numbered about 2,600, Barrario's about 2,800. But as the Royalists moved around Tunja, trying to get onto the main road back to Bogota, they split in two, with an advance guard approaching a key bridge over the Boyacá River and a rear guard about a mile behind them. Now, Bolivar had posted a small cavalry unit near the bridge to keep an eye on things, and when this advance guard approached and saw that little unit, they thought it was the only small unit in the area. But Bolivar's entire army was just behind a hill out of sight. So these two little cavalry units skirmished against each other, but when the Republican forces fell back, they fell back not out of sight, but into the waiting embrace of a much larger force led by Santander. The Royalist vanguard realized they had made a mistake, that a much larger army was right around the corner, but then they made another mistake. Rather than racing back to reunite with the rear of the army, they raced forward to capture the Boyacá Bridge. Now, this seemed like a good idea at the time, hold the critical bridge, but it split the Royalist army in two, and the force led by Santander was hot on their heels. And so, yes, they took the bridge and got to the other side, but now they were pinned down there and cut off from their comrades. Meanwhile, the rest of Bolivar's army came pouring out around the hill. They located the Royalist rear guard strung out along the road and hit them from all sides. Bolivar ordered the British legionaries to attack the front of the Royalists. Rondon and the Llaneros rode around the back and hit them from the rear, and then Bolivar ordered everyone else on a bayonet charge right into their center. General Barrario's forces were hit from three sides simultaneously by a surprise attack. All told, the Battle of Boyacá lasted no more than 2 hours, and it was a complete Republican victory. General Barrario himself was cornered and captured, as were 1,600 of his men. Another 500 lay dead, and the rest just scattered. There was now quite literally no Royalist army within 500 miles of Bogota. The question now was not whether the Republicans would take the capital, but whether they would capture the viceroy in the process. They nearly did capture the viceroy, but about 50 of the men who had been pinned down by Santander at the bridge managed to get away. They raced for Bogota to raise the alarm. Now, the city had no idea anything was even remotely amiss. The viceroy was in fact sitting around having dinner when a messenger burst in and told him the enemy was victorious and nothing was standing between them and Bogota. After getting over his shock, the viceroy had no time to do anything but just run. His attendants dressed him up like a peasant, and he snuck out of town. Bolivar would later send agents out looking for him, but the viceroy was never located. And he never stopped running either. He wound up making it all the way to Cartagena, and then he immediately got on a ship and sailed back to Spain, never to return. Meanwhile, Bolivar was on a race of his own. With the smoke at Boyacá barely cleared, he was off like a shot at full gallop to close the 100 miles or so to Bogota. And when he arrived in the city, he found himself greeted by bewildered citizens. I mean, less than 12 hours ago, they had been under the impression that whatever small invading force that had come up through the mountains had been beaten. And that was if they knew anything about any of this at all. And instead, what? General Bolivar is here? And he's won? The viceroy is gone? And then Bolivar discovered just how close he had come to capturing the viceroy. There were literally still bags of money on his desk, just left behind in the rush. The treasury was full. The munitions depot were stocked. This was a complete victory on all fronts. But Bolivar had been in the dark himself about a lot of what had gone on in New Granada. And when he greeted men that he had known from the last time he had passed through Bogota in 1815, he asked around for the others. Where's President Camilo Torres, the man who supported me in my darkest hours? He was dead. His head had been chopped off and posted on a spike. Oh, what about this guy? What about that guy? They had all been killed in the aftermath of Murillo's reconquest. It was a sobering back end to an otherwise jubilant moment. Now, since we know how this all turns out, we know that the Battle of Boyacá marks the beginning of Colombian independence, real permanent independence. There was no guarantee at the time that it would, nor any way that anyone could have known that it would, but it did. Bolivar's dramatic push into New Granada had fundamentally altered the political and geographic axis of the war. The Republicans were no longer confined to a few interior bases hiding out in Angostura playing Congress. They now controlled a huge stretch of territory reaching from the Orinoco River to Bogota, and in no time, they would bring all of the interior of New Granada under Republican jurisdiction. It was now the royalists who were confined, restricted to a few ports along the coast, short of men, and now knocked thoroughly back on their heels. When General Murillo was briefed about what had happened, he wrote a report to the Ministry of War back in Spain and said, "The rebellious Bolivar has occupied the capital of Bogota, and the deadly outcome of this battle gives him dominion over the enormous resources of a highly populated, abundantly rich nation, from which he will take whatever he needs to prolong the war. This unfortunate loss delivers into rebel hands, apart from the kingdom of New Granada, many ports in the south where he will now deploy his pirates. The interior of the continent all the way to Peru is at the mercy of whoever rules in Bogota. In just one day, Bolivar has undone all that we have accomplished in 5 years of this campaign, and in one single battle, he has reconquered all the territory that soldiers of the king have won in the course of so many past conflagrations." Bolivar then set up shop in the great capital of Bogota, and began putting together the bare bones of a new government to rule New Granada. But it was never his destiny to be a man of laws, and he was itching to get back on his horse, to ride triumphantly through liberated New Granada, spreading the good news that they were all free, and most especially to return to Venezuela to trumpet the success of the invasion, and then return to Angostura to make preparations for the true union of Venezuela and New Granada, to no longer hide on the Orinoco River, but to meet out in the open and in full dignity. So at the end of September 1819, he appointed Santander, the man who was destined to be the man of laws, vice president of New Granada, and left him the difficult task of organizing a restored republic. And this was truly a job for Santander. Always a mediocre soldier at best, who did not fit in easily with the rough men who had been so easily won over by Bolivar, Santander was completely in his element, seated behind a desk drawing up edicts and reforms and tax codes and an entire political apparatus. And that is where Santander would stay, becoming the founder of modern Colombia, as Bolivar himself left the capital in September 1819. Next week, the liberator will return to Venezuela to forge the Union of Gran Colombia. But he would discover that in his absence from Venezuela, the tenuous alliances that had held the Eastern Caudillos together had broken apart, and it would take careful cajoling and careful soothing to bring everyone back together to complete Bolivar's first and most compelling desire, to liberate Venezuela once and for all. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.17, The Big Rock on the Side of the Road. The Battle of Boyacá was, for once, an indisputable and permanent triumph for Simón Bolívar. He had been a professional revolutionary for nearly a decade now, and he had spent most of it trapped in a revolving door. He was exiled and then returned, and then exiled and returned again. He won battles, but then suffered equivalent reverses. He suffered equivalent reverses, but then somehow bounced back. He was constantly on the move, but he never seemed to get anywhere. Well, now he had finally gotten somewhere. New Granada was cleared of any peninsular royalist army. The Republicans had seized Bogotá, and they would not be giving it back. The nation that would become modern Colombia was now free and independent and would remain so. The only part of the colony still under Spanish control was now Cartagena, and though Cartagena was a city that could be defended militarily by 6 guys in a slingshot, it could be reduced by prolonged siege, and in short order, it would be under a prolonged siege. But this was no time to sit back and bask in the glow of victory, to get lazy or complacent. Quite the opposite. The liberation of New Granada only fueled Bolívar's momentum. He remained in Bogotá from the first week of August to the last week of September 1819. But as we ended last week's episode, Bolívar put the government in the hands of Santander, and then himself rode off on a slow-moving tour northeast through the newly liberated cities of New Granada on his way back to Venezuela. In every city he passed, there were celebrations and balls and parties and dancing. Bolívar's entourage became a traveling celebration, as the people rejoiced in their liberation. And though Bolívar celebrated, and the whole thing must have been something of a dream, reality did not waste much time crashing back down on his head. For one thing, even though Bolívar was constantly surrounded by secretaries and soldiers and civilian well-wishers, at this moment of his greatest triumph, he was personally in a very lonely place. It had now been fully 3 years since he had laid eyes on his longtime mistress, Pepita Machado. He did not know where she was, or whether or not he would see her again. Now, if you'll recall from back in episode 5.14, Pepita had been with him through the disaster at Ocumare in the summer of 1816, but after redepositing her on the island of St. Thomas, they had just never linked back up. In the intervening years, Bolívar had been re-exiled to Haiti in 1816, then returned to Venezuela and gone off and captured Angostura in 1817, then led that failed campaign to capture Caracas in 1818, and then marched across the Llanos and up into the mountains of New Granada in 1819. Pepita had been present for none of this. Now, mostly this was because in the chaos of war, they had lost touch with each other. I mean, it's the early 1800s. Keeping in contact with somebody over long distances is tricky in the best of times. But in all of this mess, forget it. So after returning to Angostura in the summer of 1818, Bolívar finally said enough is enough, and he sent a nephew to personally track Pepita down. And this was a search that took months, but ultimately the happy news that Pepita had been finally located on the island still of St. Thomas and would soon be on her way. But it was still a while before Bolívar got confirmation that she had actually boarded a ship, and even then days continued to pass without any sign of her. In the meantime, Bolivar kept busy arranging the Congress of Angostura and then preparing for his still secret plan to invade New Granada, a plan that included a place for Pepita by his side, but she just kept not showing up. By the time he had to march into New Granada in May 1819, he had to ride without her, and so he was now forced to celebrate his greatest triumph alone. Adding to his depressed spirits, after leaving Bogota, Bolivar proceeded to get hit by a continuous string of bad news. I don't know exactly the order that all of this came in, but I would guess that the first thing he heard was that Santander had gone and done something really dumb. In the aftermath of the Battle of Boyacá, most of the senior royalist commanders had been captured alive, including the commander-in-chief, General José María Barrario. With the war to the death ancient history, Bolivar treated his prisoners with all due courtesy, and he hoped to eventually exchange them for Republican prisoners. But almost as soon as Bolivar departed Bogota, Santander decided he could not risk letting these officers live. On October the 11th, Santander ordered General Barrario and 38 others removed from confinement and marched into the center of town. They were given no explanation for the sudden rousting, and not even the courtesy of a perfunctory tribunal. It was in fact only when Santander ordered Barrario to kneel that the royalist general finally understood what was going on. With no further ceremony, Santander ordered the kneeling general shot in the back. Then the other 38 men were lined up against a wall and executed. It was a shocking scene for the residents of the city. Though they were happy the viceroy was gone, General Barrario himself had never been particularly disliked. I mean, many people actually liked him quite a bit. And then, to add insult to injury, Santander then led a parade to celebrate and capped it all off with a splendid ball. The sudden cruelty of Santander's new regime came as an unwelcome surprise to the residents of Bogota. When Bolivar was told about all this, he wrote a tense letter back to Santander saying, "Okay, I understand that you were afraid that they might have gotten up to something, but really this is not how I wanted things handled, and it will make our lives difficult. But, okay, I forgive you for doing what you thought was best." Clearly, though, this was through gritted teeth, though he could not risk Santander going completely rogue, so Bolivar kept the chastisement to a minimum. Shortly thereafter, Bolivar was told that another general he couldn't risk alienated had also ignored his orders, because it turned out that José Antonio Paz had never gone to Cúcuta as he had been ordered, that instead of guarding the rear while Bolivar pushed up into the mountains, that Paz had ridden hundreds of miles east to winter in the small town of Achaguas. So, as Bolivar crossed back into Venezuela, he recognized that he was going to have to once again walk a fine line between reprimanding Paz and alienating him. Now, General, I did give you an order, and you did say you would do it. I know you're not a military man by training, but that does have to mean something. But he couldn't go too far and drive Paz away from the cause, because without Paz, there was no free Venezuela, and it really was that simple. Then once he crossed the border into Venezuela, Bolivar got hit with two pieces of personally tragic news. The first was that one of his favorite officers, and a guy Bolivar had been grooming for a prominent position in the hierarchy of the new republic, had suddenly gotten sick and just died. And as if that wasn't depressing enough, the really terrible news hit. The reason Pepita Machado had never appeared in Angostura was that she too was dead. And there is no confirmed version of what actually happened to her. Some say she never left St. Thomas, others say that she sailed away but died en route, others that she made it to the mainland but died before reaching Angostura, and others say that she passed through Angostura, made it up the Orinoco River and out onto the Llanos, before finally succumbing to a fatal illness. The common link does seem to be that that fatal illness was tuberculosis, but even that is built on unsubstantiated rumors. Frankly, nobody knows what really happened to Pepita Machado. The news hit Bolivar like a ton of bricks, but he was good at compartmentalization and all about that old-style Roman stoicism in the face of adversity. But just a few months after riding triumphantly into Bogota after the Battle of Boyacá, he had to have just been emotionally deflated. And then came even more bad news. News that turned his slow procession into a rapid march. It had been just about 9 months since Bolivar had departed Angostura, and he had left behind what he thought was a functional government in what he thought were the capable hands of Vice President Francisco Antonio Sea. and the armies of the eastern caudillos were supposedly sitting there just awaiting further instructions. But now he received dispatches that all was not well back east, that Santiago Marinho had refused an order from the vice president to join his forces with Bermudez, and further that another key general, a guy whose name I have not specifically mentioned yet, but it's Juan Bautista Arizmendi, had been insubordinate enough that Bermudez had tossed him in jail. And though Bolivar did not know it at the time, the situation was further being rocked by a strong rumor that Bolivar himself had been killed in New Granada. Bolivar quickened his return home, but events would move faster than he could. Indeed, by the time Bolivar found out that things were amiss back east, they had likely already gotten even more amiss. Bolivar had studiously avoided major confrontations with insubordinate commanders over the year, Manuel Piar being the one notable exception. But Vice President Saya had tried to test the legitimate authority of the civilian government by sacking General Santiago Marinho for his refusal to follow orders. But Marinho had quite a bit more juice, both politically and, of course, militarily, than Vice President Saya did. So after getting fired, Marinho began conspiring with the aforementioned General Arizmendi, and that conspiring took real shape when the rumors came round that Simon Bolivar was dead. Marinho and Arizmendi decided to overthrow Saya, which turned out to be not too hard at all. All they had to do was roll into Angostura and have a very frank chat with the members of Congress about the future of the Republic. If Bolivar is dead, we cannot trust ourselves to this old man who controls no armies, has fought no battles, and spilled no blood. And the members of Congress agreed. They voted to depose Saya from office. Arizmendi was elected the new vice president, and Marinho went from being fired to commander-in-chief of all the eastern armies. After this simple little coup, Marinho returned to his base up along the north coast to reorganize the army to his own specifications, while Arizmendi remained in Angostura to cement the new order of things. Then, in early December 1819, Arizmendi rode out on a military inspection tour of his own, so he was not around when a ghost rode into Angostura in the middle of the night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, on December the 11th, 1819, the liberator Simon Bolivar returned. Not dead, very much alive. The people of the city were thrilled, and even though it was the middle of the night, word got out that the liberator was coming back, and they flocked to greet him. Exhausted from his journey, though, which had taken him from Bogota to Angostura in just 64 days, Bolivar spent the next 2 days holed up in his house recuperating and taking interviews with men and women who could fill him in on what had happened in his absence. And then he visited the deposed Saya to get his version of events. Arizmendi, meanwhile, was alerted that Bolivar had returned, and I have to imagine he went a little bit white when he got the news. But he mounted his horse and rode straight for Angostura to try to head off what may turn out to be dire consequences. But when Arizmendi arrived, Bolivar did not greet him with fireballs of wrath, but instead welcomed him with open arms, and told him, "You've done a good job. It sounded like things got very confused and maybe even a little dangerous, and you did what you thought best to preserve the Republic. Isn't that right? Isn't it?" And Arizmendi was like, yeah, that's absolutely right. And Bolivar said, well, now that that's all cleared up and everything's fine, you'll be happy to return the vice presidency to Saya, right? And Arizmendi recognized the face-saving out Bolivar was handing him on a silver platter. So Arizmendi announced that, yes, of course, immediately I will resign now that the liberator is home. And he did. Santiago Marinho, meanwhile, continued to face no consequences for his own repeated insubordinations, although when Bolivar goes out for his next major campaign, he will make sure Marinho joins his staff and will not let him out of his sight. With all that settled, Bolivar convened the Congress of Angostura on December the 14th to deliver a formal report. New Granada has been liberated. Bogota is in Republican hands, and the time has come to make good on the grandiose proclamations we made when the Congress first convened back in February. We must unite and form Gran Colombia for real. On December the 17th, the Congress agreed and voted that the Union would go into full effect. Bolivar was given the title Liberator President, and Saya was confirmed as vice president of the whole republic. But then they also created two junior vice presidencies. Santander was elected vice president of the Department of New Granada, and a guy named Juan Germán Rasquio, who was a minor figure in the grand scheme of things, but for the record was one of the signatories to the original Declaration of Venezuelan Independence back in 1811, he was elected vice president of the Department of Venezuela. Then the Congress voted to convene a new constitutional convention in Cúcuta on January the 1st, 1821, to work out the details of a joined government, now that both New Granada and Venezuela would be able to both fully participate. The government hopefully now back on the right track, Bolívar turned back to his last military problem. General Pablo Murillo and the 7,000 or so royalist soldiers who still occupied the critical northwestern coast of Venezuela. And though Murillo was hemmed in, Bolívar had learned back in the summer of 1818 that it was not wise to just go launching a full frontal attack, especially because retaining soldiers in the Republican Army was becoming nearly impossible. The Wars of Independence had been going on for nearly a decade now, and the Grim Reaper had already harvested half a generation's worth of young men, and it was hard to convince the rest to stay in the army, especially when they were never paid or fed what they had been promised they would be paid and fed. It seemed like for every man recruited into the army, two more would slip out the back of the tent. Not that there were tents, that's just a metaphor. So supplying and paying the army became Bolívar's overriding concern, and Bolívar was eventually furious with Saya, for example, when he discovered that rather than directing cattle meat from the Llanos to the army, Saya had been selling it to merchants from the United States, and then, and I'm not making this up, after facing a shortage of meat in Venezuela, buying meat from the United States and losing money on the deal. It was pretty amateur hour stuff, to be honest, and Bolívar started to suspect that maybe Saya was not actually the man for the job. Ever on the move, though, Bolívar departed Angostura again, almost as soon as he had arrived, back out to inspect what troops he had, and then really to make his way all the way back to New Granada to recruit men to serve in what he hoped would be the final campaign to liberate Venezuela. After all, we liberated you, it's time for you to return the favor. So he rode and rode, retracing the journey he had just made, because, they don't call him Iron Ass for nothing. He was soon riding back up into the mountains and back through the cities of New Granada on his way to Bogotá to check in with Santander. But the recruitment effort was disappointing, as were reports from Santander that the tax receipts were not as robust as they needed to be. When Bolívar reached Bogotá, he and Santander conferred over what to do. Bolívar told him first of all to just squeeze the provinces for money. Voluntary patriotic contributions were not going to get the job done. But Bolívar also raised a subject that would help drive a wedge between the two men. After being converted to the cause of emancipation by Alexandre Pétion, Bolívar had not wavered in his commitment to freeing the slaves, and he told Santander now that when the Constitutional Convention met in Cúcuta, that emancipation must be written into the fabric of the Republic of Colombia. And beyond the moral dimension, there was a very simple military dimension, that the newly freed black citizens must be given the opportunity to show their loyalty and fight in the army. It simply isn't fair that they haven't been given the chance to fight for their own freedom. But Santander balked, and would continue to balk, at emancipation. He did not think it wise to upend the few money-making plantations left in the country, and he agreed only that if emancipation came, that it would have to be done slowly and carefully. The fate of the slaves would remain a point of contention between the two for the remainder of their revolutionary partnership. After just 3 weeks in Bogotá, Bolívar moved out of the capital again and set up a base of operations in Cúcuta, which was the most centrally located city in Republican hands, and from there he could keep his eye on Bogotá, the Magdalena River, the ongoing siege of Cartagena, the Venezuelan Llanos, and, hopefully, be ready to strike at Murillo and Caracas if the Republican Army could get its act together. So through the whole first half of 1820, a tense stalemate settled in everywhere. Murillo obviously had no intention of making any offensive moves until he could get some reinforcements, which he had been told for quite a while now were on their way, but never seemed to be on their way. Meanwhile, Bolivar for once did not risk losing everything by launching an offensive campaign before his army was really ready. Both commanders made limited moves, but mostly just to mask their respective weaknesses from each other. But in June of 1820, word of a major development back in Spain leaked that would change everything. It was information that was by now months old, but, that's how it goes with cross-Atlantic communications, especially cross-Atlantic communications that are supposed to remain top secret. So to grasp the magnitude of this development, we have to hop back over to Spain for the first time in quite a while. Now, when last we checked in, it was back in episode 5.12, The Desired One, when we covered the return of King Ferdinand VII, aka the Desired One, to the Spanish throne. If you will recall, Ferdinand's return spelled the end for the Regency government that had ruled in his absence and through the entirety of the Peninsular War, and the liberal constitution of 1812 that they had ratified. But though the Spanish population in general wanted to reject the very French-sounding ideas lodged in the Constitution of 1812, I don't think anybody really wanted it to go back to how it had been before the abdications of Bayonne. There had to be some reforms, and Ferdinand was encouraged by many petitioners to call the original version of the Cortes, the medieval version, with the clergy and nobility and commons coming together to work out an understanding of how the restored monarchy was going to work going forward. And Ferdinand said, yeah, sure, that sounds great. Okay, I'll let you know. And then nothing. He never called the Cortes, and he and a small group of loyal ministers went about trying to bring back the absolutist Ancien regime in its entirety. And it did not take long for the Desired One to not be very desirable at all. So there's no need to get into the thickets of the high-handed incompetence of Ferdinand's government as it affected Spain itself. What we need to focus on is their American policy. And when it came to the rebellious colonies, the regime's policy was full pacification and the reestablishment of the old order, to turn the clock back to 1807 and pretend like nothing had ever happened. That had been the basic set of instructions the king had given General Murillo when the Great Armada had set sail for Venezuela in February 1815. And for a long while, the reports coming back across the Atlantic confirmed the viability of this strategy of uncompromising reconquest. Murillo made a clean sweep through Venezuela and New Granada, and after capturing Bogota, was preparing to move on Peru. But then the news took a sharp downward turn. Now Murillo's report said, Venezuela has re-revolted, so instead of going to Peru, I'm going to have to go back to Venezuela. And these new reports were always accompanied by Murillo's request to be relieved of duty. And then news came in that a rebel army led by the defector José de San Martín had crossed the Andes, captured Chile, and now threatened Peru. So instead of a grand royalist army parading into Lima to complete the reconquest, it now appeared that the rebel scum were poised to attack the most lucrative colony in the whole empire. So Ferdinand's ministers made plans to send reinforcements to Murillo in Venezuela, but even more importantly to send a second armada to the Rio de la Plata to follow in the footsteps of San Martín and undo everything he had done. But even as this new invasion was being planned, there seemed to be a clear change of direction coming out of the ministry by the beginning of 1818. One guy in particular, who had been put in charge of all this, a senior minister named José Pizarro, started pointing out that they might be spitting into a hurricane here. That at a minimum, negotiating with the Americans was probably going to be more effective than reconquest. Pizarro said, look, you can save it all by compromising. You can dig in your heels and maybe save some of it, like Peru, but most likely continuing down this uncompromising path is going to lose us everything. So in June 1818, Pizarro produced a massive pile of recommendations, an all-encompassing plan to keep the Americas in the Spanish orbit by conceding the end of Spanish absolutism. Pizarro recommended that the Spanish Americas be open not just to foreign trade, but also foreign settlement to rebuild the population and revitalize the American economy. He recommended increased participation of the Criollo in their own government, an end to the trade monopolies, the works, everything basically that the Americans had been asking for. But the king did not want to hear it. After mulling it over with his closer advisors, Pizarro and anyone associated with him were dismissed in September 1818 and told to vacate the capital immediately. The king then got back to the business of uncompromising reconquest. In the end, that uncompromising reconquest did not die in the Americas, but right there in Spain. To begin with, the Spanish Navy was hardly a navy at all. All the good ships had gone off with Murillo with the First Armada, and not much had been built up in the meantime. So the king had personally authorized the purchase from Russia of a small fleet of ships, but when these ships arrived, they turned out to be lemons, scraps from the junk heap that were barely seaworthy. I mean, basically Russia ripped him off, and there was nothing he could do about it. But still, the king persisted, and over the course of 1819, men were transferred to Cadiz to muster for the expedition, and ultimately they would number 14,000 men. But when these men arrived, they just sat there. And despite the something like 400 million pesos that had been spent so far on the expedition since it had first been dreamed up back in 1816, were as ill-fed, ill-supplied, and ill-paid as any of the troops in the Americas, rebel or royalist. The soldiers were reduced to begging food and supplies from the Cadiz merchants, and then to top it all off, a little epidemic of plague swept through town, decimating the ranks of soldiers and civilian alike. Now, as is often the case, the men had not been told why they were all being reassigned to Cadiz. They did not know what this was all about. Certainly not that they were going to be sent to the Americas. But when the final preparations were being made in September 1819, the final destination leaked out, and the soldiers were dismayed and furious. They had heard plenty about the bloody, disease-ridden chaos of the Americas. They knew from their brothers who had gone over with Murillo what they could expect. Nothing good. Probably just a grim death. And on top of that, this fight is to what? Reconquer the Americas? That meant nothing to them personally. I mean, it was one thing to suffer and die to expel the French from the peninsula, but to go across the Atlantic to put down some provincials who were probably on the right side of history anyway? I mean, forget it. The men started talking amongst themselves, and they agreed that no, we are not going to do it. They can't make us. The leader of this brewing mutiny was a guy named Colonel Rafael del Riego, commander of one of the 10 battalions that composed the expedition. Riego was, like everybody else, a veteran of the Peninsular War, but he was also a strong liberal, and he had always begrudged the king for nullifying the Constitution of 1812. The return of the desired one in Riego's mind had been an unmitigated disaster, and it had sent Spain right back under the yoke of ignorant, backward repression. Riego looked around and decided that he might be able to convince the 14,000 disgruntled soldiers in Cadiz to turn their backs on the planned invasion of the Rio de la Plata, and instead march on Madrid. On January 1st, 1820, Riego and his fellow conspirators staged a mutinous revolt. They seized the commander of the expedition and declared themselves defenders of the Constitution of 1812. They demanded the king acknowledge the constitutional monarchy. Now, at first, Ferdinand scoffed at these demands, and he tried to blow off the mutiny as just unhappy soldiers who would soon be sailing across the Atlantic anyway, so there's no point in giving it all too much credence. Except that the mutiny in Cadiz set off a string of similar mutinies in garrisons across Spain, and the civilian population was ominously sympathetic. Basically, the Spaniards had been willing to give Ferdinand the benefit of the doubt in 1814, but having been given the benefit of the doubt, King Ferdinand had blown it, and they were all now ready to say, maybe the constitutional monarchy of 1812 is actually worth another look. So through January and into February 1820, the mutinous revolt spread out, and soon it was knocking on the king's doorstep in Madrid. Ferdinand tried his best to keep his head lodged firmly in the sand. This is all going to blow over, I don't have to give in, I'll just hold out a few more days. But by March, the noose had been tied, placed around the king's neck, and was now tightening, even if the king didn't quite realize it yet. Finally, on March the 6th, the king and his ministers decided they might be able to buy themselves some time by officially calling for the Cortes, which they had been avoiding for so long, but that only bought them a few days. On March the 9th, 1820, in the midst of popular agitation consuming Madrid, the king was forced to go out onto the balcony of the royal palace and announce to the crowd that yes, I accept the Constitution of 1812. The 6 years of restored Bourbon absolutism was dead, and the dawning of a new liberal era was at hand. Now, what this means for the wars of Spanish-American independence is that the expedition that was supposed to invade the Rio de la Plata never sailed. And instead of the next chapter beginning with a huge army arriving in Buenos Aires, the next chapter started with nothing at all. The Rio de la Plata would never face reconquest. José de San Martín never had to break off his approach to Peru and go back to rescue them. Because this army never showed up, the royalists in America were just going to have to make do with what they had on hand, and that was never going to be enough to stave off independence. So it's all pretty much just an inevitable run from here on out. Now, probably the Americas wind up breaking away anyway, even with the influx of 14,000 new soldiers, because they probably would have just staved off that inevitability. I mean, eventually it was just not going to be worth the men and resources to try to hold an entire continent in bondage against its will. That had kind of been Juan Pizarro's ultimate point. So probably the Spanish eventually decide that they're going to stop sending armies across the Atlantic no matter what. But instead of that coming in the future, it's coming right now today. In Venezuela, and still awaiting his allotment of reinforcements, General Murillo did not get word that all of this unrest in Cadiz really was a really real problem until May of 1820, when the stunning news came of the king's capitulation and acceptance of the Constitution of 1812. Oh, also, by the way, you are not getting any reinforcements. And you can imagine just how deep Murillo must have sunk into his chair when he read all this. But the kicker was that his new orders were to spread the good news to the Americans, that they were all now equal citizens in a liberal kingdom and they can lay down their arms and go back to being happy and productive subjects of the Spanish crown. Murillo positively exploded at the stupid ignorance of this order. No one in Spain obviously had the first idea what is going on over here. These people are not going to accept that they are going to be happy subjects of the crown again. Not now. Not after all this. It was over. And Murillo knew it. General Murillo sat on the information as long as he could, but by June he was stuck, because he couldn't keep it under wraps forever. Just as he was about to announce what had happened back in Spain to Caracas, Bolivar's spies intercepted a letter from the king to Murillo spelling out everything. And as deeply as Murillo must have sunk into his chair when he heard the news, you can imagine how quickly Bolivar must have sprung out of his, or whatever he happened to be sitting on, probably a cattle skull or something. All that was left in all of Gran Colombia, standing between Bolivar and independence, was 7,000 Spaniards clinging to the coast without hope of reinforcement. You beat those guys, just those guys, and it's all over. It had to be. And once word got out, General Murillo didn't really do anything to pretend otherwise. On July the 6th, 1820, messengers arrived at Bolivar's headquarters in Cucuta, bearing a request for a summit with Murillo to discuss a ceasefire. Now, it took months of negotiations to arrange this summit, as both sides were very cautious about the intentions of the other, but they finally agreed to meet in the city of Trujillo at the end of November. And on November the 21st, 1820, representatives from both sides met and formally agreed to a ceasefire that would last for 6 months. The Royalists would recognize Bolivar as president of this thing called the Republic of Colombia, and the particulars of the cessation of hostilities and the terms of prisoner exchanges were all worked out. With the details finalized, it finally became time for the two commanders to meet face to face for the first time. On November the 27th, 1820, at the tiny village of Santa Ana, the two generals finally laid eyes on each other. Murillo arrived first, decked out in his best uniform and accompanied by 50 splendid cavalrymen. Then he saw Bolivar's little party arrive, consisting of just 15 men, and Murillo was shocked when Bolivar was pointed out to him, because Bolivar was riding a donkey and wearing the uniform of a common soldier. Not wanting to be outdone in chivalry, Murillo ordered most of his cavalry to depart, and then he dismounted to greet Bolivar, and there, on the side of the road, the two men embraced. Then both sides retired to a small house to share a celebratory lunch that involved multiple toasts to each other, as professional soldiers do, to the valor and heroics of each other. And in the midst of all this, and probably quite drunk, they all agreed to build a great pyramid on the spot in the road where the two generals had embraced, to forever mark the peace. And they went out. They found a big rock and plopped it down to mark the spot where the foundation needed to be laid. The toasting and drinking then continued into the night, until eventually, rather than go their separate ways, Murillo and Bolivar each strung up a hammock in the same room, and they slept that night side by side. In the morning they awoke. They returned to the big rock that they had left on the side of the road, probably now quite hungover, and embraced again. Then each rode off in their separate directions, never to meet again. If the world was a better place, that would have been the end of it. The fighting and the killing would have stopped there at Santa Ana. But unfortunately, the world is not a better place. And when we return to our story, it will sadly turn out that the armistice would not even last its prescribed 6 months. Talking their way to independence was never going to work. If the Americans wanted to be free, they were going to have to decide the issue on the battlefield. But the climactic Battle of Carabobo is going to have to wait because, as I said, our production schedule is getting a little dicey for the rest of 2016. And what that means right now is that there is not going to be a show next week. And then when I come back in 2 weeks, it's still going to be for a shorter supplemental episode that I still think you're going to find thoroughly entertaining because it's going to be all about the highly colorful con artist / revolutionary Gregor McGregor. And then after that, though, I'm going to take another week off. So it's going to be a while before we get back on track to the main story. But in the meantime, I will be finishing the transcript of the book. But also remember, I will be producing 5, count them 5, new supplementals for the history of Rome that will be available when the new fundraiser launches at the end of this month. So I do hope that you are looking forward to all of that when it's done. And until then, I will see you in 2 weeks for the life and times of Gregor McGregor. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.17a, Supplemental, Gregor McGregor. So today, we're going to veer off the main story to follow one of the many fascinating tangents that come from the wars of Spanish-American independence. And the man we're going to talk about today has actually been around for quite a while. Sometimes he's just been on the margins of things and occasionally right in the thick of it. He arrived right around episode 5.9 and did not depart the scene for good until we got to the events of last week's episode, although by that point he was long gone from the main story, and Bolivar had long since sentenced him to instant death if he ever set foot in Venezuela again. So, let's talk about Gregor McGregor. Gregor McGregor was born in Glengyle, Scotland on Christmas Eve 1786. The McGregors were old-school Highlanders. They were Catholic Jacobites who had continued to support the line of Stuart pretenders to the throne after the Glorious Revolution. Gregor himself was allegedly the great-great-nephew of Rob Roy, but by the end of this episode you'll fully appreciate why that sort of claim can be taken with a massive dose of salt. The McGregors had suffered for their religion, but strict anti-Catholicism was fading away by the end of the 18th century, and Gregor's father was a fairly prosperous ship captain working for the East India Company. No doubt an adventurous spirit from the get-go, McGregor joined the British Army as soon as he could, the minimum age at that point being 16, which just so happened to be April of 1803, which, if you'll recall from various episodes, 3.53, 4.17, 5.5, was just a few weeks before the official end of the Year of Peace, when the Treaty of Amiens broke down and the Napoleonic Wars truly began. But the teenage McGregor spent the next few years on relatively sleepy assignments. He joined the 57th Foot Regiment and was posted first to Kent and then the island of Guernsey to guard against an expected French invasion that never materialized. Along the way, though, he met, courted, and married a woman named Maria Bowater, which was an amazing catch for MacGregor. His new father-in-law was an admiral in the British Navy, various uncles and cousins of his new bride were high-ranking generals, and there was even an MP thrown in there. MacGregor married way, way up, and Maria married way, way down, and I cannot imagine her family was thrilled by the match, which, if nothing else, proves that MacGregor was a hell of a persuasive talker from the get-go. The couple married in 1805, and MacGregor used funds from his wife's considerable dowry to purchase a captaincy. He was then posted in Gibraltar until 1809, which, after the British had won Trafalgar, was again a fairly sleepy assignment. The sitting around and doing nothing finally ended in the summer of 1809, when MacGregor's regiment was transferred to Portugal to reinforce Wellington. This was just about a year into the Peninsular War, when Wellington was launching his second campaign to put the French out of Portugal, and we touched on this briefly in episode 5.7. But MacGregor's time in the British Army proper came to a close just a few months later. In October 1809, he was transferred to the Portuguese Army and elevated to the rank of major, and he served there until May 1810, at which point he abruptly resigned his commission and left the service. Various tales of personal clashes with other officers seeming to be the root cause of both his transfer to the Portuguese and his eventual retirement at the ripe old age of 23. Now, before we move on, though, I specifically mentioned that he joined the 57th Foot Regiment, which is the kind of detail I'd usually skip over. But at the Battle of Albuera, fought in May of 1811, the 57th Foot made a courageous stand against the French, earning them some very positive press and the regimental nickname the Diehards. And for the rest of his life, MacGregor would talk big about how he had served with the Diehards, never telling anybody that he had quit the regiment almost exactly a year before their heroic service made them famous. And this would be MacGregor's MO from here on out, massively embellishing who he was and what he had done. He returned to Edinburgh after retirement and made a big deal about being now Sir Gregor MacGregor, claiming an invented Portuguese knighthood. The following year, he and Maria moved to London, where he further let it be known that he was actually the head of Clan MacGregor, which was not true at all, but he was a smooth talker and was soon walking tall in London high society. Now, there is unfortunately no firm report one way or the other, but it is not hard to imagine that during this period he met Francisco de Miranda, who, while not being quite as shameless as MacGregor, did share the habit of not going out of his way to correct people's mistaken beliefs about his rank or exploits. And though there is no clear documentation, I do think it's probable that MacGregor did meet Miranda during this period, given what happens next. What happens next is that Maria dies in December 1811, and MacGregor finds his in-laws suddenly turning a very cold shoulder. Cut off from the riches and connections he had mostly been trading on, MacGregor was faced with the dim prospect of returning home to the small estate in Scotland he had inherited from his father and becoming an anonymous Scottish farmer. Gross. Instead of the horror of boredom and anonymity, MacGregor decided instead for a life of high adventure. He sold the estate and used the proceeds to fund his emigration to exotic Venezuela. The Venezuelans had declared independence just about 6 months earlier, and old Miranda himself had already gone home. MacGregor quite rightly suspected that the new Venezuelan republic would have use for a veteran colonel of both the British and Portuguese armies. MacGregor arrived, though, at literally the most inauspicious moment possible, pulling up to Caracas with baggage in tow in April 1812, just 2 weeks after God's divine wrath had leveled the city. But though morale in the First Republic was low, MacGregor was right that he would be a welcome addition to their small army. Miranda embraced the dashing young Scotsman, still only 25 years old, and commissioned him a cavalry colonel. But this was not the time to be joining the Venezuelan army, and the walls were already closing in on the First Republic. But in between losing skirmishes, MacGregor found time to court and marry Josefa Antonia Andrea Aristeguieta, a daughter of the Caracas Criollo aristocracy and cousin to none other than Simón Bolívar, though at that point Bolívar was just a brash young radical who Miranda was trying to keep out of the way. At the end of June 1812, Miranda promoted MacGregor to brigadier general, but this was just a few weeks before his cousin-in-law Bolívar lost Puerto Cabello and the whole project collapsed, as we saw in episode 5.9. In the chaotic aftermath of Miranda's surrender, MacGregor managed to secure passage for himself and Josefa on the very British ship that Miranda himself was planning to board the night that he was arrested. While Miranda was tossed in prison by Bolivar and the other disgruntled Venezuelans, MacGregor sailed away, getting himself deposited shortly thereafter in Curaçao, like so many of the other exiled Republicans. But Curaçao offered few amusements and little chance for fame and glory, so MacGregor moved on to New Granada. After landing in Cartagena, MacGregor trekked up to Tunja and presented himself to President Camilo Torres. Now bearing the rank of Brigadier General, it was not hard to convince the Tunja government to give him a commission in their army, and he was given command of 1,200 men and placed in the Socorro district on the border with Venezuela. And that is where he would sit during the dramatic events that we discussed in episode 5.10, as Bolivar, arriving in New Granada just a few months after MacGregor, launched first the Magdalena campaign and then the Admirable campaign. MacGregor's job, though, was to guard the frontier with Venezuela, so he took part in neither of these campaigns and continued to sit in Socorro as Bolivar established the Second Republic and then watched it get consumed by the legions of hell. But none of that was MacGregor's particular concern. He had his own problems. As we touched on in episode 5.12, during this same period, Antonio Nariño's army was defeated by a royalist force, and the Union of New Granada was teetering on the brink of collapse. So MacGregor prudently transferred himself down to Cartagena, the one city in New Granada that remained in firm Republican hands. This meant that MacGregor was in Cartagena when Bolivar came back through at the end of 1814, and was still there when Bolivar came back through again. This is still all in episode 5.12. This is when Cartagena turned against Bolivar, and he was forced to resign his commission and go into exile in Jamaica. MacGregor was on the other side of that confrontation. But if you recall, Bolivar's self-imposed exile came at just the right moment, because in September 1815, General Pablo Morillo's armada showed up and put Cartagena to siege. MacGregor participated in the defense of the city, though when he got out, he was happy to let people think that he had heroically led the ultimately doomed resistance to the Spanish. But he did not. He was, however, among the officers who concluded at the beginning of December that further resistance was futile. Among those other officers was also José Antonio Sucre and José Francisco Bermudez. The few men strong enough to keep fighting loaded themselves onto 12 gunboats on December the 5th, 1815, and successfully blasted their way through the Spanish blockade, getting clean away as General Murillo focused not on the birds who had flown the coop, but on the entire city that was now his for the taking. So MacGregor and the other refugees were able to reach Jamaica, where they quickly learned that Bolivar and a few other revolutionary veterans were reconvening in Haiti. MacGregor and the others joined the crew in Haiti, with MacGregor being enrolled as a general in this colonel of a Republican army. He sailed with everyone else from Lucay at the end of March 1816, and then waited along with everyone else as Bolivar dropped anchor until he could reunite with Pepita Machado. Once they all landed on Margarita Island, though, MacGregor stayed with Bolivar. He was not an Eastern caudillo. He had no local support or connections to speak of, other than the fact that Bolivar was his cousin-in-law. So when Bolivar made his ultimately doomed play at Ocumare in July 1816, we talked about that in episode 5.14, Gregor MacGregor was given a key assignment. He was deposited with about 600 men 10 or 15 miles east of Ocumare on the beaches of Choroni. When the disaster subsequently unfolded, MacGregor and his men were lost in the shuffle and left to fend for themselves as Bolivar sailed away. With no chance of escape by sea, the only shot they had was to make a 300-mile overland march right through the heart of Royalist-held territory. And thus began MacGregor's one true, non-invented, non-embellished, non-scandalously disastrous military exploit. After realizing that they had been abandoned, MacGregor led his men on a sweeping march that ran them south around Caracas. But the enemy knew that there was this rebel unit on the move, and they sent 2 armies to trap and capture them. On July the 27th, one of these armies got out in front of MacGregor, and with no other option, MacGregor had to just plow right through the blockade line they had set up. With an intense charge that seems to have flustered the Royalists, MacGregor and his men successfully punched through the line and sent the enemy running back to a nearby town, where it took them fully 2 days to regroup and restart the chase. MacGregor stayed ahead of this pursuing army for about 2 weeks, waging constant rearguard actions. But on August the 10th, the beleaguered Republicans were finally set upon. But again, McGregor managed to break the trap, this time setting up archers amidst heavy marshland that was able to cut down the Royalist cavalry and infantry as they tried to slog through the muck. This finally broke the momentum of the Royalist pursuers for good, and 10 days of fast marching later, McGregor's army was back in Barcelona, a city now held by friendly forces. It had been a relentless 34-day march, but they did it, and McGregor's fame spread. After his return to rebel territory, McGregor briefly joined the army run by Manuel Piar, but the two men clashed over both strategy and tactics. So by October 1816, McGregor had transferred himself back to Margarita Island, which at that point was under the command of Colonel Arismendi, the guy who last time joined together with Santiago Mourinho to overthrow Vice President Sea. Well, from his island base, Arismendi was looking out to the sea and thinking about how the Republicans might establish stable lines of supply and communication. And he got it into his head that the weakly garrisoned backwater colony of East Florida might hold the key. He suggested that McGregor might perform a signal service to the cause if he could establish a permanent base somewhere in Florida to better link with supplies of the above-board and below-board variety. So McGregor sailed back up to Haiti with the hope of raising a force there, and when he arrived, he must have met and conferred with Bolivar, who was sitting in his fourth and final exile, and with whom McGregor had not spoken to since being abandoned to his fate back in July. It would be the last time that they would see each other. Haiti turned out to be a dead-end recruitment-wise, so McGregor decided to try his luck in the United States, sailing for Philadelphia, where he ramped up his considerably persuasive charm to raise men and money for his operation. All this had to be done with a nod and a wink, as the American government wanted its citizens to remain neutral, but willing adventurers and speculators could always be found in the taverns of the young American Republic. And as McGregor made his way south through South Carolina on his way ultimately to Georgia, he raised a couple $100,000 cash and a couple of hundred men to fight for him. And it's on this trip that I have to believe he first got the idea for the infamous Poyet scheme, because McGregor raised his money by doling out titles to land in Florida that neither he nor anyone else had ever seen or had any right to actually be doling out. But the acreage number on the piece of paper was huge and the purchase price very small, and so men took their chances on the dashing Scottish adventurer. But as it would turn out, it never, ever, ever paid to take a chance on Sir Gregor McGregor. McGregor's plan was to go and seize Amelia Island, which is just off the northeast coast of Florida, and which had become a thriving pirate enclave running contraband between the United States and points in the Caribbean. Now, technically, it was still under the jurisdiction of a small Spanish garrison, but they were cooped up in their fort and provided little in the way of actual control. At the end of June 1817, McGregor launched himself from the mainland with one ship and just 80 men, and induced the Spanish garrison, who thought this was the beginning of a full-blown American invasion, to surrender without firing a shot. McGregor then raised a flag of his own devising, a green cross on a white background, and started making all kinds of declarations about the momentous founding of the Republic of the Floridas. But there was no Republic of the Floridas, and McGregor ran into trouble immediately, like the minute his men asked if they could please now get the wages they had been promised now that the mission was complete. Unfortunately, McGregor had already blown most of the money that he had raised. He tried to tax the pirates who were coming in and out of the main harbor, but they just laughed in his face. The other senior officers he had recruited then started pressing him to keep going and use the capture of Amelia Island to launch the promised liberation of all Florida, to truly create the Republic of the Floridas. But McGregor said, yeah, we don't have enough money or supplies or men to do that. So the whole thing just kind of stalled out, as McGregor didn't appear to have any plan at all for what to do next. And he really didn't. So Gregor McGregor did what he's going to do a lot of from here on out. He ran for it. In early September 1817, he made his way down to the harbor of Amelia Island and said, yeah, I'm going to leave now. I'm sure this is all going to work out for you guys. I'll be back. And his men watched incredulously as he just got on a boat and sailed away. McGregor never did come back, stiffing all his creditors and leaving the men on the island to their fates. And just to wrap up with this, that fate was that some other American adventurers had sailed over with reinforcements and tried to hold the island. But in December 1817, the United States sent in the Marines, retaking the island and then holding it in trust for the Spanish as the American government negotiated the final purchase of Florida, which was completed finally in 1819. But by then, MacGregor himself was long since departed for other schemes. His next scheme would be taking advantage of Bolivar's call for British mercenaries to join the revolution in Venezuela, which we of course just talked about 2 episodes back in episode 5.15. After reuniting with Josefa, MacGregor had been living in Nassau for just about a year until he was tipped off that the new Republic of Colombia wanted British soldiers. With his experience and connections, MacGregor would be the perfect recruiter, and so he sailed back across the Atlantic to start recruiting, putting in at Dublin in September 1818, and then moving his way over to London. And no one on earth painted fluffier clouds or happier trees than Sir Gregor MacGregor. The fluffiest and happiest part being that each man who joined him would be paid $80 silver upon arrival in the New World, and in no time he had a good 500 men and 50 officers signed up for his personal legion. MacGregor himself led the first contingent of men who departed England in November and who arrived in Lacaille, Haiti in February 1819. But literally nothing MacGregor had promised turned out to be true. There were no silver dollars. There was no pay of any kind, nor were there any supplies or guns. Facing an immediate mutiny and frequent desertions, MacGregor somehow managed to talk some merchants in Lacaille into floating him some loans and equipment, and in April 1819 he was able to announce to his men that they had a mission. They would not be heading down to Venezuela, but instead sailing over to the Isthmus of Panama to seize the city of Puerto Bello and use it as a base to march down into New Granada. And just to be clear here, we're talking about Puerto Bello, not Puerto Cabello. On April the 9th, 1819, MacGregor deposited 200 men on a beach outside of Puerto Bello and told them to surprise the city and capture it. The Spanish garrison inside was not expecting any kind of attack and was pretty easily driven out of the port. MacGregor then strode boldly into town and raised his personal Green Cross flag, made all kinds of impressive proclamations, and then set down to work. But mostly that work was designing cool medals for his officers and grandly taking credit for liberating, the whole world. He did nothing to secure the city at all, or prepare for any further action. Mostly what they did is just kind of sit around and aimlessly drink, and that's when the Spanish launched the inevitable counterattack. Without putting out any patrols to keep watch, on April the 30th, the Spanish were able to walk up, let themselves in, and just open fire. MacGregor himself was asleep when the shooting began, and he jumped out the window and ran for the shore, literally pushing himself out to sea on some driftwood. He paddled across the harbor until he reached the safety of his ship. With the battle unfolding back in town, MacGregor seems to have gotten a message to the men he had left behind, imploring them to hold out, that soon he would be covering them with fire from the ships. But the minute he sent out that message, he ordered the captain to weigh anchor and sail away. The 200 men left in Puerto Bello must have felt their hearts drop into their stomachs as they watched the ships not open fire on the enemy, but instead recede into the distance. They had no choice but to surrender. All of them were tossed in prison. Those that weren't executed anyway. Obviously well ahead of the real story, MacGregor returned to Haiti and was able to spin it in his favor, and he also found an additional 500 or so men that had arrived in the meantime. So MacGregor went back to work on the Haitian merchants, trying to get money and supplies for further operations, but everyone was starting to get a little skeptical, as were the recruits who were now deserting in droves. His problems were exacerbated when 400 more men arrived in early August. This is just as Bolivar is winning the Battle of Boyacá, by the way, for those of you keeping score at home. As MacGregor scrambled with excuses, most of his men simply turned around and headed for home, or departed for other opportunities in the Western Hemisphere. And by September 1819, he was leading just 200 men, though he also now controlled 3 ships. In early October, he announced that they were going to go off and capture the city of Riohacha on the north coast of New Granada, near the border to Venezuela. So they sailed out of Haiti in the first week of October, but this new operation was going to go no better than the old operation against Portobello. In fact, it played out like a verbatim repeat of Portobello. MacGregor landed a force outside the city and said, "Okay, you guys get ready, and I'll be back to personally lead you in a couple of hours." But MacGregor never came back, and after dodging a Spanish force sent out to stop them, MacGregor's men managed to break into Rio Hacha and seize the city. The men then raised a flag to signal that they had succeeded, but MacGregor had so little faith in them that he could not believe it wasn't a trap. And he would not believe it until the commander of that advance force personally rode out to MacGregor's ship and said, "Dude, what are you doing? We have taken the city. Let's go." So into town strides Gregor MacGregor once again, and once again he offered very little in the way of practical direction, and his men fell into aimless drinking. Meanwhile, outside the city, the Spanish garrison was regrouping. Now, the better officers under MacGregor's command, men with actual military experience, could see that this whole operation was as embarrassing as it was dangerous, and so they commandeered one of the 3 ships on October the 10th and fled. Realizing himself that this wasn't going to end well, MacGregor gathered his men together and gave an impassioned and inspiring speech for them to stand fast and defend the city with their pride and their honor. After thoroughly arousing the men, MacGregor himself said, "I have to escort a few of our women down to the shore. I'll be right back." And then he rowed out to his ship and told the captain to sail away. The Spanish counterattacked just a few hours later, and so far as I can tell, all the men that MacGregor left behind were either killed in battle or executed. So Gregor MacGregor is kind of a piece of crap, right? And by now, everyone was coming round to the same conclusion. Word had gotten out about what had really happened everywhere, and by the time MacGregor was sailing away from Rio Hacha, his name was infamous. He couldn't go back to Haiti because his stiff creditors wanted him dead. He couldn't go to the United States because his stiff creditors wanted him dead there too. He couldn't go to Jamaica because the British now wanted him for piracy. And then down in Venezuela, Bolivar had been briefed about how MacGregor had been using the cause of Venezuelan independence to enrich himself and lead good men to ruin. So Bolivar issued a decree that if MacGregor ever set foot in the Republic of Colombia, that he was to be hanged on sight. Now here's the craziest part. Everything that I have told you so far, all these things that have made Gregor MacGregor's name infamous, none of it is why history remembers Gregor MacGregor as such an infamous figure. None of it. Seriously. Because it all gets overshadowed by what he does next, which is engage in one of the single most audacious big cons in history. A con so huge and legendary that it is still talked about by economic historians to this day. They call it the Poyet Scheme. After 6 months in hiding, MacGregor resurfaced on the Mosquito Coast in April of 1820. Now, the Mosquito Coast is basically an uninhabitable stretch of Honduras that was held in a weird kind of colonial limbo. Runaway slaves from New Spain had mixed with the native population over the centuries, and their descendants now populated the region. Now, the British had run into these people at one point and discovered that they were really super anti-Spanish. So the British went ahead and recognized their chief as a king and signed a treaty with him, mostly just to stake a claim to the region against Spanish encroachment. The land, however, could sustain neither crops nor livestock, and as the name suggests, it swarmed with deadly mosquitoes every rainy season. But in the spring of 1820, MacGregor appeared before the court of King George Frederick Augustus, and after a night of drinking, he got the king to sign a document granting him title to 8 million acres of land in the region, where today the north coast of Honduras turns south and becomes the east coast of Nicaragua. This claim in hand, MacGregor got to work concocting an elaborate fantasy that he planned to take back home and sell for a boatload of cash. In the early summer of 1821, MacGregor, his wife Josefa, and their now 3 children sailed back to London. Upon arrival, MacGregor began making the craziest claims of his life. He said that the Mesquite king had made him Cossack of Poyet, that he was now the prince of this country that nobody had ever really heard of. He claimed further that he had come as a diplomatic agent of Poyet to attend the official coronation of King George IV, and more importantly, to promote Poyet to the people of Britain and invite them to take advantage of the opportunity of a lifetime and emigrate to paradise. The only problem was, Poyet did not exist. But at that moment, the British public was ready to believe that it did. They followed the course of the revolutions in Spanish America in the press, but with everything splintering into new countries, it was actually pretty easy for MacGregor to just slip a complete fabrication into the mix. There's Argentina and Colombia, Venezuela, Poyet, whatever. Nobody knew the difference. And he was also able to take major advantage of a speculative bubble in Latin American securities that had been growing as the newly freed governments, like, say, the one Santander was running out of Bogota, tried to raise foreign capital. Getting in on the action, MacGregor talked a uniformly great game. He worked himself back into high society with tales of the diehards and the liberator Bolivar and the paradise that he had discovered in Poyet, a country of which he was now a prince. He even published an extensive guidebook written by Captain Thomas Strangeways, in reality a fictional account written by MacGregor himself that described a country whose beauty was matched only by its bounty. MacGregor had worked out an entire system of government, a description of the economy and the geography and its future prospects. He invented a capital called St. Joseph, which was supposedly as modern a city as any in the Americas and boasting a population of 20,000. None of this existed, though the book still does. It's been digitized by Google, and I posted a link at revolutionspodcast.com if you want to go take a look at some pretty elaborate world building. MacGregor started out targeting working-class families by offering huge tracts of land in Poyet for dirt cheap, totally affordable to like a wage laborer looking to make his life better. Targeting specifically his fellow Scots, he told them that this was their chance to make a Scottish-dominated colony in the New World. And in September 1822, MacGregor had hired a ship, and the first 80 settlers, many of whom had handed him their life savings, boarded that ship and sailed for Poyet, which, remember, does not exist. But the charade of sending off these settlers was probably designed to further MacGregor's scheme in London by alleviating any doubts that a reputable bank might have about his claims. And it appears to have worked, because in October 1822, just like a month later, MacGregor talked a bank into underwriting a £200,000 bond issue bearing 6% interest and getting it posted on the London Stock Exchange. With eager speculators buying up notes on an installment plan, MacGregor now had further cash to keep the scheme going. He opened Poyet consulates in London and Glasgow and Edinburgh to keep building on the con. On paper, this was all a smashing success, and MacGregor became the equivalent of a multimillionaire. Confidence breeding confidence, MacGregor then dispatched a second ship of 200 settlers in January 1823, but shortly thereafter things began to go awry. First of all, of course, the original settlers arrived on the Mosquito Coast in November 1822 and found nothing at all. Believing they had simply made a navigational error, they plopped down and sent out parties looking to make contact with Poyet and find the best route to St. Joseph. The captain of the ship, though, started privately suspecting the truth, though he didn't want to let on. Instead, he told everyone to sit tight here on the coast while I sail off to find the king and get to the bottom of this. He had still not returned when the second ship bearing the new settlers arrived in March of 1823, eager to begin their lives in Poyet. But a few weeks later, the first captain came back and said, "Look, I found King George Frederick Augustus, and he doesn't know anything about any of this, and probably we should give this up now." But the duped settlers refused to believe it, even as the rain started, the mosquitoes arrived, and the yellow fever and malaria set in. So the captain sailed away a second time, ostensibly to search for supplies and ask around about where they were really supposed to be. Finally, about a month later, a magistrate from the British colony of Belize happened to be sailing by when he spotted this random camp on the Mosquito Coast. He came in and asked the people what they were doing there. And when they replied that they were colonists looking to settle in Poyet, the magistrate was like, there is no such place as Poyet, and you're all going to die if you stay here. But they still didn't believe it. I mean, if you've dumped your life savings into a fraud, that can blind you to the obvious reality. And it wasn't until the first captain returned for the second time that they finally started cluing in to what was going on. Because this time the captain had King George Frederick Augustus in tow, and the king angrily said, "You're all trespassing on my land. I do not know who this MacGregor character is. But whoever he is, he's a liar. Now I want you to get out of here. So the settlers reluctantly evacuated to British Honduras, except now the tropical diseases were really taking their toll. By the summer of 1823, about 2/3 of them were dead. The only good news now was that the British magistrates had alerted the Royal Navy of the fraud, and the Navy managed to intercept 5 further boatloads of would-be settlers that MacGregor had filled in the meantime, sparing all of those poor souls an even worse fate. By that point, though, the real juice was already running out of the scheme. The Latin American bubble appears to have burst over the winter of 1822-1823, and many of the initial bondholders decided to cut their losses rather than make further installment payments to MacGregor. By the fall of 1823, the notes were trading at just 10% of face value. And it was right then, in October 1823, that 50 survivors of the Poyet scheme returned to London. Before their stories hit the street, MacGregor said, yeah, I'm really not feeling very good, and he let it be known that he was going to Italy to recuperate. But he wasn't going to Italy. Really, he bolted for Paris just ahead of the scandal hitting the British press, who had a field day with it. Oddly enough, though, the full breadth of MacGregor's con was not grasped. It was so huge and audacious and unprecedented that many even of the swindled settlers believed that they had been screwed by the ship captain, or that MacGregor himself had been duped by the wily King George Frederick Augustus. No one could quite believe that the whole thing really was just Gregor MacGregor wandering around spinning bullshit. And though he had managed to get out of town just ahead of a scandal breaking, MacGregor himself does not appear to have learned any lesson from any of this, or demonstrate the least bit remorse that he had just swindled a bunch of people and sent hundreds off to die. Because when he got to Paris, he started the scheme right back up again. He partnered with an investment company looking to grow their business in the emerging free nations of Spanish America, and MacGregor sold the company 500,000 acres in Poyet for them to then sell to would-be settlers. But this time, there would be no death toll. When the French government started getting requests for passports to Poyet, which no one in the government had ever heard of and did not seem to exist on any map, they were able to trace the claims back and crack down on the apparent fraud. A few of MacGregor's accomplices were arrested in October 1825, and then MacGregor himself was finally tracked down and busted in December. But by a stroke of luck, their main point of contact at the investment house had escaped to the Netherlands with all the incriminating documentation. So MacGregor spent the next 6 months blaming it all on that guy and saying, I too am the unfortunate victim of this swindler. Even after the guy was successfully extradited from the Netherlands, MacGregor managed to convince the French judge that he too was just an innocent victim. MacGregor was acquitted, and the other guy got 13 months in jail. Whatever else he was, Gregor MacGregor was a hell of a talker. Since it had now been nearly 3 years since the first Poyet survivors had returned to London and the press had all died down, MacGregor returned to England, and I kid you not, got right back to selling the same lie. This time he managed to get an £800,000 bond issue floated on behalf of Poyet, but this time it went nowhere. Word had gone round in financial circles that the bond was junk. But incredibly, it was not considered junk because Poyet was invented, and the previous bond had literally gotten people killed. They all just looked at the old record books and said the return on the previous Poyet bond had been horrible, and a part of a speculative bubble we all now regret. So MacGregor was forced to sell the whole lot of the $800,000 for nothing, and nothing ever came of it. Gregor MacGregor spent seriously the next 10 years wandering around floating various versions of his Poyet scheme, either in Edinburgh or London, but was now running into the problem of other unsavory characters starting to claim that they were the true representatives of Poyet, and selling competing bonds to MacGregor's, which just had to have been infuriating, these liars trading on my lie. In May of 1838, though, Josefa, who had been with him this whole time, finally died, and MacGregor could think of no further reason to stay in Europe. In October 1838, he returned to Caracas for, I believe, the first time since the fall of the First Republic way back in 1812, and he presented himself to the government of Venezuela. He claimed that he had been unjustly exiled by Bolivar and requested to be reinstated to his old rank of general and be given 25 years back pay. Now, some of the old revolutionary crew was still kicking around, and a few of them had become enemies of Bolívar by the end, and they vouched for MacGregor's service. So the Venezuelan government reinstated his rank and granted him severance at 1/3 pay. Gregor MacGregor then lived on this income for the next 7 years, dying of natural causes in December 1845 at the age of 58. Gregor MacGregor never repented, nor faced any real punishment for his con artistry. He started out a fairly run-of-the-mill mercenary adventurer and did some good work on behalf of the Spanish-American Revolution, but then just gave himself over to lying and scheming and then running, which between Amelia Island, Portobello, Rio Hacha, and the Poye scheme probably led directly to something like 500 deaths, directly attributable to his various actions and inactions. I'm not sure what exact criminal charge would be best to haul him into court for, but some version of depraved indifference to human life would seem fitting. But he's dead now, and he can't hurt anyone else, but I gotta tell you, if anyone comes around offering to sell you land in Poye, call the cops. So that concludes our little supplemental diversion, and as I said last time, we're now going to return to the main story again in 2 weeks, as I turn my attention to other projects, but luckily, one of those projects will launch in 1 week, and will take the place of our next full episode, because the second Revolutions Podcast fundraiser launches 1 week from today, on October the 30th, 2016. We will have 2 new t-shirts available, 3 totally awesome screen-printed posters, and 5, count them, 5 new episodes of the History of Rome. So I will see you in 7 days for the grand opening of the second Revolutions Podcast fundraiser. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.18, Liberation. So first of all, the fundraiser is off to a great start, and it's at revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. If you haven't listened to the announcement yet, please go back and take a listen. There are new History of Rome episodes. There's stylized screen prints of great revolutionaries. There are a couple of awesome new shirts. If you see something you like, go ahead and buy it. The store will be open until November the 30th, 2016. I really appreciate the support, and just know that all of it is going just to keep the show going. It's at revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. Now, when last we left our intrepid Spanish-American revolutionary, Simón Bolívar had just signed a 6-month armistice with the royalist general Pablo Murillo, and then they had gotten drunk and plopped a big rock down on the side of the road to mark the occasion. But though a monument does indeed sit at the spot in rural Venezuela where they met, the 6-month armistice was not the end of the War of Venezuelan Independence, and in fact, the 6-month armistice did not even last 6 months. It was going to take one more campaign to end the war and liberate Venezuela once and for all. Now, in later years, Bolívar would come under fire for even agreeing to the ceasefire in the first place. The remaining Spanish army was not in good shape, so why let your foot off their throat? Now, it's impossible to tell whether Bolívar really thought the armistice was going to last, but he did later defend himself by saying that he had a secret agenda the whole time, that above all, he wanted General Murillo to leave. Murillo was a good general, the best the Spanish had, and Bolívar wanted him gone. And rumors had likely filtered back across the lines that Murillo had been trying to resign his command for years now, and was possibly just waiting for a good excuse to say, well, my work here is done, I'm going to go home. And if that really was what Bolívar had in mind, then his plan went perfectly. He and Murillo parted company on November the 28th, 1820. General Murillo then rode back to Caracas, made a few final arrangements. He transferred control of the army to his second-in-command, a guy named General Miguel de la Torre, and on December the 17th, 1820, a mere 3 weeks after meeting Bolívar, Murillo boarded a ship and sailed back to Spain, never to return. Now, beyond just clearing Murillo off the board, though, Bolivar's further thinking may have been that time was on his side, that a break in the action helped the Republicans and hurt the Royalists. And if that was his thinking, then he was right about that too. Everybody knew that no more reinforcements were coming from Spain, that the liberal revolt against Ferdinand VII earlier in the year meant that the Spanish troops in Venezuela were on their own. And with so few troops, they were confined to their own territory with little chance of breaking out. And frankly, there wasn't much territory left anyway. The armistice drew a line between Republican-held territory and Royalist-held territory, across which neither side was to cross. The Royalists got the coastline from Caracas west, including some territory around Lake Maracaibo in the far west. Bolivar's Republic of Colombia got the rest. So as the Royalist soldiers sat in their garrisons, they had nothing to do but sit and think about how they were underpaid and underfed and how they had been so far from home for so long. Remember, these are still the soldiers who had come over with Murillo back in 1815. Well, now Murillo has gone home. And look, we're still stuck. And it cannot have been good for morale when they found out that the reason there had been a giant insurrectionary mutiny back in Spain was because their brothers-in-arms in Cadiz were not going to allow themselves to get sent to the Americas. Think of how that must have made the guys already in the Americas feel about being there. And that's not even counting the fact that that insurrectionary mutiny meant that reinforcements were never going to come. There were somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 men left in Venezuela, but I can't imagine a single one of them wanted to be there anymore. So Bolivar likely believed that with each passing day, they would get more demoralized and disheartened, while his own troops would get better trained, drilled, and equipped. So while the Spaniards sat and stewed, Bolivar did lend some further proof that he really was just buying time by continuing to focus on training, drilling, and equipping the Republican forces, just so that they would be ready if, or perhaps when, the armistice ended. Then in January of 1821, Bolivar got further good news coming out of the south. As we will discuss in detail next week, the armies of José de San Martín had begun their march north and were putting the still loyal Viceroyalty of Peru under intense pressure. This had then triggered a local revolt in the city of Guayaquil, who rose up and declared independence from Spain. Now, we talked briefly about Guayaquil back in episode 5.7, The First Cry of Liberty. They were the port city under the jurisdiction of Quito, who kept refusing to support Quito during the various insurrections that they had staged in the precursor revolts. Well, now things are in reverse. With San Martín poised to take Lima, Guayaquil threw off the Spanish yoke and dared the royalists still holding Quito to do a damn thing about it. The revolt in Guayaquil provided Bolivar an opportunity he did not want to miss. Remember, he envisioned the Republic of Colombia incorporating all the old territories of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, and that included Quito and the areas under its jurisdiction, which is today the future nation of Ecuador. The claim to Quito had always been restricted to empty proclamations, though. But the revolt in Guayaquil meant that the time to begin incorporating the region was possibly at hand. And, even more important than jumping before the royalists were able to nip the revolt in the bud, was jumping before San Martín took Peru, because Bolivar was certainly not above wanting to stake Colombian claims to the Quito region before any other Republican faction in South America got there. So in January of 1821, he peeled off 1,000 troops and ordered them to go reinforce Guayaquil, to defend it from royalist recapture, and prepare for what Bolivar hoped would be a two-pronged assault on Quito once Venezuela was well and truly secured. And the man he put in charge of the operation was a man whose name I've been sprinkling into the story, but who is now on his way finally to the center of the stage, Antonio José de Sucre. Now, around this same time, the new Constitutional Convention that had been scheduled after the great victory at Boyacá and the liberation of New Granada started to gather in the central city of Cúcuta. As we will see, none of the delegates, Venezuelan or New Granadan, were exactly thrilled about the union, but they were under strong pressure from Bolivar personally, and they could not help but comply with his wishes. Their informal meetings would give way to a formal session that would run from May to October 1821, and which we will talk about in just 1 minute. So after Sucre left, Bolivar went back to trying to recruit and hold together his army because though he was right that time was on his side, it's not like desertion wasn't still constantly a problem. But come the spring of 1821, he probably had somewhere north of 6,000 men spread out across multiple commands in the west, where he himself was based, and a few thousand more in the far east under General Bermudez. As I mentioned a few episodes back, it was the loyal General Bermudez who now ran the eastern provinces, as Bolivar had made it clear to the ever-disobedient Santiago Marinho that Marinho was just too good a commander not to be here by Bolivar's side. Right here, right by my side. Now, while the armistice was in effect, Bolivar did his best to hold up his end of the bargain. He was in fairly regular correspondence with General La Torre to keep the lines of communication between the two sides open, and if any Republican units got out of line, he issued suitable punishments. But at the end of April, everybody's hand was forced by one of Bolivar's subordinate generals. The general in question is another one of those long-serving revolutionary officers who have been around since the very beginning, but who would just muddy the narrative up if I kept naming them name after name. There's a few guys like that roving around out there, but the one who is about to force everybody's hand is General Rafael Urdaneta. A few years younger than Bolivar, Urdaneta had joined the army way back in 1810, and then linked up with Bolivar at the beginning of the Admirable campaign, and then had been with the Liberator ever since, through thick and thin. He's probably best known today because a huge long bridge across Lake Maracaibo is named after him, the General Rafael Urdaneta Bridge. Urdaneta was himself a native of the city of Maracaibo, which at that moment was on the royalist side of the armistice line, and at the end of April 1821, he apparently got it into his head that he could successfully orchestrate a local rebellion and bring the city and its surrounding territory over to the Republican side. Now, given how loyal Urdaneta was to Bolivar, it's hard to imagine Bolivar did not know what was going on. But the official story was, and is, that Bolivar did not sanction the operation. The revolt was successful, however, and Urdaneta evicted the royalists from Maracaibo, whereupon General La Torre issued an ultimatum to Bolivar. Give the city back by April the 28th, or the armistice will be considered null, and it's back to war for everyone. Bolivar begged La Torre to reconsider and apologize profusely for the violation, but then he prepared to go back to war. Pretty much as soon as he received the ultimatum, Bolivar issued orders to Urdaneta on the one hand and José Antonio Paz on the other. Everyone was to convene at the town of San Carlos, which was about 75 miles southwest of Valencia, to prepare for a final push into royalist territory. He also sent an order to the other side of Venezuela for General Bermudez to prepare a strategic flanking move by directly attacking Caracas and forcing La Torre to peel off troops to defend the capital. Now, at the moment, Caracas wasn't particularly well garrisoned because it was never the military stronghold that like Puerto Cabello was, or even the nearby port of La Guaira was. Now, it would take time for the Republicans to get everything in motion, but as April the 28th came and went, they still had time to prepare because despite his stern ultimatum, it's not like General La Torre was itching to come out from behind his walls and attack. On May the 15th, General Bermudez made the first move of this latest and what would turn out to be final campaign. A fast march from the east took the lightly garrisoned Caracas by surprise. Republican forces entered the city and captured it. But that said, Bermudez did not really have the men or munitions to hold the city, but that was never the point. The point was to draw royalist attention, and that's exactly what it did. General La Torre dispatched 2,000 men to push Bermudez out of Caracas, which they did, no problem, but now that was 2,000 fewer men La Torre had when he went to face Bolivar's army gathering in the west. It took a good 6 weeks for Bolivar to gather that army in the west, with José Antonio Paz and the cavalry coming over from their base in the south-central Llanos, Bolivar coming over from his headquarters in Cúcuta, and then General Urdaneta making a difficult march east along the coastline and then south through the sharp ridge of mountains. But along the way, the intrepid Urdaneta captured Coro and squeezed the royalists out of just a bit more territory. On June the 11th, Paz and Bolivar's forces linked at San Carlos, and then Urdaneta arrived a few days later, bringing their total forces up to about 6,500. General Latorre was not idle during this period and determined that he needed to march out and put an army between the Republicans and what was left of Royalist territory, and he identified a spot between the Republicans and the city of Valencia as the ideal location, where the high plains of Carabobo gave way to a valley that led into difficult hill country. If Bolivar was planning to advance, there was only one road he could plausibly take, and so by mid-June, Latorre had planted an army of about 5,000 men on that road, and they waited. With the two armies now just 50 miles apart at the end of June, Bolivar ordered his army forward, approaching what he hoped would be, but could not know that it would be, the final decisive battle of the war, the Battle of Carabobo. On the night of June the 23rd, with contact between the two armies likely coming in the morning, an ominous portent arrived. The heavens opened up, and a torrential rain began to fall. The Venezuelan soldiers were apparently a little spooked by the omen, but in their midst were a couple of hundred British legionaries, many of whom had been veterans of the Napoleonic Wars, and these guys were like laughing and high-fiving each other. They said, guys, this is actually awesome, because the same thing happened before the Battle of Waterloo, and this thing is in the bag. And so it would be. And as we will see, it will be thanks in large part to that little corps of British soldiers, half of whom would be dead before the next night fell. The morning of June the 24th, 1821, dawned with bright blue skies. Bolivar's army broke camp and approached Latorre's position from the direction Latorre knew they would be coming from, which is never like the greatest way to approach a battle. There was no question that the Royalists would be arrayed to meet them. Now, though he was and would remain in love with the reckless frontal assault, Bolivar decided that this was too obvious even for him, and so he decided to go for the trick that had worked so well in the lead-up to the Battle of Boyacá, use supposedly impossible terrain to his advantage. He divided his army up into 3 divisions, with about half the total troops being assigned to the division under General Paz. While Bolivar made a slow approach north through the pass Latorre had his eye on, Paz was to make a daring flanking move around to the west through supposedly impassable narrow defiles that gave way to broken and treacherous high ground, taking a chance on this supposedly impossible terrain so as not to allow the enemy to fight the battle that they wanted to fight. The Republicans slowly made their way towards the final battle. And there was no good reason for Latorre to suspect that he was about to get flanked, but he was about to get flanked. But even still, it's not like the Battle of Carabobo wasn't a close-run thing. Paz led his mixture of cavalry and infantry through the impossible terrain, and it wasn't until they were right on top of the Royalists that their presence was discovered. But Latorre acted quickly. He ordered half his army to rearray themselves to face this sudden presence of enemy troops to their right, and he turned all his heavy guns in that direction too and just started blasting away. Paz's forces fought and dodged their way onto the high ground they had been aiming for, but when they then turned to charge into the Royalist flank, they ran into a solid wall of battle-hardened Royalist infantry, blasting them with a mix of bullets and cannonballs, critically scattering the Llaneros cavalry before they could land one of their deadly lance strikes. With Paz and his horsemen pushed back in a cloud of confused buzzing, the whole operation might have been sunk, but those couple of hundred British legionaries stepped into the breach. Later reports said that the British stood like a solid wall, trading fire for fire and enduring heavy casualties, but they prevented the Royalists from taking advantage of their initial success and bought Paz and the cavalry time to regroup. And then at a critical moment, the British launched a borderline suicidal bayonet charge right into the enemy line, enduring further heavy casualties as they fought. With the bayonet charge pinning the Spanish down, Paz successfully regrouped the cavalry on the plains behind the Spaniards, so when they came charging in this time, it was a deadly strike on the Royalist rear, and once that charge came, the battle was basically over. Latorre's army was now split in two, with the side that had been facing Paz cut off from the side that was still facing the pass, where Bolivar's part of the Republican army was just now emerging. La Torre determined that there would be no saving the day in his current predicament, and he led the half of the army still under his control on an orderly retreat back north across the plains, and they never stopped until they got back to the safety of Puerto Cabello. The men he left behind, those who hadn't been killed anyway, surrendered as soon as they were surrounded. Now, I've seen different estimates, but of the 5,000 men La Torre had lined up, somewhere between 2,000 and 2,700 were taken prisoner. The Republicans only lost a couple of hundred men, and almost all of those were British legionaries, the men who had decisively turned the tide of the battle. Now, it feels a little petty to point this out, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway. In the Battle of Carabobo, the decisive battle in the War of Venezuelan Independence, the battle that secured Venezuelan independence, and one of the great victories of all the wars of Spanish-American independence, Simón Bolívar himself played no part. Now, the Liberator was well aware of this, and right there on the spot, he promoted General Paz, the man who had actually won the battle, to General-in-Chief. In the still somewhat rickety structure of the Republican Army, Paz answered now only to Bolívar. Not that that really changed anything. Paz had only ever answered to Bolívar, and even then, only when he felt like it. Now, it would of course take a while to play out, but the Battle of Carabobo was the end of the Spanish in Venezuela. General La Torre simply did not have the forces necessary to prevent Bolívar from doing kind of whatever he wanted, and the royalists were all pulled back to either Puerto Cabello or La Guaira. But though they still hold those last key bases, the Venezuelans now had the run of the whole country. Bolívar himself rode straight for Caracas, entering the capital on June the 27th, 1821. It was the first time he had set foot in his hometown in 7 years, not since the famous evacuation he had been forced to lead in the summer of 1814, when the legions of hell were descending and the Second Republic was collapsing. When he entered the city, Bolívar found it silent and hunkered down, the residents not really knowing what had happened out there on the plains of Carabobo, not sure who had won, if the reports of total Republican victory were actually true. But word soon filtered out that yes, the Republicans had won, and the Liberators actually here in Caracas. The people slowly emerged from their houses and shops. They saw that all was indeed well, that Bolívar was there, and triumphant. So shortly thereafter, silence gave way to cheers, and then celebrations, and then a long-running, boisterous party. Bolívar himself went straight to his old house, a piece of property that had been long since confiscated by the enemy, but was now his to rightfully reclaim. Now, I can't find any reports of what state the Caracas house was in, but in general, Bolívar had been financially ruined by the revolution. The various businesses and estates that had been in the Bolívar family going back to the conquest had been confiscated years ago, and those that he might now reclaim were mostly in ruins. For Bolívar personally, the end result of his life as a revolutionary was clear. He had gone from being one of the richest men in Venezuela to being all but destitute. And this was a problem for him exacerbated because of his high-minded, virtuous republicanism. He was consciously emulating the career of George Washington, and Bolívar refused, for example, to accept wages for his service, either as commander-in-chief of the army or president of the republic. But whereas Washington could actually afford this kind of republican chivalry, Bolívar really couldn't. And now that the war was winding down, it was becoming clear just how bad off he was. But even facing this down, he was not deterred from setting a virtuous example. And shortly after arriving in Caracas, he decided to do General Washington one better. Bolívar rode out to the old San Mateo estate, the one that he had once been besieged at by Boves and the legions of hell. This estate was still clunking along under the labor of about 100 slaves working under paid overseers. Bolívar showed up and announced that all the slaves were now free. He really did embrace emancipation after his time in Haiti, and he hoped that his example of personally emancipating his own slaves would spark a similar run of emancipation by his fellow owners. But predictably, his lead was not followed. It was a magnificent personal gesture on Bolívar's part, but the other slave-owning revolutionaries refused to take the economic hit. Bolívar took the hit, despite being one of the poorest of all the senior revolutionaries, because for him the principle of the thing really was now more important than any base material considerations. A few weeks after the Battle of Carabobo, the Congress in Cucuta, the Constitutional Convention, announced that they had now finished the new constitution for the Republic of Colombia, a constitution that, as I just hinted, none of them were particularly happy with. But they felt like they had to set things up to match the desires of Bolívar rather than their own desires, even if Bolívar was not himself going to be 100% satisfied with the job they had done. If you remember back to our 4 quadrants of Spanish-American revolutionaries, Republican monarchist axis, centralist federalist axis, well, the monarchist half of that equation has been dead for going on a decade now. But almost everyone else was some version of Republican federalist, with Bolívar himself remaining one of the few staunch centralists. For him, the Republic of Colombia could only work if it existed under one single central government. But as I've said, despite the fact that he kept harping on this point, no one else ever really agreed with him. They all wanted a decentralized government, and for whatever union might exist between New Granada and Venezuela and then maybe Quito in the future, that it should be nominal at best. Venezuelans did not want to answer to New Granadans, and vice versa. But the Liberator was so singularly insistent on the point of central government that in the end, the Constitution was centralist. The model that the Congress took looked a lot like the United States. There were 3 branches of government, an executive president and vice president, a legislative Senate and House of Representatives, and an independent judiciary. And like the United States, at least at the time, the Congress was supposed to be the dominant branch, responsible for all legislation and in whose hands most final decisions lay. The president was there to execute their laws and only had minimal unilateral authority during a state emergency. The judiciary, though, they made very strong and independent, as most of the men in the room were lawyers who did not unreasonably think that the rule of law was of primary importance to a new republic. They also tried to break free of the old borders, at least on paper, by abolishing the distinction between Venezuela and New Granada and instead creating a bunch of departments that would each be run by an intendant who answered to the central government. But those old distinctions were going to prove impossible to paper over. Finally, as we've seen before, and as would be natural for men of their pedigree, the active-passive citizen distinction was maintained, and suffrage would be based on a property qualification. When Bolívar was given the draft that they had voted on in mid-July 1821, he was disappointed. As he had stressed since the Cartagena Manifesto, he did not believe his countrymen were quite ready for the responsibility that came with a government run by a committee of elected representatives, reliant on blind trust in lawyers and judges. He continued to believe that a vigorous and empowered executive was what the situation required, somebody to cut through all the crap, hold the factions together, and keep the greedy and self-interested men in check while giving the Republic enough breathing room to survive. But it's important to note that, again, like George Washington, Bolívar did not want to be that man. At least that's what he said over and over and over again. And I get the feeling like, if nothing else, he really didn't want to do the job, like deal with civilian politics, issuing memos and managing the implementation of laws, like Santander seemed to love. But even then, it's easy to be skeptical of Bolívar's, oh, I don't really want power, oh, okay, I'll take power. But if a guy does say the same thing over and over again, I do think it's worth taking him at his word. Bolívar believed that as a military man, a man of war, that vesting him above all others with civilian power was a dangerous thing. Somebody needed that power, but it really shouldn't be me. He said, "You tell me that history will say great things about me. I believe that it will say nothing was greater than my renunciation of power and my absolute dedication to the arms that could save the government and the country. History will say, Bolívar took over the government to free his countrymen, and when they were free, he left them, so that they would be ruled by law and not by his will." But Bolívar's election to the presidency was unavoidable. He was the indispensable man. And so when the Congress elected him president on September the 7th, 1821, with Santander elected vice president, there was nothing Bolivar could do but accept. Though, when he rode to Cucuta to accept the presidency, he did so with a light admonishing of the Congress that he really should not be president. He said, "I am a son of war, the man whom combat has raised to government. A man like me is a dangerous citizen for a popular government, a threat to national sovereignty." And so, acting on his own convictions, Bolivar basically made himself a figurehead president, with the day-to-day operations of the new Republic of Colombia left in the capable hands of Vice President Santander. Bolivar himself then turned his attention back to war, the state within which he felt most comfortable, and where his ultimate ambitions had not yet been satisfied. There was still Quito to acquire for the Republic of Colombia, and then he wanted to move south to Peru to secure the final expulsion of the Spanish from all of South America. The War of Venezuelan independence may be over, but for Bolivar, the war went on. But that said, most of the men who had fought and died with him all these years were now rounding up their own service, and they were starting to relax and think about what to do in their new world of independent peace. So while Bolivar went back to planning the next phase of his military career, which we'll talk about more next week, I want to wrap up today by talking a little bit about the country Bolivar would be leaving behind, because though the war would go on for him, for everyone else, the time had now come to see what it meant to live in a free and independent country. So this is going to bring us all the way back around to the racial and class structures that we had talked about existing at the beginning of the revolution. It's now basically time to check up and see how everyone is faring now that liberty is at hand. So at the top of the old pyramid, we can clear those guys out right away because it's the Peninsulares. The Peninsulares are gone now. Now that doesn't mean that men and women from Spain won't remain in the Republic of Colombia now that it has been liberated, just that any special privileges or access to office or any other economic and social benefit they once enjoyed, those are now gone. That very top of the old hierarchy just got lopped off and tossed into the bin. If you were a Spaniard and decided to stay, that was fine, but you were just another white guy. So who stepped up to the top of the pyramid? Well, the old Criollo aristocracy, of course. Now, this was not a reward that had been gained without major cost. At least in Venezuela, the estimate is that over the course of the War of Independence, the white population had been reduced by about half, with death and exile taking their toll on the white population. So to emerge victorious in the new order, you were going to have been one of the ones who lived. But those that did live slid naturally into all the major governmental and administrative posts and had money and capital to take advantage of the post-war economic environment where land and opportunity could be had on the cheap. Even a guy like Bolivar, who, as I just said, at least on paper, was now totally destitute in 1821, well, he had all the clout he needed to not have his lack of funds really get in the way if he didn't want them to. But that old Criollo aristocracy did have to deal with one group pushing their way in to join them at the top. Men who had not been a part of the elite prior to the wars. And that was the senior military officers. Now, of course, some of those guys, again, Bolivar chief among them, but also guys like Santiago Marinho and Santander, had already been a part of the Criollo aristocracy. But there were other poor whites who had joined the army and risen up well beyond their original station. General Bermudez was a good example of that, but of course the best example is Jose Antonio Paz. The poor, barefoot Gennaro was now general-in-chief of the Republican Army, and at the moment, one of the dozen or so most powerful men in all of South America. His kind of self-made caudillos were not exactly embraced by the more genteel Criollo, but their military service gave them claim to both property and power that made them an undeniable force to be reckoned with. And in fact, at the end of the day, they were the power to be reckoned with. Because the course of history in Venezuela and Colombia, it's the story of military strongmen lording it over the civilian government. But then there was another group that also felt resistant to their ascension to power in the new order, and they felt it even more acutely. This was mixed-race military officers. Remember, about half the population was some version of Pardo, that is, a mix of black and white. Most of the Pardos were still trapped in the lower classes, and we'll get to them in a second, but at least a few had joined the army, served with distinction, been elevated at rank, and were now being discharged with legitimate claims to property, status, and influence that would have been unheard of before the revolution. But the reality faced by these rising Pardos gets to the core of the problem of race in post-revolutionary Spanish America. The Constitution of Colombia was explicit on the matter. There were no races in Colombia, there was only citizens, and everyone was equal to everyone else. While the Pardos were quick to discover that this ideal did not really translate into reality, and they found themselves consistently maltreated by their supposedly white equals. Remember, in the final years of the Bourbon reforms, the Spanish administrators had been the ones pushing to roll back the strict racial caste system that had defined the old order. In fact, one of the reasons the white criollo had resented Peninsular administration was that the Peninsulares were trying to make the Pardos the equal of the whites, and the whites didn't like it. Well, as these new rising Pardos tried to transition their children, for example, into being full and equal citizens, giving them access to schools and opportunities, the de jure racism that had defined the old hierarchy was still de facto in effect, even as grand proclamations of racial equality accompanied every patriotic speech. But at least that handful of Pardo officers had the means to live better, even if they were still up creek socially. The vast majority of their lower-class brothers and sisters, though, found themselves even worse off than they had been on the eve of the revolution. Well, now that the Peninsulares were gone, there was no one looking out for the interests of poor Pardos anymore, and their status took a decided step back after independence. Again, they were considered equal under the law, but since almost all of them lacked property qualifications to vote, their interests would be virtually ignored by the post-independence government. And in the years to come, periodic revolts and unrest driven by a mixed-race population demanding that the promise of equality be redeemed would dot the history of free Colombia. Now, the group that should have been able to make a decent jump in status were the enlisted soldiers, both white and Pardo, who had served throughout the wars of independence. But as is often the case, those guys got majorly shortchanged. When wages ran low, they started being paid in land titles by their generals, and when the whole system was centralized, they started being paid in vouchers that would be redeemable for land at some indeterminate point in the future once the war was over. Well, as had happened with the government bonds paid to enlisted Continentals during the American War of Independence, what could a common soldier do with these vouchers? They couldn't eat them, they couldn't drink them, and so what happened? That's right, in come the speculators, who are offering cash for as low as 5% of face value for the vouchers. But if you're a poor enlisted man who needs to buy some food, you sell, no matter how low the price. This meant that when the war ended, men who already had means came away with claims to huge amounts of land, while all the men who had done the fighting and risked death, they walked away virtually empty-handed. Now, this is part of the reason why none of them now had the vote. They had no property to speak of, so their interests, too, were ignored. And since the Constitution put a strong emphasis on private property rights and the judiciary was strict about enforcement, there was no real solution. I mean, you sold your voucher, right? Yes, sir. Well, that means it's his property now. End of story. Next case. So in terms of economic and social leveling, the revolution in Colombia left an awful lot to be desired. And this leaving of an awful lot to be desired extended to the issue of slavery. Because what were they going to do with the slaves? Bolivar was adamant, and would remain adamant, that they all needed to be freed. And he used every ounce of his stature and his influence to get the slaves freed without any kind of deep concern about what the economic or social repercussions might be. But as I just mentioned, none of his fellow slave owners were much interested in following Bolivar's lead. And despite a vague nod to emancipation in the Constitution, the government had little interest in following through. They wrote up a little subsection outlining the process for emancipation with an emphasis on how to compensate owners for their lost property. a special tax would be instituted that would then create a fund that could pay owners for freeing their slaves. But in practice, this was all a dead letter. Nobody wanted to pay the tax, no one fought too hard to collect the tax, and so no owner freed his slaves because he wasn't going to be compensated. So despite Bolivar's begging, pleading, and cajoling, slavery stayed entrenched in the Republic of Colombia. They did, however, write in that it would be phased out over time, that children of slaves would be freed as soon as they turned 18. Later, this would be bumped up to 21. So, in the Free Republic of Colombia, and then in the independent nations that would follow in the wake of Bolivar's death, slaves were still slaves. Finally, there were the native Amerindian populations who have for the most part been completely on the sidelines through all of this. Their population was not nearly as large in Gran Colombia as it was, for example, in Peru. But those who were around were none too thrilled with independence. As I've mentioned, they were subject to a special tribute as a community, but were simultaneously exempt from all other taxation. In the new order, they were now quote-unquote freed from the tribute, but liable for all the other taxes, which ran quite a bit higher. And as if that wasn't enough, the more liberal economics of the new nation emphasized individual property rights at the expense of any kind of communal ownership. So the rhythm of Amerindian life was about to be severely disrupted, as every plot of land now required an individual name on an individual deed. And if you didn't have that, it was pretty easy for some speculator to move on in. But as I've said, how this complicated web of social, economic, and political forces would work themselves out in the months and years after independence, Bolivar himself did not plan to be around to guide it, because his years as a revolutionary had broadened his vision. It was no longer just Venezuela or Gran Colombia that fit Bolivar's definition of the country that he would liberate or die trying, but all of South America. As long as a single South American was in Spanish chains, Bolivar himself would not be free. So, next week will mark the beginning of his pivot south, on his way to his fateful meeting with General José de San Martín and the liberation of all of South America. Now, to tell that story, we have to go back and pick up with San Martín. So next week will mostly be a follow-up to episode 5.13 to catch up with San Martín and Bernardo O'Higgins after the liberation of Chile. So we will come back for that story next week, and until then, please go to revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com to support the show and make sure that I do come back week after week after week to keep telling you these stories. That again, revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.19, The Army of the Andes. Last time, we finally liberated Venezuela from the Spanish. After the Great Republican victory at Carabobo, Venezuela was now independent, and the future of unified Gran Colombia began to take shape. But as I mentioned at the end of the episode, Simón Bolívar himself did not plan to be on hand to shape that future, at least not for the moment. He wanted to keep moving. Liberating the ancient city of Quito was now his immediate goal, and he spoke open and often about wanting to add a third sister to join his triumphs at Boyacá and Carabobo. Once Quito had been brought into the Gran Colombian fold, Bolívar then planned to keep moving south into Peru to complete the liberation of South America. And for all the high-minded reasons Bolívar had for continuing to drive himself, there was under it all a strong undercurrent of professional jealousy. For years now, Bolívar had been getting reports of the progress of General José de San Martín down in the south. By the fall of 1821, San Martin had forged a professional army, marched them through the Andes, liberated Chile, and was now sitting in Lima, Peru, after successfully invading the last viceroyalty on the continent. Bolivar had followed these reports with a mixture of excitement and fear. Excitement, of course, that a man as talented as San Martin not only shared Bolivar's vision of Pan-American liberation, but was pulling it off. But also fear, because as Bolivar was getting these reports, especially early on in 1816 and 1817 and 1818, Bolivar himself was stuck in the mud, and he was deathly afraid of being eclipsed, that the world would remember the name San Martin and forget the name Bolivar. And it was this mix of excitement and fear that helped fuel Bolivar's half-mad rush up into the mountains in 1819 to liberate New Granada. His own personal ego simply could not handle the thought of being left behind. But the last few years had been good for Bolivar, and on the plains of Carabobo he finally liberated his homeland, and the free nation of Gran Colombia, which now encompassed most of northern South America, was secure. And with this success in hand, Bolivar turned his own attention south, and he was soon gathering an army to march first on Quito, and then, when that city was hopefully liberated, to go on forward and link with San Martin, where together, as equals, they could decide the fate of South America. So as I mentioned a little ways back, though, I'm pretty much making the schedule up as I go right now, as I try to juggle finishing the book and producing episodes to keep up my obligations to you, my faithful listeners. So this week, we're going to pick up where we left off back in episode 5.13 when we talked all about Chile and Argentina, and go forward to cover the final liberation of Chile and take San Martin up to the brink of his invasion of Peru. Then next week, we'll be back for a shorter episode that will detail the rather crazy life of Alexander Cochrane, the brilliant, if combative, Scottish captain who would wind up commanding San Martin's navy. And then we'll follow them all through the invasion of Peru from the south, as Bolivar starts making his own way down from the north. So it's been a few episodes since we've talked about events in the south, and it probably wouldn't be the worst idea in the world to go back and re-listen to episode 5.13 in preparation for today's episode. But just to recap a little, after the May Revolution of 1810 in Buenos Aires, the old viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata had fallen into a multi-faction conflict that boiled down mostly to Buenos Aires trying to control the whole of the old viceroyalty and everyone else resisting them. A conflict that was in particular defined by the rivalry between Buenos Aires and the nearby city of Montevideo. This conflict resolved itself, at least temporarily, in 1814 with the triumph of Buenos Aires and the egalitarian Uruguayan patriot José Artigas winding up in control of Montevideo. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Andes, Chile had had their own independence revolution at the end of 1810 that had unfortunately also given way to regional friction, with a faction of patriots up north in Santiago running into trouble with their brothers to the south in Concepcion. Alternating between fighting each other and fighting off various Spanish re-invasions, the Patria Vieja, the old fatherland, had ultimately fallen after the Battle of Rancagua in October 1814. That's when Bernardo O'Higgins ordered his army to run for it, but only the cavalry could actually run for it and everybody else was killed. Remember all that? Good. O'Higgins and the other Chilean patriots had fled west across the Andes for the safety of Argentina, and there they were welcomed with open arms by the governor of the frontier province of Cuyo, General José de San Martin. So that's right about where we left things off in 1815. And though the names and faces would change and change again, in the Rio de la Plata, the basic rivalry between Montevideo and Buenos Aires continued to define events going forward. José Artigas, the egalitarian leader of the peasants and cowboys of the interior, now controlled Montevideo, and in defiance of the centralists in Buenos Aires, who were soon called the Unitarians, no relation, Artigas established a rival federal league, a government that promised decentralized confederal government rather than outright submission to the guys in Buenos Aires. They each vied for the loyalty of the interior provinces and likely would have begun a shooting war with each other, but eventually a new player crashed into the scene, and that was the Portuguese. Now, we haven't talked much about the Portuguese because, well, there's been everything else to talk about. But remember, the Portuguese royal family had fled Europe back during Napoleon's original invasions in 1807, and they still made their capital in Rio de Janeiro. Well, now that Waterloo has come and gone, the Portuguese ruling elite had some decisions to make. And for now, they were like, well, Portugal is nice, but to a certain degree, Brazil really is a better, richer, and more powerful place to base our empire. And so they moved to eliminate any kind of mother country colony distinction between their holdings in Europe and the Americas. But the end of the Napoleonic Wars did encourage them to start thinking about growing Portuguese power again, rather than just retaining what they already had. And the new king decided that capturing Montevideo and annexing the Banda Oriental was a great place to start, as it would give Portugal control of all the territory north of the Rio de la Plata. And so, in March of 1816, Portuguese invaded the Banda Oriental, and it was an invasion that would submerge the region in 5+ years of war, and would eventually end with the defeat of Artigas' people and the occupation of the Banda Oriental by the Portuguese. This occupation would then last until 1828, until another round of war expelled what had by then become the Empire of Brazil, and the independent nation of Uruguay was established. Meanwhile, on the southern side of the Rio de la Plata, Buenos Aires was having enormous difficulties of its own, as its compulsive, centralizing efforts were resisted far and wide. The Federal League, run by Artigas, and the now totally autonomous Paraguay, run by Dr. Francia, refused to let Buenos Aires call the shots. And then inside Buenos Aires, rival factions battled it out for power, and a run of regime changes and coups and counter-coups swapped leaders around and made true unity and centralization all but impossible. It was quite a mess, and in early 1816, factions inside of Buenos Aires called on José de San Martín to take the reins of power, but he didn't want the job. Instead, he pushed for them to establish a new Congress that would declare formal independence from Spain, something they hadn't actually done yet, and then write a new centralist constitution. For the job of supreme dictator of the United Provinces, which is what they were now calling themselves, San Martín backed an ally of his named Juan Martín de Pueyrredón, who would support San Martín's plans in Buenos Aires while leaving San Martín himself free to pursue them. Since it is those plans above all that we are interested in here today, we should move now to San Martín, who has set himself up as governor of the interior province of Cuyo, which ran right up against the steep Andes to the west. Now, for those who did not know San Martín, the governorship of a backwater province far removed from the action seemed a very strange job to cling to, especially when people are routinely asking you to come be the supreme dictator of the United Provinces. But people who did know him knew exactly why he was there. Far removed from the endless political strife of the coastline, San Martín was busy turning Cuyo into his own personal war machine. Now, San Martín was by all accounts also an excellent and conscientious administrator, and the population of Cuyo came to genuinely admire him, but his whole purpose for being there was to prepare for an invasion of Chile, which lay just on the other side of the mountains. And so from this population that came to love and admire him, San Martín turned all their attention towards his dream. And right now, that dream was building up something he now called his Army of the Andes. The Army of the Andes started with a small contingent of cavalry assigned to him by his friends in Buenos Aires, about 700 men, but no more. To this, San Martín was able to add the Chilean refugees who had come over the mountains in 1814, chief among them Bernardo O'Higgins and José Miguel Carrera. The Chilean patriots were, of course, thrilled to discover that Governor San Martín wanted nothing more than to help them re-liberate their homeland, though Carrera soon became disaffected as San Martín and O'Higgins fell into an easy partnership that rankled Carrera to no end. San Martín then set about recruiting from the local population, with a special emphasis on the mixed-race Pardo and Mestizo populations, and then when it became clear that something more drastic was necessary, he filled out his infantry with freed black slaves. As I mentioned in passing back in episode 5.14, this was just around the same time Bolivar was putting it together up in the north that a revolution by and for the Criollo was a dead end. Well, San Martín was way ahead of him, and the Army of the Andes turned out to be one of the blackest non-white armies in all of South America. Even the officer corps was not the lily-white enclave it usually was. By the end of 1816, San Martin had raised somewhere around 5,000 men. But it wasn't just men that San Martin needed, it was everything. And like a little levee en masse, San Martin turned Cuyo into a war machine. San Martin's attention to logistical detail and careful preparation put him in marked contrast with the more romantic windmill tilting that seemed to define Bolivar's career. So San Martin didn't have enough gunpowder. Fine. He sent his people out to gather the necessary ingredients and then taught them how to make him gunpowder. He also said, we don't have cannons, so here's how you have to melt things down to get the necessary metal, and here's how you cast the forges, and here's how you do it. Get to work. Build me cannons. We also need cannonballs. We need wheels and axles and carts. We need shoes. San Martin set up textile factories to weave cloth to make him uniforms and blankets and coats. He also started mass-producing portable foodstuff that would sustain his army through the desolate stretches of the mountains. His people would make food, then dry it out and grind it into a powder like proto-freeze-dried meals that required only the addition of some hot water to turn it into a meal. So where Bolivar had been forced to run his war with captured supplies and what could be procured on the black market, San Martin grew, manufactured, and assembled everything himself. The entire economy of Cuyo was now built around building his army. And the other place that San Martin's preparation shined through was in his intelligence operations, both in the acquisition of knowledge about the enemy, the terrain, and conditions out there, but also the dissemination of counterintelligence to keep his enemy off guard. Using a wide network of spies and making productive alliances with the native Amerindian communities, San Martin soon acquired extensive knowledge about the terrain and enemy fortifications and political situation on the other side of the mountains. He wanted to know everything about what he might be possibly marching into. But he was also interested in spreading outright lies about what he was up to. And this was a game that he loved to play. With the royalists in Chile now aware that an invasion was possibly in the making, San Martin started sending out fake orders. He would reassign units here and then send them over there. He would pretend to have made contact with Chilean guerrillas in the south. Then he would clearly set the stage to go through a pass over here, but oh, nope, now maybe over here. Even his own officers were often confused about what the plan actually was. And the effect was to throw the Spanish army in Chile into dispersed confusion. It was like softening them up with a steady barrage of artillery fire. And the Spanish ultimately concluded, thanks to a few more moves that San Martin made at the end of 1816, that he would do the logical thing and take the shortest pass through the mountains in the south. So it should come as no surprise to us that San Martin was actually planning to take the longer pass to the north. Now, one thing that is worth noting in all this is that even with all of his careful preparations and intelligence operations, this was still a crazy plan. Nobody had ever marched an army through this stretch of the Andes. It was some of the steepest and roughest country in the whole Great Range. There were a lot of skeptics out there, even among his close allies, about whether or not this thing could actually be pulled off. But San Martin was convinced that it could be done. And he was possibly aided by a small fact that I have not yet told you about José de San Martin. He was an opium addict. Now, he came by his opium addiction honestly. He suffered from rheumatism and frequent bouts of stomach pain, and his doctors prescribed laudanum, which is basically liquid opium, as a painkiller, and it became a constant presence in his life. Now, people apparently still argue about whether San Martin was an addict per se, but he was never without his little vials of laudanum. An aide recalled him rolling out of bed and knocking back a slug first thing every morning, and then just re-upping as needed throughout the day. Now, he was never a let's lay around in bed and compose bad poetry opium head. San Martin was highly functional. But still, you do have to remember that through all of this, as San Martin is trying to do all of these things that he's trying to do, and then even when he does them, he's pretty much mildly zonked on opium the whole time. With all his years of preparation now complete, though, on January the 19th, 1817, San Martin and the Army of the Andes began their march into the mountains. The final numbers were 5,200 men, 1,600 cavalry horses, and over 10,000 mules. San Martin personally led the main column, with Bernardo O'Higgins managing the rear guard, while smaller units took alternate routes to keep the enemy off balance and never quite knowing where San Martin was going to emerge. Now remember, though, that because we're in the southern hemisphere, a January launch date means that this is the height of summer, not the dead of winter. I mean, San Martin's not so whacked out on opium that he thinks it's a good idea to march into the mountains in winter. But still, the going was not going to be easy. This was not going to be like a 72-hour sprint, as Bolivar's own crossing would be a few years later. The distance was greater, the passes higher, and he had way more men and equipment to deal with. So the army of the Andes proceeded slowly, day after day, climbing higher and higher. And even though it was summer, the cold started to set in, and then problems with altitude sickness began. Mules and horses started dying of malnutrition and cold, and then men started following them. But they all kept going, because there was nothing else to be done. It took fully 3 weeks to emerge on the other side of the Andes, frozen, exhausted, and malnourished, but they had done it. The army of the Andes sustained its share of casualties, and more animals than San Martin hoped had died along the way, but José de San Martin had just successfully marched an army through the Andes, which he had been told time and time again just couldn't be done. And even more impressively, they emerged ready to fight. Not that his men wanted to fight, but when they emerged into Chile at the Chacabuco Plains, they basically landed right on top of a 1,500-man Spanish garrison, a garrison that was far closer to the pass than San Martin had expected, and he had two choices. He could either let his men recuperate and risk a mass of Spanish reinforcements converging on top of them, or he could order an attack right now while he still had the numerical advantage. Confident that he had trained his men well, he ordered them to prepare for battle. The Royalists were arrayed below them on the plains of Chacabuco, centered around a fortified ranch house. Late in the evening on February the 11th, San Martin ordered 2,000 of his men forward in 2 columns. A 500-man contingent under one of his chief lieutenants, a guy named Miguel Soler, were to take a long circuitous route around to the right, while Bernardo O'Higgins took 1,500 men around to the left. They were supposed to converge on the enemy at dawn and attack as soon as both were in position. But on the morning of February the 12th, 1817, O'Higgins suddenly led his men in a direct attack on the Royalists before Soler's men had reached their position. And apparently, interpretations of O'Higgins differ, whether you are a Chilean or an Argentinian patriot. The Argentinians say that O'Higgins got all fired up being back home, and he wanted to rush forward and grab all the glory for himself, and nearly wrecked San Martin's plans. Chileans, meanwhile, follow O'Higgins' own explanation, that he had emerged from the hills and was hit by a royalist advance no one had expected, and had he retreated, his men would have been picked off one by one trying to get back up the trail they had come down. So, it was either get slaughtered or charge forward. And so he had charged. And this all turns out to be an academic debate, though, because O'Higgins' charge was not a disaster. Soler was finally able to swing around into position, cutting off any royalist retreat. The Spaniards formed a defensive square, but could only hold out for so long, and soon it collapsed under vicious hand-to-hand fighting. So despite O'Higgins jumping the gun, the Battle of Chacabuco turned out to be a rout. 500 royalists dead, another 600 taken prisoner, while the army of the Andes lost only 12 dead and 120 wounded. But more importantly, the road to Santiago was now wide open. When the Spanish governor in Santiago was told that this liberating army had appeared out of the mountains and decisively won at Chacabuco, he recognized that his position was untenable and ordered an evacuation. The army of the Andes then advanced and took the capital unopposed just a few days later. The jubilant inhabitants embraced their liberators, and a hastily cobbled-together provisional government immediately tried to make General José de San Martin supreme dictator of Chile, a job he had no interest in accepting, and said, "I've come here to liberate the Chileans, not rule them." So he pointed them to Bernardo O'Higgins and said, "There is your man." And so Bernardo O'Higgins became the supreme dictator of Chile. San Martin, meanwhile, focused on the next stage of his own grand plans, the invasion of Peru by sea. But there was just one problem. He didn't have a navy. and for the moment the Chileans were in no position to provide one. So after recuperating from the campaign, San Martin left O'Higgins to see to things in Chile, while he himself made the long trip back to Buenos Aires to raise money and ships. Now, upon his return to the Rio de la Plata, San Martin was welcomed as a hero and feted wherever he went, but he quickly found it hard to turn his newfound fame into tangible support. The whole region had devolved still further since the last time he had been there, with Portugal pushing into the Banda Oriental and José Artigas and the Federal League resisting both the Portuguese on the one hand and the United Provinces on the other. For Buenos Aires to peel off money and supplies to ship over for some faraway campaign against Peru, that was the last thing on any of their minds. Even San Martin's ally Pueyrredón couldn't deliver on promises he had made to San Martin to keep up the pressure on the Spanish after liberating Chile. There just wasn't enough to go around, and what was around needed to be kept here at home. Disappointed and angry with the meager support, San Martin then got news that things on the other side of the Andes were not going very well. The supposed mop-up operations in the south of Chile that were meant to clear out the last royalist strongholds turned out to be anything but mop-up operations, and a combination of unexpected royalist strength and patriot mismanagement meant that there was now a real possibility that the gains they had all made the previous year were going to be reversed. So San Martin headed back across the mountains. But when he got to Santiago, he still tried to keep his own personal focus on building up a navy and preparing for his further push north, hoping that O'Higgins would be able to handle things in the south. But it was not to be. As had happened during the Wars of the Patria Vieja, the viceroy in Peru was not going to let Chile just slip away, and so in January 1818, 5,000 royalist troops landed outside Concepcion, and San Martin had to set aside his planned invasion of Peru to go deal with an invasion from Peru. As he pivoted his army around and tried to muster local Chilean forces to go block the royalist march up the coast towards Santiago, San Martin urged O'Higgins and the Chilean government to make a resolution to declare independence formally, which they had not yet done, the hope being that they would give a little patriotic spark of life to the coming campaign. So on February the 12th, 1818, the first anniversary of the Battle of Chacabuco, Chile declared independence. Now these days, Chile celebrates their original September 1810 meetings as the beginning of independence, but thanks to San Martin, this latest declaration would be the one that stuck for good. By the beginning of March, San Martin's Army of the Andes had combined with native Chilean troops to form an army about 6,000 strong, split into 3 divisions. But the campaign did not start well. The division led by O'Higgins, about 1,700 men total, were camped at a spot called Concha Reata when they were hit with a surprise night attack on March the 19th. In the midst of the attack, the Patriot cattle stampeded, causing even further destructive chaos, and O'Higgins himself was shot in the shoulder by a musket ball and badly wounded. The rout was complete, and the Chilean forces fled in panic. And when word of this debacle reached Santiago, terror took hold, because this is exactly how the beginning of the end of the Patria Vieja had gone. But despite what now felt like the inevitable fall of Santiago, the defeat at Concha Reata was not as bad as it looked. A surprisingly large number of troops made it back to the city unhurt and uncaptured. They only lost a few hundred men in all. The Royalists had then apparently decided to get sidetracked, sacking a smaller city nearby rather than keeping up the pressure on the capital. Then 5 days after the battle, Supreme Dictator O'Higgins himself finally arrived back in town, arm in a sling, but defiant and ready to muster every available resource to save the country from reconquest. And General San Martin was himself already in Santiago, directing the defenses of the city, but he wanted to go out and meet the enemy. And he had identified the plains of Maipú, just on the other side of the Maipo River, a few miles southwest of Santiago, as the best place where he might possibly be making his last stand. So leaving the injured O'Higgins in charge of Santiago, San Martin let out somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 men. Like always, accounts differ about the final troop numbers. And on April the 5th, 1818, he made contact with the Royalists on the plains of Maipú. The Royalist army was about the same size as his own. They numbered somewhere around 5,000, and San Martin calmly allowed them to cross the river unopposed, and then apparently watched with delight as they moved over to try to position themselves on the main road to Santiago, entering terrain that San Martin believed would be perfect for a trap. And it was that trap that would prove to be his finest hour as a general. His military intelligence being what it was, San Martin knew that the Royalists would line up their best regiments on their right wing with their weaker regiments on the left. And rather than meeting strength with strength, San Martin lined up his own men the same way, with his weakest on the left and strongest on the right. This meant that each side would be pitting their best men against the enemy's worst men. When battle was joined, things then proceeded as you might expect. The stronger wings pushed back their weaker opponents, and soon the whole battle line was turning in a big counterclockwise motion. So, what's so great about that? Well, San Martin had placed his cavalry in reserve, and as soon as the crack Royalist troops got aggressively overextended, San Martin ordered his reserve cavalry to swing around at high speed and blast their now completely exposed rear flank. And this turned out to be a death strike. The best Royalist troops were obliterated, while their weaker comrades over on the other side of the battle were routed without further difficulty. The fight for the center remained hotly contested for a few hours as the Royalists formed defensive squares and did their best to hold out, but by then it was hopeless. When the dust and the smoke and the fury cleared, the scope of the victory became apparent. The Royalists had marched in with 5,000 men, and of those, fully 2,000 now lay dead, with another 2,200 captured. That is, almost the entire Royalist expeditionary army was now gone. Now this had not come without great cost, as 1,000 patriots also lay dead, but there was obviously not going to be an endless supply of reinforcements coming from Peru, and the loss of this entire army at the Battle of Maipú marked the end of any realistic shot the Spanish had of reclaiming Chile. Famously, the injured Bernardo O'Higgins could not take just sitting around in Santiago for long, and he rode out to take stock of the battle, arriving just as it was winding down. Arm still in a sling, he thundered out onto the field where he found San Martin, and the two generals embraced in a great big glorious hug. The victory at Maipú was, as I said, San Martin's finest hour as a general, and he was once again feted as the great hero of Spanish-American independence, second to none, not even Bolívar, who was himself at that point still ensconced in Angostura. And when Bolívar got word of all of San Martin's victories in the middle of 1818, his mind really started racing about the need to invade New Granada to keep up with his revolutionary colleague to the south. But this latest exploit really just got back to the place San Martin thought he already was, with Chile secured and him preparing for the invasion of Peru, which meant going back to trying to cobble together a navy, which was slowly but surely coming together. In mid-1818, San Martin traveled back to Buenos Aires to request further money, support, men, and ships, but found the situation even further deteriorated than the last time he had been there, and the boys in Buenos Aires were able to provide very little in the realm of material aid. And in fact, now that Chile did seem to be fully liberated, there was talk that the Army of the Andes really needed to come home to help them secure victory over Artigas' Federal League, who continued to make both political and military inroads. And that was to say nothing of the rumor going around, the very true rumor, I might add, that back in Europe the Spanish were massing 20,000 men whose destination would be the Rio de la Plata. So what the government in Buenos Aires really wanted now was for San Martin to come home. But San Martin did not want to do it. He knew that the Army of the Andes would be used first and foremost in the service of one particular faction in a civil war that seemed ready to break out at any moment, and he did not want to waste his army on such a fratricidal venture. The Army of the Andes was an army for all Americans, for everyone to join together and fight the Spaniards, not impose the will of one faction on another. I mean, San Martin sympathized with Buenos Aires, and he himself preferred a strong central government. But call off the invasion of Peru just to come back and kill Argentinians? No way. After multiple resignation threats, San Martin was finally able to squeeze some money out of the government because he was able to instill in them the fear that their greatest hero, their greatest general, might sever his ties to them completely. Although a year later, that's exactly what he would do. So for the rest of the year, preparations for the invasion of Peru continued, and a small Patriot fleet was coming together in Chile. Then, in November of 1818, a crucial piece of the puzzle fell into place when a charismatic Scottish captain by the name of Thomas Cochrane arrived to take overall command of the fleet. And next week, we'll cover the adventurous life of Cochrane before following him to Chile and then following everyone up to Peru. But to finish up here, though, in May of 1819, the government in Buenos Aires promulgated its completed constitution, which was as centralist a document as they could possibly write, and it sparked fury in the provinces. Many of them had been hanging on by a thread anyway, and now that Buenos Aires was making it perfectly clear that they planned to try to run everything their own way, revolts erupted everywhere, joining together with the old Federal League and sparking a full-blown civil war. Pueyrredon himself was booted as supreme dictator. The new supreme dictator then demanded San Martin's Army of the Andes abandon their plan to invade Peru and return to Argentina to defend the government, and San Martin refused. So, the government in Buenos Aires was finally defeated by the combined army of Federalists, who then joined to force them to submit to a decentralized government in February of 1820. Once all of this reached San Martin, he took a momentous step. He gathered his army in Santiago in July of 1820 and said the government under which we were formed is no more. We do not answer to anyone anymore. Today, we answer only to ourselves. The men were all for this. They didn't want to go back and fight in a civil war in Argentina, and they exuberantly ratified San Martin's declaration and voted him commander-in-chief of an army that now fought for no one but themselves and answered to no civilian authority. Back in Buenos Aires, San Martin's reputation took a beating as he was accused of stealing an army, but all they could do was vent and howl. San Martin would not be coming home. He was going to Peru. So next week, as I said, we're going to double back a bit and introduce yet another very colorful character from the very colorful independence, the sea wolf, Thomas Cochrane. After a brilliant naval career during the Napoleonic Wars, during which he routinely ran afoul of his superiors, his subordinates, and public opinion, that is, when he wasn't being justly celebrated as one of the great heroes of the war, Cochrane would eventually seek his fortunes in South America, and he allowed himself to be recruited to lead the liberating navy San Martin was constructing in Chile. And next week, they will all join forces to invade and liberate the last loyal Spanish viceroyalty left in South America. And until then, I hope you'll take the opportunity to swing by revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. It's a busy time for me around these parts, and I'm doing my level best to hold it all together, so please do your part to help me keep the lights on at least by going to revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. And if you don't, for some reason, see anything there you like, you can also always just go to revolutionspodcast.com and click the support button up in the upper right-hand corner and give any amount you'd like, without needing anything in return besides the hours of entertainment I've hopefully already provided and hopefully will continue to provide in the future. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.20, The Sea Wolf. So I just want to start by saying how much I appreciate all the support we've been getting at revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com. When this episode posts, there will be just 10 days left to get your stuff and support the show. And then after the store closes on November the 30th, I will make my big bulk t-shirt and print order, and everything should start shipping in the first week of December to get to everybody by Saturnalia. RevolutionsPodcastFundraiser.com. So last week, we brought Jose de San Martin, Bernardo O'Higgins, and all their friends through the Andes, where after a couple years of fighting the Spanish and arguing amongst themselves, they all liberated Chile. Now, as we'll see today, there were still a few Spanish strongholds left in the country, but with the benefit of hindsight, we do know that Chile is never going to be reconquered. And with the Patriots now in control of Chile for good, Jose de San Martin was able to go back to his planned invasion of Peru, and after liberating himself from the government of Buenos Aires in July of 1820, he could now pursue the final boss without distraction. San Martin's plan was to use the small but growing Chilean navy that was anchored in Valparaiso to ferry his army up to Peru and then converge on the capital of Lima from all sides, landing armies that would besiege the capital by land while using the navy to blockade it by sea. Now, it was a fairly audacious plan, given that at the moment San Martin's army was not more than 5,000 men, while the Spanish still had just shy of 25,000 men spread out across the territories they still controlled in Peru and Upper Peru. But that 25,000 was dispersed all over the place, and San Martin was betting that if he could be bolstered by Peruvian recruits, that the liberating forces would always be able to at least match man for man any Spanish garrison in any given area. And the naval side of the invasion, however, was still a little dicey. By July of 1820, that is when San Martin declared his army a free agent, he had at his disposal 8 warships and 16 troop transports run by about 1,600 sailors, a mix of Chilean locals and British and North American mercenaries. Now, it was absolutely critical for this fleet to not only successfully ferry the army up the coast, but also to maintain the blockade of Lima. As long as Lima could be supplied and reinforced by sea, it could hold out indefinitely. So neutralizing the Spanish Navy and controlling the Pacific coast was the key to San Martin's plan. Luckily, the man now leading that little navy was the flamboyant and enormously capable Scottish captain, Lord Thomas Cochrane. And though Cochrane and San Martin would come to hate each other's guts for a variety of reasons, both good and bad, Cochrane would turn out to be the man who made sure that the key to San Martin's plan was properly turned and the great viceroyalty of Peru was finally unlocked. And because Cochrane is so important to this phase of Spanish-American independence, and lived quite a life both before and after his adventures in Chile, the best way to explain the liberation of Peru is through the eyes of the sea wolf. Lord Thomas Cochrane was born on December the 14th, 1775, into an eccentric family of Scottish nobles. His grandfather, Thomas Cochrane, the 8th Earl of Dundonald, was a career army officer and occasional MP who sired a dozen children, including 8 sons who lived to adulthood, a cohort of brothers who would all enter into various aspects of military and political life, some of whom would wind up respectable, some not so much, and some, like our man Thomas, a bit of both. Of this horde of Cochranes, who all came of age at around the same time, the Earl of St. Vincent, who, as First Lord of the Admiralty, had had cause to deal with most of the Cochranes at one point or another, said, "The Cochranes are not to be trusted out of sight. They are all mad, romantic, money-getting, and not truth-telling, and there is not a single exception in any part of the family." Now, this is hyperbole, but not by much. Thomas's father, Archibald, was the eldest of all these mad, romantic, money-getting, not truth-telling brothers, and so when the old patriarch of the clan died in 1778, Archibald inherited the family estates and became the 9th Earl of Dundonald. An exceedingly clever chap, Archibald was an inventor by disposition, and though he was pretty brilliant and did innovative work using coal tar to protect ship holes and developing uses for soda, his work never paid off financially, and by the time Thomas was a teenager, the family fortune was pretty well spent, and its estates were being sold off. So, despite being the eldest son, Thomas had to go off like he was the younger son of nobility, and his father pushed him to join the army when he was 13. but Thomas hated army life and begged to join the Navy instead. Finally, his father relented, and in 1793, at the age of 17, he was enrolled as a midshipman in the Royal Navy, which, as you'll notice, was just in time for him to get in on the beginning of the Wars of the French Revolution. Thomas was promoted to lieutenant in 1796 and mostly spent his time blockading Cadiz after the French whipped the Spanish and forced them to switch sides in 1795. The young officer was sharp and brave, but he also did not suffer fools gladly, even when, or maybe especially when, they were his superior officers. And in 1800, he escaped a court-martial with a mere reprimand after being accused of insolence to a superior officer. But one of Thomas's uncles, Alexander Cochrane, was on the respectable side of the family and had himself become an admiral by that point, and so he kept his nephew's naval career on track. And before we move on, I should mention that this uncle, Admiral Alexander Cochrane, just so happened to be the governor of Barbados when Francisco de Miranda and the Leander expedition came through in 1806. Admiral Cochrane offered support and a place of refuge for Miranda before and after the failed invasion, and it was Alexander Cochrane's letters back to the ministry that led the British to take Miranda back into their employ after he returned to London in semi-disgrace. So after dodging the court-martial, young Thomas Cochrane got his first command, and from the beginning showed off his daring and knack for cunning deception that would define his career. He escaped a Spanish patrol boat by pretending to be a Dutch neutral merchant ship under quarantine. He captured a Spanish warship and all 263 sailors on board with just 48 men after tricking the Spanish into thinking reinforcements were on the way. He took down some anchored French privateers by attacking in boats with all his men, leaving only a skeleton crew on board his own ship, and that skeleton crew used a complicated system of ropes and pulleys devised by Cochrane to make it look like the warship was fully operational, when in fact there weren't even enough men left on board to fire the guns. A few months later, Cochrane then successfully destroyed an entire French merchant fleet by sneaking his men up into the fort that was supposed to be protecting them as they sat anchored in the harbor, and then blasting them out of the water with the French army's own guns. After being briefed on the exploits of Lord Cochrane, the Emperor Napoleon himself dubbed Cochrane the Seawolf. The British public ate all of this up, and Cochrane decided to parlay his fame into a political career. The Cochrane clan was always coming in and out of Parliament, and Thomas decided to get in on the action. After losing an election in early 1806 after refusing to buy votes, Cochrane didn't make the same mistake twice. And in the spring of 1807, he was elected MP from Westminster. A reform-minded liberal, one of Cochrane's abiding passions was rooting out corruption in the Admiralty, which did not sit well with his superiors at all. So shortly after he took his seat, they ordered him to sail at once for the Mediterranean coast, where he could kill Frenchmen and not make any more trouble for them. There, he again performed splendidly, raiding the coastline as the French began their invasion of the Iberian Peninsula. And in late 1807, Cochrane famously held Fort Trinidad and delayed the passage of a 6,000-man French army for 2 weeks with just 80 men. When he finally had to give it up, he rigged the fort with explosives and blew it up so that the French couldn't use it. But Cochrane ran into major problems in 1809, when the irresistible force of his talent ran into the immovable wall that was the Admiralty. A small French fleet of 11 ships had escaped the British blockade at Brest and was now raiding around the Bay of Biscay. Finally tracked down to a small channel near the so-called Basque Roads, sea lanes south of La Rochelle, and the French now occupied a strong anchorage in a channel between two islands, and they could only be rooted out with extreme measures, and Lord Cochrane believed he had such measures in hand. He presented to his superiors improved plans for fire ships and exploding vessels of his own design. After spending a few weeks preparing everything, Lord Cochrane personally led the first wave, and he sent off the 3 exploding vessels that were packed tight with gunpowder and mortars and grenades. These ships did the work of blowing up the boom that the French had erected across the channel to prevent any ships from entering. Now, this was supposed to be followed by a bombardment of 22 fire ships, and a fire ship is just an empty ship that gets set on fire. But the fire ships were cut loose a mile away from the channel, and only 4 actually hit their target. But still, the French fleet panicked at the sight of this wave of fire coming at them, and purposefully ran their ships aground so the crews could escape this apparent explosive onslaught. Cochrane saw all these beached and vulnerable ships and signaled for the admiral running the operation to please attack now, but despite receiving the signal, the admiral didn't get moving for a good 6 hours, allowing the tide to come in and refloat the French fleet. Now, Cochrane finally forced the admiral to send some ships to attack by pretending that his own ship was damaged and adrift and that he desperately needed help. This detachment was in the end able to take out 4 of the 11 French ships, but the rest got away, and Cochrane was furious at the admiral for the missed opportunity. He was then doubly furious when he got back to London and discovered that the admiral was going to get a citation for this victory of the Battle at the Basque Roads, while Cochrane himself was barely getting a notice. He made no secret of his feelings, and the press, who already loved him, trumpeted Cochrane's version of events. The besmirched admiral demanded a court-martial to clear his name, but because a court-martial is just a bunch of his buddies sitting around in a room, the admiral was exonerated, even in the face of clear evidence that he was, in fact, full of it. So though the truth and the press were on his side, Lord Cochrane's name was now mud in the Admiralty, and his naval career seemed over. Again, Napoleon was later briefed on all of this, and he laughed. He said, "Both the French and British admirals were imbeciles, and thank God nobody did what Cochrane said, or my whole fleet would have been lost." Instead, Cochrane was stripped of his command, and he pivoted over to civilian politics. Still a member of Parliament, Cochrane was a part of an emerging group of liberal radicals in the House of Commons who made trouble for the conservative powers running the war by highlighting corruption, sloth, and incompetence wherever they could find it. In 1810, Cochrane got caught up defending his friend and fellow radical MP Sir Francis Burdett, who had offended the honor of the House with some intemperate insults and was now in danger of being thrown in the Tower of London. With agents on the way to pick his friend up, Cochrane rigged Burdett's house with explosives and seemed sincere about his willingness to blow the whole place up rather than let Burdett be taken alive. When Burdett realized his friend was serious, he diffused, almost literally diffused, the situation and was taken into custody and temporarily tossed into the tower. Now a confirmed gadfly and pariah in polite society, Cochrane then fell in love with a 16-year-old common girl named Kitty, who he then proceeded to marry for no other reason than love. His uncle Basil, the richest now of the Cochrane brothers, disinherited his nephew over the marriage, cutting Thomas off from really any promise of a comfortable life. His failing fortunes are what made the real scandal of his career so believable, even to those who liked him and wanted to believe the best of him. So, just as we talked about Gregor MacGregor and the Poyet scheme as one of the most audacious scams in economic history, we're going to talk about how Lord Thomas Cochrane was implicated in one of the first great stock market frauds. Indeed, it is called the Great Stock Exchange Fraud of 1814. On the morning of February the 21st, 1814, a man claiming to be the personal aide to the British ambassador to Russia disembarked in Dover with extraordinary news. The French Imperial Army has been decisively routed in eastern France, and the Emperor Napoleon has been killed in the fighting. This message was then confirmed and relayed up the post roads to London by 3 French royalist officers, spreading the good news that the Bourbons had reclaimed the French throne. This stunning news spread like wildfire through London, and when it hit the city, the London Stock Exchange went nuts. Any government-backed security shot through the roof as men sought to get in on the financial stability that was sure to follow this great victory. But now you're already saying to yourself, what on earth are you talking about? Napoleon didn't die in eastern France in early 1814. I mean, Waterloo isn't even for another 16 months. None of this is true, is it? And no, it was not. By the afternoon, the government had issued a stern rebuttal of the rumor, and the victory bubble burst as quickly as it had formed. It did not take long for the authorities running the London Stock Exchange to suspect deliberate fraud had taken place. And combing back through the records of the biggest winners of the brief bubble, they came across the name Andrew Cochran Johnston, the youngest of the mad romantic, money-getting, and not truth-telling Cochran brothers. The record showed that Andrew had purchased shares in a government stock on margin just 1 week earlier and then sold them at the very height of the bubble, clearing over £1 million profit. Further investigation then unraveled everything, and connections were made between Andrew, his stockbroker Richard Butt, and the man who said he was the aide to the Russian ambassador, who turned out to be a down-on-his-luck mercenary just playing the part he had been assigned. Then this little circle was connected to our man, Lord Thomas Cochran, because it turns out that Thomas had dined with his uncle and Mr. Butt on the morning the fraud had begun, and been among those who profited in the swindle. The fake ambassador's aide then also claimed that Lord Thomas had given him money to make his getaway. Now, Cochran claimed he had no knowledge of anything. He didn't deny the breakfast, and he didn't deny that he had met this down-on-his-luck mercenary, but he said, look, I didn't know what they were up to. I only made 1% on the deal, and that was only because I had an automatic sell order with Mr. Butt. So far from profiting, I actually missed out on the whole thing. But the circumstantial evidence piled up way too high for any juror to really believe that Lord Cochran's protests of ignorance and innocence were legitimate. The whole crew was indicted in late April 1814, and by June the trial was wrapping up. Cochran's disreputable uncle Andrew, the man clearly at the center of this scheme, managed to escape to France before the verdict was handed down. But Lord Thomas Cochran, great naval hero and MP, was not so lucky. He was sentenced to 1 year imprisonment in King's Bench State House and ordered to pay a £1,000 fine. His name was then removed from the Navy's pension list, and he was booted from Parliament, though his defiant and well-paid supporters went ahead and re-elected him in the next election anyway, even though he was sitting in prison. Now, Cochran was not exactly ruined by all this. The whole affair only deepened his popularity in the small but vocal radical circles, who now considered him a martyr, prosecuted by the malicious conservative enemies they all shared. He served his sentence, paid his fine, and was released shortly after the real news came, correctly this time, that Napoleon had been defeated at Waterloo. So despite the stock market scandal, Cochran was still an MP, and he spent the next 3 years as a radical member of Parliament railing against the conservative post-war governments and joining in the movement for parliamentary reform to get rid of the kind of rotten boroughs that had actually elected Cochran in the first place, and backing universal manhood suffrage. But by 1818, he was pretty well down on his luck. He had been cut off from his naval pension, and despite constant badgering, was never given his full share of the prize money from his success out on the high seas. Now approaching insolvency, his house was seized for failure to repay debts, and it really did seem like there was no hope for him to ever recover his career or his fortune. Enter the Chilean ambassador to Great Britain, Jose Alvarez, who had a job offer he wanted to discuss with Lord Cochran. For the patriot South Americans, Lord Cochran's misfortune was a huge opportunity to procure the services of a man who, if nothing else, was a uniformly brilliant naval officer. Alvarez offered Cochran command of the navy that José de San Martín was putting together for his invasion of Peru, and after extravagant promises of the profits to be made, Cochran agreed to join the fleet, and he turned his back on Great Britain. In August of 1818, Lord Cochran, his wife Kitty, and their 2 young sons boarded a ship and sailed for Chile. While en route, Lord Cochran, without any apparent patriotic hang-ups, tried to convince his new bosses to swing by St. Helena and rescue Napoleon from exile, then bring the great man to South America and install him as like emperor of the liberated continent. The Chileans apparently listened politely to all this and said, yes, well, we've already gotten word that the viceroy in Peru has landed an invasion force back home, so maybe we should just keep moving, okay? Now, by the time the ship docked in Valparaiso in November 1818, that invasion force had long since been destroyed by San Martin at the Battle of Maipu, which we talked about last week, and for Cochran at least, the situation really was as it had been described to him back in London, kind of a rare occurrence for British officers recruited to serve in South America. General San Martin and Supreme Dictator O'Higgins had by now acquired a little fleet of 7 warships, some of them purchased in England, some in the United States, and a few others captured on the high seas, including what became Cochrane's flagship, a 48-gun frigate rechristened the O'Higgins. As the new vice admiral, Cochrane's job was to get the fleet into real fighting shape and hopefully make some effective cruises up and down the coast to clear space for the invasion of Peru. The bulk of the Spanish fleet, 14 warships in all, was stationed in Lima's heavily fortified port of Callao. Neutralizing that fleet and blockading Callao was Cochrane's overriding mission, and in January of 1819, he sailed out on his first voyage as Admiral of the Chilean Navy. He dropped most of his ships outside Callao so they could begin a blockade of shipping into Lima, while he himself conducted raids up and down the Pacific coast. Well versed in sea raiding from his days in the Napoleonic Wars, Cochrane found the coast of Peru easy pickings, as most of the natives had never had to deal with anything more than the odd pirate. But the chain of command in the Chilean Navy was still a work in progress, and the man Cochrane had left in charge of the blockade, and the man he had replaced as commander of the Chilean Navy, by the way, claimed that he was short of supplies, and inexplicably sailed back to Valparaiso in June of 1819. So, returning to Valparaiso and reasserting his authority and regrouping the fleet, Cochrane promised to break Callao by the end of September, and he sailed back up the coast. Always the explosives expert, Cochrane hoped to use a new type of rocket he devised to bombard the main fortress of the port, but they did not work as well in practice as they did in theory, and Cochrane was forced to break off the attack without doing any real damage at all. So then on his own initiative, he abandoned his attempt to capture Callao and instead decided to try his luck further south. Now, though the Battle of Maipú had saved Chilean independence, that did not mean that the Royalists were gone for good. And down south of Concepcion, there was a particularly hard iron nut that they could never crack: the fortresses of Valdavia. Ironically built by Bernardo's father, Ambrosio O'Higgins, when he was Captain General of Chile, the heavily fortified mouth of the Valdavia River was called the Gibraltar of Chile, and would forever remain an entry port for the Spanish if they decided to come back. Lord Cochrane got it in his head that he wanted to go take it. Cochrane combined every trick he knew to take Valdavia, which was defended by a string of 7 different forts plus an island castle, collectively manned by 1,600 Spanish soldiers and 118 cannons. In all of the wars of Chilean independence, the Patriots had never come close to seizing Valdavia. But in December 1819, Cochrane picked up intelligence that the forts were expecting 3 Spanish ships any day now, and so he sailed down with 3 ships of his own, hoisted the Spanish flag, and waited for a pilot to come out from shore to navigate him through the treacherous harbor. This guy was of course seized, and then Cochrane sailed away, much to the bewilderment of the Spanish soldiers manning the forts, who still thought the vessels were their comrades, and that them picking up and leaving was very peculiar behavior. Cochrane then sailed back up to Concepcion, picked up 250 soldiers, and came back down to Valdavia in late January 1820. But as he was making preparations to attack, his ship, the O'Higgins, accidentally ran into a reef, and though it was patched together, was crippled and taking on water. So Cochrane transferred his 250 men to 2 smaller ships, and then, using the intelligence they had pumped from the captured pilot, they flew the Spanish flag and sailed on into the harbor just as confident as you please. And it wasn't until they were practically landing that the soldiers in the forts put together that these were not, in fact, their comrades. Landing now under heavy fire, the little Chilean force took cover until night fell, and then they launched what became something of a stampede attack on the string of forts. They attacked the fort closest to their position, overtaking it, and sending the defenders racing for the next fort in line. But the Chileans were so close on the heels of these running Spaniards that they were able to fight their way into the second fort too. So pretty soon, the defenders of the first 2 forts were all running together for the third fort, and chaos was reigning. It went on like this all night, and by morning the entire west side of the harbor had been captured by the Chileans, and the main castle was forced to surrender under threat of bombardment. With only one fort left, Cochrane then ordered the O'Higgins to come barreling into the harbor, which scared the last of the Spanish soldiers, who did not realize the ship was running on a skeleton crew, was crippled, probably did not have enough men to run the guns, and frankly, might sink at any moment. But the appearance of the O'Higgins broke Spanish morale, and the remaining garrisons all fled up the Valdavia River towards the city of Valdavia proper. 2 days later, Cochrane's men followed them, and rather than fight it out, what was left of the Spanish garrisons evacuated into the deep interior. At the cost of just 7 dead, Lord Cochrane had taken the supposedly impregnable Gibraltar of Chile. With this victory in hand, Cochrane was now a bona fide war hero. And at this point, he also apparently followed up on his stymied little dream of freeing Napoleon and bringing the great French general in to rule the continent, and he ordered a fast ship to sail back around Cape Horn and make for St. Helena. But by the time this ship arrived a few months later, the exiled emperor was clearly on his last legs, and would in fact die less than a year later. So despite Cochrane's dream, there would be no final chapter for Napoleon in South America. It would make for a good alternative history, though, if you're into that sort of thing. So this all gets us back to where we left off last time, in July of 1820. San Martin has declared his own personal independence from Buenos Aires, and final preparations for the invasion of Peru are now wrapping up. And on August the 21st, 1820, the Great Liberating Fleet set sail. Now with 8 warships and 16 troop transports, manned by 1,600 sailors, Cochrane's navy ferried San Martin and 4,100 men north, landing first at the Peruvian city of Pisco, 150 miles south of Lima, on September the 7th, 1820. San Martin disembarked his forces and hoped to raise more recruits from liberated slaves in the region, but the owners had been tipped off that he was coming, and so they moved everybody inland, and the Patriots were only able to raise about 600 new black soldiers. Ever careful, though, San Martin stayed in Pisco for a good 6 weeks, sending about 3,000 men on a great sweeping march in through the interior to clear out local Spanish forces, raise more men, and then converge on Lima. But the sitting around and doing nothing started to rub Cochrane the wrong way. He was chomping at the bit, and he started making reckless accusations that General San Martin was in fact a coward who was afraid of actual combat, and San Martin got understandably sick of Cochrane's impatient carping. He had a plan. It was going to work. Just relax. But unwilling to sit idly by, Cochrane went a little rogue. He led a few ships back up to Callao, ostensibly on a reconnaissance mission, but really, Lord Cochrane was just looking for some action. Spying the Spanish flagship, the 44-gun Esmeralda, anchored in the harbor, Cochrane decided to seize her. Orchestrating a daring night raid by boat, on the night of November the 5th, Cochrane and his men took the crew of the Esmeralda completely by surprise. The Spanish sailors offered stiff resistance, and Cochrane himself was wounded in multiple places, but after less than 20 minutes of fighting, Cochrane and his boys took the Esmeralda. The shore batteries were then alerted that the ship had been seized by the enemy and started firing their guns into the darkness, at which point any neutral merchant ship in the harbor quickly raised their prearranged light to signal their neutrality and sailed away from the fray to avoid the bombardment. Cochrane's men simply raised lights of their own to match the neutral signal and sailed away with them. The capture of the Esmeralda turned out to be a major turning point. The Spanish fleet was now well and truly cooped up in Callao and could not hope to break out without risking total annihilation. Meanwhile, the whole rest of the Pacific coast, practically as far north as Mexico, was now dominated by Cochrane's Chilean navy. And in fact, it was a direct result of these naval victories that the port of Guayaquil revolted in January of 1821, just a few months later. This was the revolt that led Bolivar to peel off Sucre to go capture the city before San Martin could claim it for himself. Controlling the sea had always been the key to victory in Peru. And though Cochrane and San Martin clashed personally and clashed over strategy and really clashed over everything, he kept up his end of the bargain, and he handed San Martin the key to victory. After the Patriots landed a second liberating force north of Lima, the slow strangulation of the capital began. With their forces now taking control of the interior roads in and out of the city, and their navy cutting off all hope of resupply and reinforcement, the population of Lima started to get nervous, and then they started to get desperate. In February 1821, the old viceroy was then overthrown by a more liberal Spanish general, though this was not at all in preparation of surrender, but rather to offer stiffer and hopefully more united resistance. While the situation inside Lima grew more desperate by the day, Lord Cochrane kept urging San Martin to attack, and San Martin kept refusing. Instead, he smuggled Patriot propaganda into Lima and let it be known that he might start letting food in to relieve their suffering. You know, none of you are my enemies. Not even the Spanish garrison is my enemy, and they will never be my enemy so long as they do not meet me on the field of battle. San Martin was not a coward, but he did want to take Lima without firing a shot, and it drove Lord Cochrane nuts. But events kept working in San Martin's favor. In early July 1821, the new general in charge of the Spanish garrison announced his intention to pull all of his forces out of Lima and hole up in fortified Callao, leaving the capital itself wide open to attack. Terrified that a horde of black and Indians were about to come murder them all in their beds, the residents of Lima begged General San Martin to please enter the city and defend us. And so, on July the 9th, 1821, José de San Martin entered Lima. But as he had done in Chile, San Martin made it clear that he had come to liberate the Peruvians, not to rule them. 9 days later, he orchestrated the formal declaration of Peruvian independence. But the liberation of Lima did not mean the liberation of Peru, and up in the mountainous interior, Spanish forces were regrouping to hold their last precious possessions in South America. And San Martin's lack of adequate resources and his soon-to-be failing political reputation would come to hinder his ability to bring about the full liberation of Peru, leading his occasional correspondence with Simón Bolívar, his fellow liberator to the north, to turn into a more practical correspondence about how to join forces and enter the endgame of Spanish-American independence. So we'll move back up to deal with Bolívar and that part of the story next time, but before we go this week, we have to wrap up with Lord Cochrane. Now, through his 2.5-year service to Chile, Cochrane and San Martin had clashed repeatedly. While just days after the declaration of Peruvian independence, the two finally blew up at each other. As we'll see next time, the now essentially stateless San Martin was ready to leave Chile behind and focus on Peru, and to that end, he started talking about his desire to buy the Chilean Navy from O'Higgins and recommission it for the Patriot Peruvians. Cochrane was 100% opposed to the idea and thought the whole scheme reeked of treachery and betrayal. All the more so when Cochrane started demanding to settle all accounts for him and his men now that the war was supposedly over, and San Martin seemed to be deliberately stalling. On August the 4th, 1821, the two got into the argument to end all arguments. Cochrane accused San Martin of being a drug-addled coward, and San Martin accused Cochrane of being a hot-headed mercenary. Cochrane then stormed off, boarded his ship, and after taking the temperature of his men, led them north to track down a treasure ship that had been dispatched by San Martin to help pay for operations in the north. Cochrane overtook the ship, seized it and its treasure, and dispersed it amongst his grateful sailors. He then kept sailing, looking for any other lingering prizes he might catch, making it as far north as Acapulco by January 1822, before turning around and heading back to Chile. When he arrived in Valparaiso, he was greeted as a hero, doubly so because it was clear that he had defended Chile's honor and sovereignty against San Martin's manipulations. Cochrane warned Supreme Dictator O'Higgins that San Martin could not be trusted, but by then O'Higgins had come to rely on a secretary who really did not like Lord Cochrane at all, and so despite his heroic service, Lord Cochrane was becoming persona non grata. Now, Cochrane's adventurous life was not over, though. This was just the end of one chapter. At the end of 1822, he was contacted by agents from Brazil in much the same way he had once been contacted by agents from Chile. A civil war had broken out among patriot Brazilians who refused to be resubordinated to European domination, and they had launched a war of independence, and Cochrane agreed to take over their navy just as he had taken over the Chilean navy. And so in January of 1823, he sailed back around Cape Horn, never to return. But his time in Brazil went much like his time had gone everywhere. He was successful in war, but squabbles over honor and prize money led him to depart Brazil at the end of 1825 under a cloud of mutual recriminations. He then went off and joined the Greek navy, who were fighting for independence from the Ottoman Empire, and he fought well in that war until it came to an end in 1829. So that's 3 wars of independence in a row for him. Cochrane then returned to Britain somewhat rehabilitated. He was re-enrolled in the Royal Navy and got his pension back, and then he started getting promoted back up the ladder, eventually becoming an admiral. When his father died in 1831, he also became the 10th Earl of Dundonald. After a series of promotions took him all the way to the top of the Admiralty, he finally died of an operation to cure a kidney stone in 1860. But we are now far removed from our story. We have to get back to Peru, which we will do next time, and finally bring about the face-to-face meeting between José de San Martín and Simón Bolívar in liberated Guayaquil in 1822. But I'll close today with a note on scheduling for the show, because I do have some more clarity for you. So next week is Thanksgiving, and there won't be a show, but then we're going to come back after that, and I have 2 more ad commitments to fulfill between now and the end of the year, one on December the 4th and one on December the 11th. After that, the show is going to shut down for the rest of 2016. Now, Christmas and New Year's have always been blackout periods, but this year I need to retreat to my secured writing bunker, not to emerge until the manuscript for the storm before the storm is finished. As I've said, I'm handing off that manuscript right after New Year's, but that will only begin the truly formal editing process, which, having never written a book before, I have no idea how long that is going to take. But the book is almost done. So anyway, next week, no show. Then back in 2 weeks for 2 more, and then I disappear. So I will see you in 2 weeks for 2 more episodes, and then I will see you all on the other side. Swing. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.21, The Third Sister. Okay, so first of all, the fundraiser is now closed. It went great, and I cannot thank you guys all enough for the support. The show will go on because I think we can all agree that the show must go on. So if you've ordered a shirt or a print, the emails with tracking numbers should start showing up in your inbox any day now. But I do want to say that though merchandise sales are now closed, the 5 new appendices for the history of Rome will remain available at revolutionspodcast.com indefinitely. There's no reason to take them down. I have also elected to throw back up the 5-sided cross, which is a story I wrote a while back for the 3-day novel contest and then recorded as an audiobook and sold during the first fundraiser. It's a half serious, half satirical detective story about a mysterious MacGuffin with magical powers, 3.5 hours of entertainment for only $10. So you can still go to revolutionspodcastfundraiser.com and get the History of Rome appendices or the 5-sided cross, while all the physical merchandise should be going in the mail any day now. Okay, so getting back to it, we have strayed a bit from Bolívar the past few episodes, abandoning him after the victory at Carabobo so we could go down and snag José de San Martín and bring him up to Lima. So when last we left our intrepid liberator, it was October of 1821, and he had just accepted the presidency of the new Republic of Colombia. But if you will recall, though, he didn't really want the job, and he left day-to-day administration of Colombia to Vice President Santander, who really did want the job. As much as Bolivar avoided civilian politics to keep his focus on military affairs, Santander embraced civilian politics and was happy to never have to fire a shot in anger ever again. The liberator and the man of laws were in that respect the perfect team, Bolivar running the army, Santander running the government. But their diverging responsibilities would soon lead to friction between the two men, as Bolivar would grow impatient with Santander's obsession with legal formalities, while Santander would get exasperated with Bolivar's imperious demands. As soon as the two men formally took up their offices in October 1821, this friction began to reveal itself. Bolivar ordered Santander to dig up 5,000 men and appropriate arms and supplies, and have them ready to march south out of Bogota as soon as possible. Now, Santander did his best to accommodate the liberator, but this was the beginning of a long-running feud between them, with Bolivar constantly demanding more Colombian men, more Colombian arms, and more Colombian money, even as he himself marched further and further away from Colombia. But for the moment, Bolivar's objective was still to make Colombia whole, to go evict the last remaining royalists from Colombian-claimed territory in some heroic battle, finding that third sister who joined Boyacá and Carabobo to mark the liberation of Quito. So, Santander supplied Bolivar with an army. So to set the stage here, remember from our last few episodes that after Lord Cochrane's naval victories secured the high seas for the Patriots in 1820, the critical port city of Guayaquil declared independence at the end of the year. As soon as he heard the news, Bolivar dispatched 1,000 Colombian troops under Brigadier General Sucre to ensure that Guayaquil remained free from Spanish rule, but more importantly, that it was eventually integrated into Gran Colombia. So as Bolivar gathered his troops in Bogota at the end of 1821 to march off and liberate Quito, his plan was to lead his army to the coast, ferry them all down to Guayaquil by sea, link up with Sucre, and then together they would all push up into the mountains together to capture Quito. And by early December, Bolivar had gathered about 4,000 men, not the 5,000 he had asked for, but it was deemed good enough. And on December the 13th, 1821, Bolivar marched out of Bogota. But his grand plan was thwarted by some bad intelligence. A report came up from the coast that Spanish ships were landing more troops and controlled the entire coastline. But this was not true at all. Somebody just saw a single ship landing a small party of about 800 reinforcements and then wildly exaggerated what was going on. The false intelligence forced Bolivar to alter his plans. Abandoning the sea route, he would now march the rough mountain road southwest all the way to Quito, while sending orders down to Sucre in Guayaquil to come up and hit them from the other side. The only problem, though, was that royalist forces had pretty well bottled Sucre up in Guayaquil, and he couldn't get out. And given the communications lag time between the two forces, neither Sucre nor Bolivar really knew what the other was doing, and it was more by luck than anything else that they managed the two-front offensive on Quito. The change in plans meant yet another feat of patriotic endurance, as the long march through the mountainous roads to Quito took months and took its toll. It cost Bolivar men to death, injury, and desertion practically every day. But after slogging unhappily along for a few weeks, Bolivar finally got some good news. Approaching Popayan, the first major royalist-held city on the road to Quito, Bolivar was delighted to be presented with a note from the commander of the city's garrison. Not only was he ready to surrender, but he was willing to defect. So this is great news. Not only did Bolivar not have to fight to secure Popayan, but he got a whole bunch more troops to boot. Suspecting that this was evidence of collapsing royalist morale, and that collapse of morale might be exploitable, Bolivar hatched what he thought was a pretty clever plan. As he marched towards Pasto, the next major city on the road to Quito, he wrote back to Vice President Santander, requesting that he compose fake news articles reporting that the Spanish were giving up hope on holding South America, and then plant them in Bogota newspapers. Bolivar also requested fake official communiques that would show the Spanish requesting safe passage for negotiators, and then warm letters of greeting from both Vice President Santander and General Paz back in Venezuela. Now, given the recent liberal revolution back in Spain, the idea that the Spanish might have dispatched envoys to negotiate surrender was not at all implausible. And so when Bolivar reached the gates of Pasto, he had this stack of evidence supporting this fake story. But unfortunately, he found the royalists in Pasto far more hostile to the Republic and not buying this propaganda for a second. Maybe it was true, maybe it wasn't, but they were not going to believe it until they heard it straight from the lion's mouth. So his ruse failed. Bolivar tried to keep marching rather than get bogged down besieging Pasto, but as he moved, 1,200 royalists from the Pasto garrison marched out to block his path. In rough volcanic country riddled with steep cliffs, the two armies ran into each other at Bomboná in late April, where the royalists successfully took strategic high ground and waited for Bolivar to try to march through. Giving himself back to his old instincts, Bolivar decided that he could take the outnumbered royalists on Easter Sunday 1822, and he ordered his men on a full frontal assault up the steep cliffs to try to capture the high ground the royalists held. The results were predictably gruesome, as Bolivar's forces took heavy casualties. But one intrepid patriot officer led a unit on a daring climb up a sheer cliff face to get the drop on the royalists. But even with this success, the fighting went on until night fell, and under the cover of both darkness and fog, the Pasto royalists elected to withdraw from their position rather than keep fighting. So technically, the Battle of Bomboná was a victory for Bolivar, but it was a Pyrrhic one to be sure, costing him 600 dead and wounded, to say nothing of the desertions that followed in the immediate aftermath. So despite claiming it as a victory, the Battle of Bomboná was obviously not the third sister Bolivar was hunting for. And in fact, much to his later chagrin, it would turn out that he would not be the one to find that elusive third sister. And in fact, in the story of the liberation of Quito, the role of the liberator was to act as mere distraction, a distraction that allowed Antonio José Sucre to break out of Guayaquil and attack Quito from the other direction. And since it would be Sucre and not Bolivar who would find the third sister on the slopes of the Pichincha volcano, let's now finally bring Sucre onto the board. Antonio José de Sucre was born in the eastern Venezuelan city of Cumaná in 1795. Descended from old Flemish nobility that had come over to Spanish America a century earlier, Sucre's grandfather had served as governor of both Cuba and Caracas, and then Sucre's father was the governor of Cumaná province at the time of his birth. So though little Antonio was not Caracas aristocracy, he was born and raised in Cumaná, he was still the son of the elite Criollo ruling class. As would have been standard for a boy of his position, he was enrolled in a military cadet academy as a young teenager. But this was right as the world was being turned upside down. I mean, Sucre was only 12 when the abdications of Bayonne hit. So young Sucre remained enrolled in the army through the next few turbulent years, as the Caracas junta took over in 1810, and then as Venezuela declared independence in 1811. Stationed in the east as a junior officer, though, Sucre does not appear to have seen much military service during the campaigns that have been led by Francisco de Miranda, and after the fall of the First Republic in 1812, Sucre appears to have just been amnestied by the victorious Monteverde. Now from here I lose track of him a little bit, because though we know that Sucre got papers that would allow him to depart for British Trinidad, it's not clear that he ever actually left. If he did go to Trinidad, that means that he linked up with Santiago Mourinho there, and probably joined the 45 who came back over into Venezuela to restart the war. But more probably, Sucre stayed in eastern Venezuela, and simply joined Mourinho's growing army when it arrived in early 1813. Whichever it was, though, he joined Mourinho's army as it liberated the eastern provinces through 1813. This is as Bolivar is coming through on the Admirable campaign, all of which culminated in the founding of the Second Republic. But after the founding of the Second Republic, Sucre's life took a tragic turn. As we saw in episode 5.11, when the legions of hell pushed the Republicans east, Sucre's homeland became a bloody war zone, as the war to the death here was still in full swing. No one was spared, not civilian, not soldier, and most of Sucre's brothers and sisters and extended family were killed through the bloody year of 1814 as the Second Republic collapsed. Sucre himself only survived because he followed General Bermudez to the relative safety of Margarita Island. But that turned out to only be a temporary safe haven, because Pablo Murillo's Grand Armada came roaring over the horizon in April 1815, and the last Venezuelan Republican holdouts on Margarita Island were forced to flee to Cartagena. This means that Sucre was present for Pablo Murillo's subsequent siege of Cartagena, and along with Bermudez and the wily Scottish general Gregor MacGregor, Sucre was among those who staged the final breakout from Cartagena in December 1815, and was among the Patriot refugees who then sailed for the Republic of Haiti. In Haiti, Sucre reunited with Mourinho, and was promoted to colonel and became Mourinho's chief of staff. But this was also the first time Sucre encountered Bolivar, at least in close quarters, and though I do not know what they made of each other at first glance, by now Sucre had developed loyalties to a greater revolutionary cause that extended beyond the scope of caudillo-style local power pursued by his longtime superior, Mourinho. They all then sailed to Venezuela together, but as I mentioned in episode 5.14, when Mourinho started ignoring the orders of El Jefe Supremo Bolivar, Sucre was in the party of 30 officers who abandoned Mourinho and rode off to join Bolivar, signaling that his attachment to the revolutionary cause was greater than his attachment to any particular man. Made commander of the lower Orinoco River, he was then elevated to general in 1819 by Vice President Saya, who was looking for men more committed to the greater revolutionary cause than any personal attachments. This is when Saya is trying and failing to exert authority over Mourinho and Arismendi, and he promoted the supremely capable Sucre to general, even though he was still just 25 years old. So Sucre was not present for Bolivar's march up into the Andes or the Battle of Boyacá, but he did meet Bolivar as the liberator came rushing back to Angostura to deal with the coup that had been orchestrated by Mourinho and Arismendi. This was all in episode 5.17. Now, Sucre had already earned Bolivar's affection when he abandoned Mourinho, but this is the point where it appears that he really started viewing Sucre as a potential heir apparent. Though young, Sucre showed wisdom beyond his years. His only fault really was a habit of micromanagement. He wanted to write every dispatch and review every supply shipment. But in the ragtag Venezuelan armies that often seem slapped together with nothing more than bravado, a little micromanagement was not exactly a bad thing. So Sucre attached himself to Bolivar and earned the liberator's trust to the point that Sucre was one of the principal go-betweens during the final negotiations with General Pablo Murillo in 1820, and so he was there when they all got drunk and dropped the big rock down on the side of the road. And so when news subsequently came in January of 1821 that Guayaquil had revolted, there was no man Bolivar trusted more to head down to the city and defend it both from Spanish reconquest and, more importantly, to preserve it for future annexation into Colombia. There were very few men that Bolivar could trust out of sight, and Sucre proved to be the best of them. And Bolivar would later say that if God let you choose a family, that he would have chosen Sucre as his son. After finally arriving in Guayaquil in the spring of 1821, Sucre and his 1,000 troops proved to be a welcome addition to the cause. Mostly. The all-important port city was technically within the boundaries of the Viceroyalty of New Granada, had been for nearly a century, and was thus slated for future integration into Gran Colombia. But before that, they had been a part of the Viceroyalty of Peru, and Guayaquil's daily economic and social ties clearly faced south down the coast to Lima. Everyone passing through the harbor at Guayaquil was either going to or coming from Lima. So the population there was split about how they wanted to handle their independence. Most wanted to join themselves to Peru as soon as San Martin liberated it, while a few others did prefer Colombia, possibly suspecting that with their capital located in hard-to-reach Bogotá rather than right down the coast in Lima, that their local autonomy might actually be enhanced. So Sucre and his men were welcome. 1,000 men is nothing you say no to, but the pro-Peruvian faction kept their eye on the young Colombian general. Sucre made an initial attempt to start clearing out the road to Quito in the summer of 1821, but he ran into such heavy resistance that he was forced to fall back to the safety of Guayaquil. In fact, in Sucre's estimation, without massive reinforcements, he was all but trapped in the city, and he wrote dispatches north to Bolivar and south to San Martin to tell both great generals just that. By this point, though, San Martin had entered Lima and declared Peruvian independence, and after receiving Sucre's request for reinforcements, he ordered 1,200 men to march north. Now, this was both a show of patriotic solidarity, but it also offered San Martin a chance to start staking his own claims to the region. With these men on the way, Sucre then marched out of Guayaquil again in January of 1822, taking a circuitous route to Quito. Rather than heading northeast straight at the capital, he instead headed due south, marching along the coast before turning and swinging up to the highland town of Saraguro. There, he linked up with the 1,200 Peruvian reinforcements led by the highly capable young colonel Andres de Santa Cruz. Now, Santa Cruz is a minor player in our story, but just so you know, he goes on to be president of liberated Bolivia from 1829 to 1839, in the middle of which he also became the supreme protector of the Peru-Bolivian Confederation from 1836 to 1839. That was during the War of the Confederation that was fought against Chile and Argentina. Because FYI, it's not like Spanish-American independence is going to magically solve all the factional struggles in South America. Anyway, Sucre and Santa Cruz prepared to march their combined army, now of about 3,000 men, through the mountains up to Quito from the deep south, rather than coming up at them from the coast. As winter gave way to spring, Sucre and his army slowly advanced on Quito, forcing the all but nominal garrisons he encountered along the way to fall back at the first sight of this patriot army. And none of these garrisons could be reinforced, because at the same time Bolivar's army is marching down from Colombia, and was predictably soaking up a lot of royalist attention. By late April 1822, Sucre had captured Riobamba and was making his final approach on Quito. The royalist leadership in the capital finally realized that Sucre posed a very real threat, and they heavily fortified the main roads leading into town. These fortifications were strong enough that Sucre determined a direct attack on the city would be suicidal. So rather than take the main roads, Sucre led his men up around through the treacherous volcanic peaks around the city to flank Quito's defenses. It wasn't until mid-May that the royalists realized Sucre was marching around them through the mountains. They tried to regroup, but with one final push up and over all 10,000 icy feet of the great volcano at Chichen Itza, Sucre's army came pouring down out of the mountains on the morning of May the 25th, 1822. Sucre's army was met by a royalist defense force about 2,000 strong, and the two sides were instantly locked in an intense battle where neither side seemed to be able to get the upper hand, and they were both quite literally trying to get the upper hand, using the steep terrain to constantly take higher ground than the enemy currently held. Eventually, after hours of fighting, though, the royalist lines collapsed back towards Quito, just ahead of a formal order from their commanders to retreat. The Patriot forces pursued these retreating royalists all the way to the gates of the city, but Sucre ordered his men to not enter the city. He didn't want them charging in and plundering everything in sight, because they were here to liberate Quito, not sack it. The next day, Sucre demanded the garrison commander of Quito surrender, and now believing that it really was hopeless to hold out, the commander surrendered. And so Sucre was able to lead his men peacefully into Quito. A savvy and generous man of honor, Sucre went out of his way to keep his troops on a tight leash so that their arrival would be celebrated by the residents and not resented. He also followed through with the terms of surrender he had worked out. After placing the surviving royalist troops in custody, any Spanish soldier who wanted to depart the country was free to depart with full military honors. Although if anybody wanted to stay and defect to the patriot cause of liberty and justice, etc., they were free to do so. Most of the soldiers elected to quit the country and go home, but more than a few walked across the lines. The fall of Quito was the great big domino the Patriots hoped that it would be. The remaining royalist-held cities in the region threw up their arms and said, "Forget it, we're done," as soon as they heard the capital had been taken. Even the staunch holdouts in Pasto refused to just go down with the ship, and with Bolivar still lingering in the vicinity, they signaled their surrender. Now, as was usually the case with Bolivar, he was thrilled and dismayed by all this. Thrilled for all the obvious reasons, total victory and all that, but he was a little ticked off that his victory at Bomboná was going to be overshadowed by Sucre's victory at Chichen Itza, that the glory for finding the third sister would go to Sucre and not Bolivar, and he wrote a few dispatches back to Santander trying to position the official story of the campaign as Bolivar being the victorious general. But to be fair to Bolivar, he would soon get over his disappointment. I mean, it was Sucre, after all, who won the battle, and if he was going to share the glory with any man, it was Sucre, whom Bolivar quite literally loved like a son. And for his part, Sucre went out of his way to not upstage the liberator, and always gave Bolivar full credit for the capture of Quito. He had no intention of playing Sulla to Bolivar's Marius. And if you don't get that reference, boy, I have a book that will explain it all to you, forthcoming from Public Affairs Press. On June the 16th, 1822, Bolivar himself rode into Quito at the head of his remaining forces and was greeted by thronging crowds of jubilant residents. Sucre himself studiously kept out of the way and deferred all hails of liberator to Bolivar, soothing the general's admittedly fragile ego. Bringing Quito into the Colombian fold was a huge accomplishment, and one that would be celebrated without any hurt feelings amongst the senior commanders. What had been a ludicrous pipe dream back in Angostura in 1817, when they first claimed that all of New Granada would be a part of Gran Colombia, was now reality, and Gran Colombia was now whole. For Bolivar, the capture of Quito was the end of one chapter in his life and the beginning of another, and not just in terms of his revolutionary career, but also in his personal life. Since the death of Pepita Machado back in 1819, Bolivar had been a bachelor. Yes, there had been some drama in Bogota concerning a young woman who Bolivar fell for but who did not fall for him back, but other than that, he had been on his own. And that all changed on June the 16th, 1822, because at a celebratory ball held the night of his arrival in Quito, Simón Bolívar met Manuela Sáenz, changing both their lives forever. Manuela Sáenz was born out of wedlock in Quito in 1797. She was the daughter of a Peninsulari merchant and an unmarried Criolla woman. So like Bernardo O'Higgins, Manuela's birth was a scandal. Deposited in an orphanage that specialized in such cases, the girl was raised in polite obscurity until her mother died when she was 6 years old. Now normally this would have left her in complete obscurity, all on her own, but to the shock of his family, Manuela's father decided he was not going to abandon her. So without formally acknowledging paternity, he totally acknowledged paternity. He not only supported her financially, but also routinely brought her around for any family function. So though Manuela was an orphan, she grew to be a comfortable member of the local Criollo society, though due to the circumstances of her birth, she would never be completely accepted. So Manuela's peculiar insider-outsider upbringing mixed with a naturally precocious personality to produce a young woman who was smart, self-confident, and did not give a damn about the conservative social and political values that had made her an embarrassment and gotten her mother shunned by her family just for the crime of giving Manuela life. By the time Manuela was a teenager, the wars of Spanish-American independence were raging, and she became a fire-breathing patriot. When she was 17, her father arranged for her to be married to a middle-aged English merchant named James Thorne, who resided in Lima, and who would become Manuela's path out of the shadow of her orphan childhood. And though Thorne was, in many ways for her, a terrible match, he was a dull man of business set in his ways, neither spontaneous nor looking for a good time, nor looking to upend the political order, but he was in other ways the perfect match. He did not try to contain his young wife's energy, and while he traveled on business, he was happy to let her run the show back in Lima. A good bookkeeper and a persuasive negotiator, and now mostly free to run her life as she saw fit, Manuela enjoyed an independent life in bustling Lima. Always a committed patriot, Manuela was thrilled at the arrival of General San Martin in 1821, and she became a fixture of Patriot society after the liberation, so much so that San Martin actually gave her a medal for her work supporting the cause. But when news came along a few months later that Quito was about to fall, she hurried back home to see what she could do to protect her father. An old peninsular set in his ways, her father was not going to survive the new South American order without help. With luck, Manuela would be able to shield him from patriotic retribution, which probably meant securing him safe passage back to Europe. So she arrived in Quito just ahead of Bolívar, and at the celebratory ball on June the 13th, 1822, the two laid eyes on each other for the first time. Falling for each other instantly, the 25-year-old Manuela and 38-year-old Bolívar embarked on a passionate love affair. And whenever he could get away from official business, they were together. So much so that it would eventually become more convenient to simply mix business and pleasure, and Manuela would become not only his lover, but an active partner in the future campaigns to liberate Peru, and then the project to try to keep Gran Colombia together, as the thunderous cannons of war gave way to the silent long knives of politics. But for the moment, Bolívar did not yet realize that he had a partner in Manuela. And within a few weeks of arriving in Quito, Bolívar said, "I have urgent business in Guayaquil and I have to leave." And it was urgent business. Bolívar had by now traded a further round of correspondence with General San Martin, and it had not been pleasant. The protector of Peru had written the liberator and said, "Hey, congratulations for all your success, but don't even think about annexing Guayaquil," to which Bolívar had replied, "Yeah, Guayaquil is totally a part of Colombia, and I'm totally going to annex it." But Bolívar did further say, "Let's not do this by letter. You should come north. We should meet in person, and one great general to another hash all of this out." So by mid-July, staying in Quito was no longer an option. After extending the invitation to San Martin to come north, Bolívar had to get to Guayaquil before San Martin did. So despite the furious protests of Manuela, Bolívar rode down to the coast, leaving her behind. And next week, Bolívar will indeed beat San Martin to Guayaquil, setting up a summit between the two great generals that would see one of them depart the revolutionary stage forever. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.22, The Guayaquil Conference. By the summer of 1822, General José de San Martin was not a happy man. After more than a decade of obsessive striving, he had finally fulfilled his dream when he triumphantly entered Lima in July of 1821, but that was probably the last time he was even remotely happy. Since then, he had been plunged into the vicious world of Peruvian politics, which were beginning to make the rivalries back in Buenos Aires look positively restrained. As we've seen repeatedly, San Martin was not really cut out for politics. He was far more comfortable as a general than a statesman. And for all the differences between San Martin and Bolívar, differences we're going to talk about here in a minute, they shared a common preference for war over politics, it being far less treacherous terrain. But unfortunately for San Martin, there were now no campaigns to distract him. The last Spanish royalists had abandoned the coast and retreated to their strongholds in the mountains, and San Martin knew he did not have the men or the resources to go defeat them. So, unable to go off to war, San Martin had to sit in Lima. As the protector of Peru, he tried to oversee the creation of a new government, but it was not going well. And the unhappy San Martin gave himself more over to the opium and drinking, and letting his secretaries do the actual work. As the months passed, Lima's disenchantment with the protector began to grow. And disenchantment was a common emotion for San Martin to leave in his wake. Back in Argentina, his name was still mud for stealing the army of the Andes and never coming back. In Chile, he was now under suspicion because he had transferred all of his time and attention to Peru, leaving his old friends like Bernardo O'Higgins behind. San Martin had then gotten into a huge fight with Lord Cochrane after trying to buy the Chilean Navy, which also had not sat well with the Chileans. And then when Lord Cochrane had sailed back through Santiago, he warned O'Higgins not to trust San Martin. Meanwhile, inside Lima, the protector was caught between angry merchants who had been ruined by his blockade, conservative royalists just waiting for the Spanish to come back around, and then patriotic Republicans whose support for San Martin was about to be dealt a crushing blow. And then everyone in Lima was equally ticked off that San Martin had left day-to-day operations to his chief secretary, a guy named Benito de Monteagudo. Monteagudo was imperious and arrogant, and with San Martin slumping through a life increasingly filled with opium, the secretary started playing Sejanus to San Martin's Emperor Tiberius, which, hey look, 2 Roman references in as many weeks. I wonder where my head is at these days. Complicating all of this was the fact that his one base of support inside the city, the diehard patriots, learned a horrifying fact about San Martin. Because one thing that I have not yet revealed about San Martin, no, he doesn't have another drug addiction, is that not only was he a centralist like Bolivar, he was also, gasp, a monarchist. Now, we haven't seen hide nor hair of the centralist monarchist quadrant of the revolution since, about 1812. But through all his campaigns of liberation, San Martin was, and would remain, a monarchist at heart. Now, he was not a believer in conservative absolutism, of course. I mean, he's an enlightened liberal Freemason after all. But San Martin thought a constitutional monarchy was the ideal structure of government. In his negotiations with the Viceroy of Peru to end the siege of Lima, San Martin had assured the Viceroy that he was open to a monarchy ruling liberated Peru. This did not sit well with his fellow revolutionaries when word got out. Bolivar himself couldn't believe it, and he thought it was libelous propaganda that had been cooked up by San Martin's enemies. Now, the revelations of this monarchism would also negatively impact San Martin's dealings with Bolivar and the Colombians, though the more pressing issue was Guayaquil. San Martin had sent 1,200 men under Colonel Santa Cruz up to help Sucre defend Guayaquil and liberate Quito, but San Martin firmly believed that Guayaquil belonged to Peru, and he was furious that Bolivar and the Colombians seemed determined to steal it, and his recent correspondence with Bolivar had revealed that both men held mutually exclusive positions. San Martin expected Guayaquil to become a part of Peru. Bolivar was determined to make it a part of Colombia. So when San Martin heard that the Colombians had liberated Quito, San Martin knew that the confrontation over Guayaquil was coming, and so he boarded a ship to sail north to assert Peruvian sovereignty. And he cannot have been looking forward to the confrontation, but I imagine it was also nice to get out of Lima for a little while. And when San Martin departed, he thought Bolivar was still up in Quito, and that San Martin would then have an opportunity to put in at Guayaquil and stake Peru's claim to the city while waiting for the Colombians to come down out of the mountains to meet him. But as we saw last week, as soon as Bolivar dashed off his invitation to San Martin, he hopped on a horse and rode to Guayaquil as fast as he possibly could. So it was to San Martin's great horror that upon arrival at the port of Guayaquil on the evening of July the 25th, 1822, he was told that Bolivar was already there and waiting for him. Angry and embarrassed, the proud San Martin refused to get off the ship as if he was the guest and Bolivar was the host, and a tense little standoff ensued. After more than a day of going back and forth, San Martin finally relented when Bolivar came down in person to board San Martin's ship, him coming to San Martin rather than the other way around. Bolivar then led the protector of Peru towards the palace where he would be staying, flanked by an honor guard of patriotic soldiers and pushing through throngs of jubilant inhabitants. The people of Guayaquil knew that they owed their freedom more to San Martin than Bolivar. In their first personal interactions, the two great generals were a study in emotional contrast. San Martin was reserved, aloof, rigidly straight, and somber. Bolivar, on the other hand, was like an excited child, jubilant, pacing the room constantly, and on the verge of tears at the significance of finally shaking the hands of the great General San Martin. But underneath their different exteriors, both were doing exactly the same thing, sizing each other up. And though it would be lovely for the story if they departed blood brothers who would remain fond pen pals for the rest of their lives, both would unfortunately leave very disappointed in the other. Bolivar and San Martin had 3 private meetings with no aides or secretaries present, at which we know zero about what they said. No notes, not even a diary entry of what was discussed. But thanks to the correspondence between the two men we do have, leading up to the conference and then immediately after the conference, we know basically what the topics at hand were and what their respective positions were. No doubt exhausted by all the politics, both men were likely happy to begin by focusing on military affairs. The interior of Peru and Upper Peru, the future Bolivia, were still in royalist hands. What are we going to do about it? San Martin basically wanted to know how many men Bolivar could provide for a campaign to dislodge the royalists, and was gobsmacked when Bolivar said 1,000. By San Martin's calculation, the Colombian army was 10,000 strong, so what is this "I only have 1,000 guys to spare" nonsense? He thought Bolivar was intentionally withholding troops, and nothing Bolivar said could convince San Martin that that really was all he could spare. And given how many Bolivar ultimately did go to Peru with, San Martin does kind of have a point here. Hitting an impasse over the army, they then ran into a similar impasse when they got to the big issue on the table, and that was the future of Guayaquil. San Martin said, of course it's for Peru, and Bolivar said, yeah, well, technically it was a part of New Granada, and therefore it is now a part of Colombia. And Bolivar would finally recommend putting it to a referendum, a vote of the inhabitants of the city, but San Martin was not happy about that, as democracies are made of easily manipulated mobs. This, of course, raised the uncomfortable reality of San Martin's monarchism, which not only didn't he deny, but he tried to convince Bolivar was the only way to go. Bolivar was absolutely crestfallen to hear these words come out of the protector of Peru's mouth. The Colombians were all staunch Republicans, and as much as it might help diplomatic relations with the kingdoms back in Europe, it would undermine South American solidarity if it was the Kingdom of Peru and the Republic of Colombia. By now, the two men were wary of each other's intentions and none too thrilled about their revolutionary colleague. San Martin thought Bolivar an excitable little prince whose dashing charms were just a cover for manipulative glory hunting. Bolivar thought San Martin a dour crank, wedded to conservative principles that had no place in the new South America, to say nothing of Bolivar agreeing with Lord Cochrane's assessment that San Martin was careful and plotting to the point of cowardice. And it was also clear to Bolivar now that the situation back in Lima was not a bed of roses, that San Martin was not popular there, and that his Sejanus was rubbing everyone the wrong way. No doubt this was all partially informed by Manuela Sáenz, who was deeply plugged into Patriot society back in Lima. And in their final meeting together, Bolivar asked San Martin how things are going in Lima, and San Martin said, "Oh, they're going fine." And Bolivar said, "Oh, really? Because I've got a report of a coup against your secretary Monteagudo. He's been overthrown. What do you think about that?" And what San Martin thought about that was that it's probably time for him to get out of this altogether. The whole thing. Leave it all behind. But Bolivar and San Martin kept up a united front for the people of Guayaquil, and on their second night together, the Liberator and the Protector shared a great banquet. Bolivar acted as host, and San Martin as the guest of honor. They toasted to each other and to the glory of South America and to, etc., etc. The raucous dancing and drinking went on long into the night, where Bolivar shined and from which San Martin flinched, probably now pushed over the edge. Dejected, full of self-pity, and watching the energetic Bolivar steal the show, San Martin decided that his work here was done, that with his dream of capturing Lima complete, it was time to hand the rest of the job over to Bolivar, who was obviously greedy for the opportunity to win the final victory for himself. As San Martin would later say, there was simply not room in Peru for both of them, and San Martin was ready to be the one to bow out. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, San Martin signaled to his officers that he was ready to leave the banquet. His bags were already aboard the ship, and after bidding farewell to Bolivar, José de San Martin boarded his ship and sailed away without looking back. He had been in Guayaquil for less than 40 hours, and he would never see Simón Bolívar again. Upon his return to Lima a few weeks later, San Martin discovered that the story of the coup was true, that his secretary had been ousted from power. Now thoroughly dejected, San Martin hung around in town long enough for the first official meeting of the newly constituted Peruvian Congress to meet on September the 20th, 1822. At the inaugural session, he announced that he was resigning from the army and relinquishing any political power he might hold. The Congress rose to applaud him, to praise his name, to heap upon him honors that reached to the stars, but nobody made a move to stop him. If San Martin was ready to go, they were ready to see him leave. And that very night, José de San Martin sailed away from Lima, never to return. So now that Bolívar and Lima have both bid farewell to San Martin, I think it's time for us to bid our final farewell to him, too. Enormously weary from 10 years of revolutionary wars and plagued by physical ailments and drug addiction, you might think that San Martin would be dead within the week. But setting down his burdens appears to have revitalized him, although his life in South America was soon over. He passed back through Chile on his way to his old province of Cuyo. Now, he planned to settle amongst his old people, but the revolving coups back in Argentina now found the province under very unfriendly management. So by 1823, he was back in Buenos Aires, where he was treated with deep suspicion and encouraged to please keep moving along. His young wife having died while he was away on campaign, San Martin packed up his one daughter and sailed for Europe. They landed first in France, where the revolutionary liberal general was denied entry, forcing them up to London, where they stayed just long enough for San Martin to arrange passage to Brussels, where he would find his permanent home in exile. In Brussels, San Martin remained in contact with events back in South America, which were, just a mess of interconnected civil wars and foreign wars and everything in between. He actually sailed back to the Rio de la Plata in 1828 to lend a hand in the war against Brazil, but upon arrival discovered that another coup had put his enemies back in power, so he turned around and headed back across the Atlantic without even disembarking. So he was back in Brussels when the revolutions of 1830 broke out, and he was invited by Belgian patriots to lead them in their secession from the Netherlands, but he declined and moved to Paris instead. There, he was kept abreast of the further wars and civil strife back in his homeland, offering advice through a network of correspondents, many of whom were probably his old Masonic brothers, but he never returned to the actual fray. San Martin fled Paris on the eve of the Revolution of 1848 and died in Bologna in 1850 at the ripe old age of 72. When he sailed away from Peru, San Martin probably did not think that he had much longer to live. But shedding his burdens and leaving them for Bolivar, he managed to outlive Bolivar by 20 years. And in the end, he even found a few nice things to say about the Liberator. Once the Liberator was dead, of course. So the stage was now set for Bolivar alone. But like always, nothing was going to be easy for him. The royalists up in Pasto, who had surrendered after the capture of Quito, suddenly went back into rebellion in the late summer of 1822. And an old name was at the forefront of that rebellion because it was led by a young colonel named Benito Boves. That's right, the nephew of José Tomás Boves, the long-dead caudillo leader of the Legions of Hell. Young Colonel Boves gathered up royalist forces in the countryside outside Pasto, and in September 1822 started actively raiding the countryside. A month later, he was strong enough to enter Pasto with the help of sympathetic inhabitants and reclaim the city for God and the king. Frustrated that this rebellion was getting out of hand, Bolivar dispatched Sucre back up to bring Pasto under control. But the campaign turned out to be hard and bitter. Sucre forced a battle on November the 24th, but was beaten back. And he then had to wait a month before launching a more direct assault on December the 22nd. This assault drove Boves and the Royalists back into Pasto, with the Patriots following close enough behind that they were able to push their way into the city too. The battle ended in bitter street fighting, with the Patriot forces furiously venting their frustration on the population. Sucre's men slipped out of discipline and sacked the city, killing upwards of 400 civilians over the next few unruly days. But even after their discipline was restored, the punitive measures on Pasto were harsh. Royalist leaders were arrested and executed, although Boves himself got away, and then 1,000 more men identified as suspicious were conscripted into the Patriot Army and marched to their new assignments down in Quito and Guayaquil, most never being allowed to return to Pasto. While this was ongoing, Bolivar was himself back in Quito, trying to further consolidate Colombian hold of the region, and mostly enjoying his time with Manuela Sáenz. As I said last time, Manuela was an ardent patriot and so committed to the cause that she habitually donned a dragoon's uniform and joined in military exercises. Immaculate in her revolutionary politics and now proving her military mettle, Manuela was fast becoming not just Bolivar's mistress, but, along with Sucre, really one of his principal revolutionary partners. Nowhere was Manuela more valuable than in discussing affairs down in Lima. personally plugged into the situation through multiple official and unofficial channels. She kept Bolívar in the loop about how things were progressing in Peru. And after the abrupt resignation and departure of San Martin, the question became, how long should Bolívar wait before he moved south? And the conclusion the couple settled on was, we will wait until Lima is begging on bended knee for the liberator to come save them, because anything less than that would cause everyone major political heartburn. It took a little while for the real begging to come, though, even after a military disaster hit the Peruvians in January of 1823. The last 1,700 or so men remaining from San Martin's liberating army, so we're talking Argentinians and Chileans here, were cornered by a royalist army that descended out of the mountains and crushed them. All 1,700 men were either killed or captured. These were the best trained troops in Peru, and just months after San Martin's departure, the last forces he had brought with him, the final remnants of the Army of the Andes, was destroyed. This military disaster led to a political coup inside Lima that gave rise to a guy named José de la Riva Agüero. Riva Agüero wrote letters to San Martin begging him to return, but San Martin laughed in his face. Riva Agüero also requested aid from the liberator, but Bolívar continued to bide his time, saying that he had not yet received permission from the Colombian Congress to leave Colombian soil. But really, this was about the begging not being hard enough yet. When Bolívar entered Lima, he wanted to be treated like the savior he believed himself to be. By the spring of 1823, though, events were finally moving Bolívar down to Peru. With Pasto and the surrounding countryside quiet and the rest of the cities in the region seemingly peaceful, Bolívar felt like he could now really get the ball rolling. Mustering the full strength of the Patriot Army, that is, those brought originally by Sucre and then what Bolívar had come down out of Bogotá with, plus new recruits raised since their arrival, a good 6,000 total men, they were all sent down to Lima under Sucre's command to pave the way for Bolívar's eventual arrival. And you'll notice that 6,000 is quite a bit more than the 1,000 Bolívar said he could reasonably spare San Martin, which no doubt added a bit to San Martin's later griping about Bolívar's machinations. But transferring this army down to Peru led to a host of new problems. For one thing, it turned out the royalist rebels in Pasto had only been biding their time. As soon as Sucre departed for Lima with the bulk of the Patriot Army, Pasto re-rose in rebellion, forcing Bolívar himself to hastily raise a force of local militia that he personally led to re-suppress the rebellious city. Leading about 1,800 new recruits, Bolívar was able to put down this latest uprising at the Battle of Ibarra on July the 17th, 1823. Now, though this would not yet be the end of Pasto's resistance, it did help convince Bolívar that if he was going to be fighting, he may as well move on to the real show in Peru, rather than wasting his time and risking his life for rearguard actions. Fortunately for Bolívar, the situation in Peru was now getting pretty grim, and the begging getting pretty fierce, much of it now coming from Sucre. Having arrived in June 1823 with 6,000 reinforcements, the new president, Riva Agüero, said, "Good, I can lead these men out on campaign and start to clear the last of the damned royalists from my country." But San Martin's caution about going up into the mountains had never been about cowardice, always about a kind of ruthless prudence. 6,000 men was just not enough to get the job done. The march into the mountains alone was going to take its toll, and then they'd all have to immediately fight against well-defended royalist fortresses while likely suffering from altitude sickness. But Riva Agüero was ready to fight, and so out he marched. The big problem, though, was that this left Lima totally open, and as soon as Riva Agüero was out of the city, one of the main royalist generals mustered fully 9,000 men and pounced. Sucre, who had been left behind to manage the defense of Lima with a meager garrison, was lucky to have time enough to gather up the Peruvian Congress and deposit them in the fortress of Callao before the royalists entered the city. But this force was not here to occupy Lima permanently. That was no longer a part of the Spanish strategy. Instead, they resupplied themselves at will, with forced requisitions and tribute demanded from the inhabitants at bayonet point. Sufficiently stocked up with wealth and supplies, they then marched south to go track down the Patriot Army led by General Santa Cruz. So the temporary occupation of Lima was a bad blow, but it wasn't fatal. It did, however, convince the Congress in Lima that they absolutely had to get Bolivar down here right now. Please, immediately, do it. We beg you. But just as Bolivar was finally hearing what he wanted to hear, he was also getting word of major trouble back home. Santander was now balking at Bolivar's request to keep moving to Peru. It didn't sound like Quito was well in hand, and the economic and political situation back here at home isn't, great. Santander did not want the entire economy of Colombia to go towards Bolivar's war machine. And then way, way, way back home in Venezuela, came news that might actually force Bolivar to turn around and return to Caracas, because the final coda of the Venezuelan War of Independence was about to play out. After the Battle of Carabobo in 1821, the last royalist garrisons had retreated to Puerto Cabello, and there, even now in 1823, they continued to sit. The Colombians wanted to take the fortress, but there was no point in wasting time, men, or resources trying to do it. No reinforcements were coming from Spain, and there was no way for the Spanish inside the fortress to break out. So it was annoying that they were still there, but not, anything to really trouble yourself about. Leading this last rump of Spanish holdouts was General Morales, he too of the old legions of hell. Well, after nearly 2 years of forced captivity, he was ready to break out. After coordinating with what was left of the Spanish Navy in the region in June of 1823, Morales surprised the Venezuelan garrison keeping an eye on him. He charged out of Puerto Cabello and headed west towards Lake Maracaibo, where royalist sentiment had always been pretty strong. But Morales was not going to get very far. General Jose Antonio Paz, the supreme military leader in western Venezuela, raised his llaneros from their subdued lethargy and rode down to box Morales up in Maracaibo. The rebellion would not spread. But with Morales now trapped around Lake Maracaibo, something was going to have to be done about the Spanish Navy that was also now trapped down there with him. So on July the 24th, 1823, a Patriot Navy of 22 ships cornered the small Royalist fleet and brought them to battle. This Patriot fleet was led by Brigadier General Jose Prudencio Padilla. Now, since Padilla is a bona fide revolutionary hero and will come back around later to mark another stain on Bolivar's career, I want to end today by telling you all about Jose Prudencio Padilla. Padilla was born in the port city of Riohacha, northeast of Cartagena, in 1784. A dark-skinned, mixed-race son of a shipbuilder, Padilla spent his childhood around ships, and as a teenager, he joined the Spanish Navy as a porter. This was just in time for his ship to be called back for service in the Mediterranean for the Battle of Trafalgar. So young Padilla was there at the Battle of Trafalgar, and he was in fact captured by the British. He then spent 3 years as a prisoner of war before being released in 1808 and returning to Cartagena. When the first cries of liberty then started sweeping through South America, Padilla found himself an eager patriot, supporting all the early independence efforts in Cartagena and lending them what assistance he could. But it took until 1815 for him to take on a more active role, when he joined General Bolivar's army, when the Liberator had to come back down the Magdalena River, aiming at dislodging the Royalists from Santa Marta, only to be fatally detained when Cartagena shut its gates to him. This is just before Bolivar departed for Jamaica to write his famous letter. When Bolivar departed, Padilla stayed behind, and so he was there for the siege of Cartagena, and when it came time to break out in December 1815, he captained one of the getaway ships that took the refugee revolutionaries first to Jamaica and then the Republic of Haiti, looking for Bolivar. So you can add Jose Padilla to the list of men who were at the Great Revolutionary Summit that was held under the auspices of President Pétion. Padilla was then folded into Louis Brion's little navy that would carry the revolutionary expedition back to Venezuela. And Padilla was a part of a forward guard that helped drive off the few Spanish ships in the area, clearing the way for the landing on Margarita Island. Now promoted to full captain, Padilla served under Louis Brion in the Far East as the Patriots moved to the Orinoco River and captured Angostura. After Bolivar raced into the mountains and captured Bogota in 1819, Padilla was put in charge of the Patriot siege of Cartagena, and there he remained until the city finally capitulated and the Royalists evacuated. Promoted to brigadier general in April of 1823, General Padilla became the highest-ranking Pardo officer in the Venezuelan army, taking the mantle that had once been held by Manuel Piar, whose fate Padilla would himself share in a few short years. But for now, Padilla was given command of the Patriot Navy operating in and around Lake Maracaibo, just in time for the sudden crisis triggered by Morales to hit. Leading 22 Patriot ships against the Royalists, Padilla routed them decisively, and Morales signaled his complete surrender, departing the country for good in early August of 1823. Now, the Battle of Carabobo is considered the culminating battle of the War of Venezuelan Independence, but the Battle of Lake Maracaibo was truly the final nail in the coffin, as the Royalists were now actually physically gone from the country, and Puerto Cabello fell into Patriot hands. Admiral Padilla was the hero of the battle, and became a symbol of racial advancement in the new race-free world of liberated Venezuela, but unfortunately, as I mentioned, he would eventually share the fate of Manuel Piar, the man who had once held that same distinction of being the highest-ranking Pardo officer in the Venezuelan army, executed by order of Simón Bolívar. By the time the Battle of Lake Maracaibo was wrapping up, Bolívar was getting on a ship to sail even further away from home. After personally escorting Royalists captured in Pasto down to Guayaquil, he received yet another letter from Lima, this one full of the kind of begging and pleading he could finally respond to. Having also finally gotten permission from the Colombian Congress to depart Colombian soil, Simón Bolívar boarded a ship in August of 1823 and set sail for Lima, where he would begin the last great campaign of his career. So we'll leave the story off there, as I take a temporary leave of absence. The manuscript for The Storm Before the Storm is due in 4 short weeks, and I am going to spend every waking minute between now and then making sure that the book is as awesome as I'm hoping you are all expecting it to be. I mean, hopefully you're not expecting it to be complete trash. I've been working on the book continuously now for this whole year, while producing Revolutions full time, and it feels pretty crazy that I might actually live to see this thing through to the end. But to finish it, I am going to go on an extended break, and will not return with a new episode of Revolutions until January the 15th, 2017. After I come back, we will do the final hard charge of Spanish-American independence, which should wrap up in another 5 or 6 episodes, as we liberate Peru and Bolivia, and then send Bolívar back to Bogotá to dodge assassins and political enemies, en route to his depressing, but mercifully brief, 5th and final exile. Now, after we wrap up with Spanish-American independence, I have a sneaky little surprise for you. Simón Bolívar just so happens to die in 1830, which coincides with the July Revolution back in France, the revolution that overthrows the Bourbons and brings the constitutional monarchy of Louis-Philippe to life. Well, since the 1830 revolution sets up the 1848 revolution, and since 1830 also sees the return of both Lafayette and Talleyrand for one last revolutionary hurrah, I thought it might be nice to follow up the epic that is Spanish-American independence with a palate-cleansing mini-series on the Revolution of 1830, 4 to 6 episodes. So, I'll be back on January the 15th to finish the epic that is Spanish-American independence, then we'll do a little mini-series on 1830, on our way to the insanity that is the Revolutionary Year of 1848. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.23, Ayacucho. Okay, so I'm back. I managed to survive the last month and get the manuscript turned in on time, so everything is aces. The general timeline for the book from here on out, for those of you who have been asking, is that we plan to have all revisions and edits wrapped up by early March, and then it'll move into production and marketing over the summer with an eye on releasing the book officially in October. The wheels do move slowly in publishing, but they are moving. Meanwhile, back here at the Revolutions podcast, we have 5 more episodes of Spanish-American independence as Simón Bolívar first completes the liberation of South America and then slowly descends into a fatal labyrinth from which he will not return. After Bolívar slips the mortal coil in December of 1830, we will hop back across the Atlantic and then back in time just about 6 months to cover the July Revolution in France to set up the great failed revolutions of 1848. And 1848 will put a closing bracket on our age of liberal revolutions, because 1848 also happens to be the year the Communist Manifesto was published, and budding young revolutionaries will turn away from the kind of bourgeois Enlightenment liberalism they've been espousing and move on to proletarian socialism, communism, and anarchism that will be the principal drivers of our 20th century revolutions. So getting back to it, if I'm not mistaken, we left Bolívar in Guayaquil in August of 1823, finally feeling begged enough to sail down to Lima to take over the struggle for Peruvian independence. And it would be quite a struggle, not just because the last 19,000 Spanish troops left on the entire continent had taken up a strong position high in the Andes and were proving impossible to dislodge, but also because plenty of people in Peru were not interested in dislodging them. Of the 4 old viceroyalties, so New Spain, Peru, New Granada, and the Rio de la Plata, there's no question that Peru was the most conservative and had largely been untouched by the successive waves of unrest that had been triggered elsewhere in Spanish America by the abdications of Bayonne and then the subsequent fallout from the Peninsular War. As their neighbors fell to patriotic independence movements one by one, Peru had remained loyal to Spain. For the most part, the rich and prosperous Criollo aristocracy of Lima looked on aghast as those independence movements folded in a degree of racial revolution, because both Bolívar and San Martín had succeeded thanks to armies composed of a motley array of blacks and Indians, pardos, mestizos, and everything in between. And if the choice was to remain with Spain and keep their existing racial hierarchies, or declare independence and drowned under a rising tide of black and Indians, Peru's elite Criollo seemed happy to remain with God and the king, as Simón Bolívar was about to discover. At the end of August 1823, Bolívar got on a boat and sailed south, and on September the 1st, he arrived in the port of Callao that served Lima, and made what was, for the moment at least, a triumphant entry into the great city. Bolívar was a well-traveled guy. He had been to Paris and Rome and London, but certainly no city in the Americas could match the splendid opulence he found in Lima. Built from the silver hauled out of the mines up in the mountains, Lima was filled with magnificent churches and palaces that were all now draped in festive decorations to greet the liberator. Bolívar would soon learn, however, that those who espoused patriotic slogans only did so when they thought the patriots were going to win, and many of those out there welcoming him with open arms were willing, even eager, to go back to God and the king at the first opportunity. Navigating these treacherous and duplicitous waters would literally suck the life out of Bolívar, and he would ultimately conclude that Peru was a chamber of horrors, confirming his diagnosis in the letter from Jamaica that the viceroyalty of Peru was fatally corrupted by gold and slaves, of which he said in the letter, the first corrupts all it touches, the second is corrupt in and of itself. But for the moment, everything was splendid. There was good food, good drink, lots of parties, lots of socializing. Manuela Sáenz was, of course, right by Bolívar's side, introducing him around to the society that she herself was a prominent member of. It was only mildly awkward that Sáenz was married to another man. To keep up the thinnest of appearances, she officially lived in her own house, but spent her nights with Bolívar in the house that he had commandeered, the same house San Martín had lived in during his own unhappy years in Peru. It had been a full year now since San Martín had left, and in that time the Peruvian government he had helped inaugurate in September of 1822 had been buffeted by defeat and treachery. The president of the new Congress was supposed to be José Bernardo de Torre-Tagle, but a defeat at the hands of the Spanish just a few months later led to a military coup spearheaded by General José de la Riva Agüero. But as we saw last time when Sucre showed up to pave the way for Bolivar's arrival, it was Riva Agüero who had gone marching out to confront the Spanish in July of 1823 and instead left Lima wide open and undefended, allowing a Spanish army to march in and strip the city clean. And it was that sack, more than anything else, that led the begging of the patriot leaders in Lima to reach the proper pitch to draw Bolivar down from Guayaquil. With Bolivar now likely on the way, Torre Tagle reasserted his claim to the presidency with the help of lavish bribes to key members of the Congress. So before Riva Agüero made it back to Lima, he found himself ousted from power. But instead of accepting this counter-coup, Riva Agüero refused to relinquish the presidency and instead fled north to Trujillo, a good-sized port on the Pacific coast about halfway between Guayaquil and Lima. So when Bolivar walked into Lima, he found the government fractured with two men claiming to be president. Bolivar, for his part, recognized the Congress in Lima, led by Torre Tagle, and entered negotiations to determine what the liberators' role would be in Peru. The Congress wanted to vote Bolivar full dictator, with just blanket political, military, and economic authority. But as usual, Bolivar scrupulously avoided the job. He wanted only full military authority. The political power should remain in civilian hands, and Torre Tagle should remain president. It's just another reminder that Bolivar shared with George Washington a passion for being a military hero rather than a political tyrant, and both wanted sovereign authority to stay out of the hands of military heroes. On this front, Washington was the North American Bolivar, and Bolivar was the South American Washington. So on September the 2nd, the Congress appointed Bolivar Supreme Military Commander. Bolivar then wrote letters to Riva Agüero imploring him to stand down, accept the government, and unify the patriot cause. But now extra resentful that Bolivar had come down from Colombia to hog all the glory, instead, Riva Agüero did an about-face. He opened up a channel to the Spanish and said he was ready to talk about joint operations to evict the patriots and return Peru to Spanish rule. But for the moment, Riva Agüero's treasonous treachery did not extend to his senior officers. They were unwilling to go along with the betrayals and instead arrested Riva Agüero and shipped him down to Lima. President Torre Tagle naturally wanted to execute him, but Bolivar intervened and put Riva Agüero on a boat to Europe, and that is the last we will ever hear of him. With the patriot government now unified under President Torre Tagle, Bolivar assessed the military situation. Up in the mountains, looming high above Lima, the Spanish had about 19,000 men spread across Peru and Upper Peru as far south as La Paz. For the past decade, these forces had fended off incursions both from Argentina and coastal Peru without really too much effort at all, and they still held the mines that were the true economic engine of the continent. These last Spanish armies were now led by Viceroy José de la Serna, a general who had forced his way into the job in the wake of San Martin's arrival back in 1821. He had withdrawn into the mountains when Lima fell to San Martin's Army of the Andes. Alongside La Serna was a French-born general named José de Canterac, who had come to South America with the armada of Pablo Murillo and then migrated south down to Peru. Canterac had been the principal field marshal for all the operations around Lima and had developed a healthy disdain for the patriot military. He personally remained undefeated in the field against them and had recently led the capture and methodical sack of Lima. Also serving under Viceroy La Serna was an unreconstructed royal absolutist named Pedro Oañeta, who was as opposed to treasonous liberal Spaniards as he was to these patriotic American dogs. Taking over command of the American dogs, Supreme Commander Bolivar inherited 4 armies in various states of disrepair. They were now mostly Peruvian conscripts, as nearly all of San Martin's veterans from the Army of the Andes had either now been killed, captured, or gone home. Though it does appear that I misspoke last time when I said that they were all gone, because while I was prepping this week's show, I found about 1,500 Argentinian cavalry still holding the fort down in Callao, and I didn't realize that they were there, but they're still there. The commitment of the Peruvian conscripts, however, was shaky at best, and indeed shortly after Bolivar assumed command, one of these armies marched into the interior with 5,000 men and returned home with only 850, and they never even fought a battle. Mother Nature and terrible morale had done all the necessary damage. While Bolívar assessed his dismal situation and tried to figure out a plan of attack, he took to trying to make this a great Pan-American enterprise to evict the last remaining Spanish. His simple argument being that so long as any Spanish remained on the continent, nobody on the continent was safe. But by now, everyone else had their own problems. Buenos Aires and Montevideo were entering into yet another round of civil war mixed with a foreign war against Brazil. The last thing they wanted was for another San Martin to wander off with one of their armies and never come back. Down in Chile, Bernardo O'Higgins was personally a committed Pan-American patriot, and he even traveled to Lima to meet with Bolívar. But having fought and won independence, most of his fellow Chileans wanted to focus on securing their country, not go marching off to try to liberate another one. The vaunted Chilean Navy elected to stay in Chilean waters and not get sucked into war in Peru. So Bolívar's letters and treaties and begging were falling on deaf ears, and he was going to be on his own. Nowhere was the refusal to respond more maddening than from Vice President Santander and the Colombian Congress in Bogotá. Though, to be fair, no one was more sick of listening to Bolívar's begging than Vice President Santander and the Colombian Congress in Bogotá. It had now been 2 years since the Liberator had ridden out of town. He was supposed to go secure Quito on his way to Guayaquil to make Gran Colombia a reality, and after 1 year of hard fighting, he had done it. Gran Colombia was now unified. But instead of coming back, Bolívar had kept going and taken a Colombian army with him. Now, every time Santander opened a letter from Bolívar, it was demands that Colombia send men, money, guns, food, anything, everything, down to Peru. And it's not like the economy of Gran Colombia was awesome after a decade of nonstop revolutionary civil war. It was hard to just keep the country afloat without sending much-needed resources out to be consumed by Bolívar as he tilted now at Peruvian windmills. The correspondence between Bolívar and Santander became curt and accusatory, and then ultimately quite silent. And it was one of those times where both sides were wrong and both sides were right. Bolívar was right that they couldn't leave a Spanish stronghold on the continent, and also right to point out that none of them would have gained their independence had not foreign troops been of assistance. The Venezuelans had fought for New Granadans, the New Granadans had fought for Venezuelans, and then they had both fought together for Quito. But now nobody wanted to keep going and help the Peruvians. But Santander was right that this was getting expensive, and endless overcommitments might reverse what they had already achieved. If Bolívar's point was that leaving the Spanish in place would destroy Colombia, Santander's point was that pursuing them might also destroy Colombia. Helping Bolívar deal with these frustrations was Manuela Sáenz, who now moved beyond just being another of Bolívar's mistresses. She was so fiercely invaluable that Bolívar enrolled her in the army as a cavalry officer with all due rank and pay and put her in charge of his papers. From that position, she kept a central eye on all his affairs and became a clearinghouse for patriotic correspondence and planning. So she now traveled with his entourage, not merely as his girlfriend, but as one of his principal secretaries and advisors. But for a variety of reasons, Sáenz did not accompany Bolívar on the inspection tour at the end of 1823 that nearly killed him, and so the couple became separated for far longer than either imagined. By now, the years of revolutionary toil were taking their toll on Bolívar. Though still only in his mid-40s, he was prematurely aged from years of earning that affectionate nickname Iron Ass, and while returning to Lima in early January 1824, he contracted a severe fever. The fever was so bad that the ship he was on had to dock at a random little village on the coast. And there, in a small house, Bolívar drifted in and out of consciousness for an entire week, and he very nearly died right then and there. Even when the fever finally broke, Bolívar was in terrible shape. Always short and trim, Bolívar emerged from the fever a hollow-eyed skeleton. He was unable to travel and had to post up in this tiny little village for 2 full months, and for weeks he took audiences from behind a curtain so that people did not see how frail he had become.
And ironically, it was because he was in such bad shape that it was agreed that Manuela Sáenz would not rush to his side to care for him. They were both afraid it would spark dangerous rumors in Lima that the liberator was finished. Now, whether it was because of Bolívar's condition or just a coincidence, just as Bolívar was beginning to pull himself together in February, he was handed grave news from the capital. That Argentine garrison holding the fortress of Callao mutinied because they had not been paid in approximately forever. So just like that, the Patriots lost control of the all-important port servicing Lima. In the wake of this drastic emergency, the Patriot Congress declared Bolívar dictator. They gave him all authority, whether he wanted it or not, and Bolívar just had to accept it this time. But President Torre Tagle sniffed at the offense of being so easily brushed aside. And as president, he himself was intimately familiar with the military and political situation and determined that at this point, the Spanish were likely to prevail. So on February the 27th, 1824, President Torre Tagle and 350 high-ranking military officers, political officials, and congressmen defected and declared their allegiance to God and the king. Now obviously this had been worked out in advance with Viceroy Lacerna, who promptly announced that with the capital back in royalist hands, that an army would be arriving shortly to secure the situation. The defection of Torre Tagle sent the truly committed patriots of Lima into a hasty flight, with most everyone streaming north for the relative safety of Trujillo. Among those fleeing the capital was Manuela Sáenz. The Spanish arrived and retook the capital 2 days later. But by the time the Spanish were recapturing Lima, Simón Bolívar was personally mending and finally ready to travel after a 2-month convalescence. He sailed for Trujillo, reunited with Sáenz, and there scrambled a response. Bolívar established a provisional patriot government in exile in Trujillo, using his powers as dictator to dole out an array of titles and ministries, something he was by now a pretty well-practiced hand at. True to Bolívar's outlook and predicament, the government's principal job, for the moment, was winning the war. And for the first time in his life, Bolívar did not just go racing off chasing glory. He carefully planned his next move. Very much as San Martin had done in Cuyo, Bolívar redirected everyone and everything in Trujillo towards the war effort. Men manufactured war material, women sewed uniforms, everyone contributed silver and all other metals, precious or otherwise. Cattle, mules, horses were all pressed into service. Bolívar also, of course, conscripted like crazy, and he soon had about an equal number of Peruvians to go along with the 5,000 or so Colombian veterans who formed the core of his army. He drew these recruits from the ranks of the lower classes, from the Pardos and Mestizos and Indians, who, unlike the elite Criollo of Lima, looked forward to liberation. Real liberation, and they were ready to fight for it. As his army came together, Bolívar also developed a plan to take the fight into the interior. Control of Lima obviously meant nothing. The capital had changed hands multiple times over the past few years with no obvious change to the balance of power. As long as the Spanish remained in the ancient Incan fortresses of the high Andes, Peruvian independence was impossible. And those Spanish forces could remain in the rich and fertile valleys of the interior indefinitely, and their close proximity to the mines meant that their men were always paid on time and in full. So there was very little hope that those Spanish armies would just disintegrate of their own accord. So as he drilled his new soldiers, Bolívar sent Sucre ahead to scout the way through the valleys and foothills that paralleled the mountains south. And once that route was scouted, Sucre was to identify the best route up into the mountains near the mining region of Pasco, where they would meet the first major garrison on the road to Cusco. That garrison of 2,000 men was located in the fertile valley around Lake Junin and led by General Canterac, living a very comfortable life and reading reports of patriot activity with leisurely contempt. But all was not well on the royalist side. Had they stayed united, it is likely that the coming campaign would have gone very differently. But the die was cast even as Bolívar lay in bed recovering from his near-fatal fever. The conservative Spanish general Olañeta decided that he was the only one left on the whole damn continent fighting for the true principles of Bourbon absolutism. So suddenly refusing to take orders from Viceroy Lacerna, Olañeta withdrew with his army deep into the south in the middle of January 1824. Lacerna could not live with this threat in his rear, so even as Spanish forces were retaking Lima, Lacerna was forced to peel off a good third of his total army and dispatch them south to bring Olañeta to heel. And then even after Bolívar recovered and began building an army out of the city of Trujillo, he was still not briefed on the depth of his enemy's troubles. It wasn't until the end of April that he was told that the Spanish were actually up in the mountains fighting a war against themselves. And when he got this news, all of his old instincts fired. He called a war council and laid out the situation for his officers, and then called on a young colonel to offer the first opinion of what the army should do. The young colonel surveyed the maps and said, "I think we should attack at once." So Bolívar rolled up all the maps and said, "This boy has taught us all a lesson. We march in the morning." So by mid-May 1824, 9,000 men and 6,000 heads of cattle were on the move south, keeping the mountains to their left as they followed the valleys towards the place that Sucre had identified as the best place to start going up. Bolívar led the army from the van, and with Manuel Sáenz in the rear with all his papers, and Bolívar being Bolívar, he carried on an affair with a local girl that he met along the way. This led to furious messages from Sáenz in the rear, but both being fairly libertine in their habits, when the army kept moving, the girl went home and Sáenz returned to Bolívar's side after, no doubt, giving him an earful. By July, the army was preparing to enter the mountains, and as was standard for crossings into the Andes, it was not going to be an easy march. Narrow paths that skirted sheer cliffs, various mountain streams and rivers and waterfalls. There were chasms, bare, hard, cold, wet rock. But this is a new-look Bolívar we're dealing with here, and he did think ahead this time. The advance crew under General Sucre had stashed supplies all along the planned route and had even built rudimentary shelters along the way. This planning would help keep attrition to a minimum as the army began a slow, sometimes single file, climb up into the mountains. As Bolívar's army approached Canterac's position in the valley of Junín, where he was sitting with 1,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry, the French general did not seem particularly concerned at all. Bolívar may have a reputation, but Canterac dismissed him as an overhyped, empty shirt who had not yet met a real army or general in battle. And it's not like patriot armies hadn't attempted to come up into the mountains before, but Mother Nature had always taken care of them. So Canterac didn't even try that hard to keep tabs on Bolívar, and it came as something of a surprise when, on August the 2nd, 9,000 men suddenly started emerging onto a high mesa overlooking the valley of Junín. And even then, it took Canterac another 4 days to decide that he should probably do something. The thing he decided to do was order a retreat out of the valley, and that's when Bolívar came down to try to stop him. So on August the 6th, Bolívar personally led about 900 of his cavalry down onto the plains by the lake, many of these being old Llaneros veterans who had volunteered for further service, many of whom had now been fighting for Bolívar for years. Canterac responded by sending his own 1,000 cavalry out to try to buy the infantry time to escape the valley, and the two sides started dancing around each other, and then they started making sweeping passes at each other, and pretty soon alternating, revolving waves of cavalry started clashing, except it was all done exclusively with swords and lances. No sound rang out except for the pounding of horse hooves and the cries of wounded men, and by this point in the history of war, this is practically unheard of. But if it was going to be a battle of lances, Bolívar's cavalry was eventually going to win, and they did, proving to Canterac that he was dealing with a much different kind of army than he had in the past. These guys deployed the old retreat, chase, and turn trick that Paz had taught them all long ago, and much to Canterac's surprise and dismay, his cavalry started taking heavy casualties, 400 dead and wounded, and another 100 captured. But the survivors of this skirmish escaped, as did the entire infantry, all of them now running towards Cusco. Bolívar's liberating army then poured into the valley, and after one lousy cavalry skirmish, the emotional course of the war flipped, with Bolívar's men now believing that they were destined for victory, while the Spanish aura of invincibility had been permanently shattered. Once again, though, it was a more tempered Bolívar running this campaign. So rather than putting on the rocket skis for Cusco, the liberator fanned his men out across the valley to consolidate their political and military authority and generally make the region a new forward base for supply and defense. He also got word that in the wake of the Battle of Junin, that Viceroy La Serna was finally prioritizing Bolivar over the renegade conservative Olañeta and was massing upwards of 12,000 men in Cusco to properly respond to this patriot army now in their midst. So that patriot army remained in the Valley of Junin for 2 full months, but by October, Bolivar was about to restart the campaign only to be hit by heavy rains that made any march logistically impossible. So he ordered the army to settle down and wait it out, while Bolivar himself decided that with the campaign idled, that he himself should make a return trip to Lima. The Spanish army that had moved in after Torre Tagle's defection had moved on again after beefing up the garrison at Callao and again taking any supplies they could find. So there was a good chance Bolivar would be able to restore Lima to patriot hands, even if Callao itself would remain out of reach and looming ominously on the coast. So leaving Sucre to lead the army, the liberator retraced his steps back down out of the mountains. It was while on the road back to Lima at the end of October 1824 that Bolivar received devastating news. The Congress in Bogota, at Vice President Santander's instigation, had voted to strip Bolivar of the presidency and all military authority that had been granted to him by Colombia. The justification was that by accepting the dictatorship of Peru, the Bolivar had abdicated his claim to sovereignty in Colombia. The Congress further ordered that Bolivar immediately give up control of all Colombian forces to his second-in-command. Now, as fate would have it, that second-in-command was General Sucre, the ever-loyal protege of Bolivar. Had it been practically anybody else, it's possible Bolivar would have rejected the order from Bogota. But instead, he raged in his tent and then wrote 2 letters to Sucre. The first was his official public notice of the orders to Congress. The second, a personal letter to Sucre where he blistered at the perfidy of the politicians in Bogota, but told Sucre to accept the change in command. Not yet 30, General Antonio José de Sucre was now commander-in-chief of the Patriot Army. Now, Sucre and Bolivar's other senior officers were, of course, outraged by all of this, but Bolivar forbade them from ignoring the Congress or from breaking off the campaign against the Spanish just on his account. He still had the power and authority vested in him as dictator of Peru, and he could wield it back in Lima to the benefit of the greater cause. But though he took the removal of his command in remarkable stride, there is no question that Bolivar would have been crushed. He was a general. He wanted military glory. That's what he was always after. Now he was going to be forced to sit on the sidelines, and all the glory would go to Sucre, who had already kind of stolen his thunder in Quito when he found the third sister. I mean, really, if it had been anybody but Sucre who Bolivar was handing the army over to, this all would have played out very differently. Over the next few weeks, though, Bolivar continued to pick his way down out of the mountains, headed for the district around Lima, and then he finally got some good news. Though everybody else had abandoned him, way back off in his home of Venezuela, José Antonio Paz came through. Though he too was no happier about Bolivar's demands than anyone else, he at least complied. Paz sent 4,500 men on a long march south to reinforce the patriot cause in Peru. These men were arriving in the country just as Bolivar was descending from the mountains, and though he had been stripped of his Colombian authority, Bolivar asserted his authority as dictator of Peru, put himself at the head of these troops, and led them to Lima. So yet again, an army marched virtually unopposed into the capital. Ex-President Torre Tagle and his fellow defectors, plus any remaining Spanish troops, fled into the fortress of Callao. With his enemies trapped inside the fortress, Bolivar began a siege in early December, just a few days before Sucre fought the great, decisive battle of Ayacucho. Bolivar's last order to Sucre, well, recommendation really, since he had been stripped of his ability to give orders, was for Sucre to maintain a strong defensive crouch and not get sucked into a battle. It was one thing to overwhelm a small garrison, quite another to take on the cream of the Spanish army, and Bolivar doubted the Patriots' capacity to win any battle up in the mountains, not for the least that the Spanish were far more acclimatized to the thin mountain air. But Viceroy La Serna was not going to let Sucre just avoid a battle, and in late November he marched out of Cusco to go hunt down and destroy the Patriot army. Sucre did his best to follow Bolivar's recommendation and avoid a confrontation with the Spanish. But recognizing that La Serna was trying to swing around him and cut off his line of retreat to the north, Sucre mobilized his forces and led them through a series of deft retreats that prevented the Spanish from outflanking him. But eventually, La Serna's forces proved too fast and too well acquainted with the terrain, and after a few weeks dancing around each other, Sucre determined that if he was going to make it out of this, he was going to have to turn and punch La Serna right in the nose. So on December the 6th, near the plains of Ayacucho, Sucre decided to stop running. With other contingents of his army spread out on their own lines of retreat, Sucre had about 5,800 men under his direct command, while up in the hills overlooking Ayacucho were more than 9,000 Spanish. They had a nearly 2-to-1 advantage, and held the high ground, but Sucre was now determined to fight. And it would seem that just as Bolivar was becoming more prudent, his protege was picking up the most gloriously reckless of the liberator's old habits. On December the 9th, 1824, the two sides lined up for battle, and from La Serna's perspective, things could not be better. He had the numbers, he had the high ground, all of his best officers were running his army. Sucre didn't even have an artillery, well, he had one single solitary cannon. But it's not like the Spanish troops were in great shape. They had been marching like crazy over the last few weeks and were now badly under-provisioned. They were tired and they were hungry. But when the battle started, it predictably went against the Patriots, who endured artillery fire and a steady press of Spanish infantry and cavalry. But then, at the center of the Patriot lines, a young cavalry general dismounted his horse and shot it in the head. He told his fellow officers that he wanted no opportunity to escape. Then he ordered everyone to pick up their long Llaneros lances, and the next time the Spanish cavalry charged, the Patriot center didn't just stand firm, they charged right back. The spears played hell with the Spanish horsemen, and after a half hour of intense fighting, Viceroy La Serna could only look on helplessly as the Patriot center not only held, but surged forward, rushing the Spanish artillery positions on the hills and capturing them. With his army now suddenly buckling, La Serna ordered a mass of infantry to go retake his artillery positions, but they failed and were sent reeling backwards. In the midst of all this, his generals then started getting wounded and captured. Canterac was among them. And then, in a humiliating blow, La Serna himself was surrounded in his command tent and taken prisoner. Everywhere else, his soldiers were either dead or in full retreat or in the process of being captured. They left 1,900 dead on the field, with another 2,500 now prisoners of war. General Sucre lost only 310 men. At the Battle of Ayacucho, General Sucre won a battle worthy of Bolivar in all of his old glory. Sucre had been outnumbered. He charged uphill against superior forces. And not only was it a great victory, but it was the final victory. With La Serna captured and his army destroyed, there was no Spanish resistance left in Peru, or practically nowhere else. The only remaining Spanish forces now followed Olaneta south to La Paz. Bolivar himself well knew what this victory meant when he heard about it. He was not expecting Sucre to fight a battle, let alone win one so decisively. When he heard the details, he wrote, "General Sucre is the father of Ayacucho. He is the redeemer of the children of the sun. He has broken the chains with which Pizarro bound the empire of the Incas. Posterity will picture him with one foot on Pichincha and the other on Potosi, bearing in his arms the cradle of Manco Capac and contemplating the chains broken by his sword." The Battle of Ayacucho marked the beginning of permanent independence for Peru. But more importantly, it was the last major battle of the Wars of Spanish-American Independence. There would be mop-up work to be done in Upper Peru, and Sucre was already redirecting his forces to secure that very last territory that was still under the chains of Spanish oppression. But at the dawn of 1825, Bolivar could look back with satisfaction on the oath that he had made on the sacred mount in Rome so many years ago. He had now liberated his country, and he had not died trying. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.24, The Republic of Bolivar. The surprise victory at Ayacucho ended Spanish rule in South America. On the eve of the abdications of Bayonne way back in 1807, the Spanish controlled millions of square miles of land from Mexico on down to the tip of South America. But after nearly 20 years of revolts, insurrections, and wars, they had lost nearly everything. It was a stunning disintegration of a 300-year-old empire. Now, they still controlled Puerto Rico and Cuba, but on the continent, they were now down to just two tiny pockets of stubborn loyalty. In Upper Peru, the conservative General Olañeta ignored Viceroy Lacerna's order to surrender and defiantly prepared to resist to the bitter end. Joining his defiant resistance was the garrison commander of the fortress of Callao. He too refused an order from Lacerna to surrender and instead prepared to withstand a brutal siege. Neither will succeed, however, and by the end of today's episode, both of those pockets of stubborn loyalty would also be gone. With Spanish rule now a thing of the past, South America entered a transitional phase, and a map of the continent in 1825 would not be recognizable today. Colombia was still a large superstate containing Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, and Panama. Down in the Rio de la Plata, chaos continued to reign, and nobody knew how it was going to shake out. The territories that would one day become Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Brazil were still a hot mess of civil war and cross-border conflict. And Peru was Peru, but its border with Colombia to the north and Chile to the south would be a source of future conflict and debate, to say nothing of the looming question of what to do with Upper Peru. Now, given his obsessive need to swim against the tide, to plow the sea, as he so eloquently put it, Simón Bolívar hoped that when the dust of revolution settled that there would be four great countries that emerged from the old Spanish possessions, roughly conforming to the boundaries of the old viceroyalties. But as we'll see today, the centrifugal forces of federalism were already fatally undermining Bolívar's dream of large centralist superstates taking root in South America. The leaders of South America did not agree on much, but they all agreed that they did not want to live in giant superstates, especially not superstates ruled by Simón Bolívar. But though the map of South America in 1825 is not the same map that exists today, the transformation of the continent from Spanish colonies to free and independent nations was finally being recognized by the rest of the world, at least the English-speaking world. As we've seen over the course of this series, the attitude of both the United States and Britain towards the Spanish revolutionaries was always guarded and neutral. The British would not risk their alliance with Spain while the Napoleonic Wars was ongoing, and then even after Waterloo, Britain was hesitant to upset the reactionary post-war European balance of power. Now, we're going to talk more about this when we get to the revolutions of 1830, but after the Congress of Vienna, international politics in Europe was broadly directed by the so-called Holy Alliance between Austria, Prussia, and Russia, old-style conservative monarchies opposed to liberalism, democracy, and anything that even hinted at revolution. Britain's early post-war policy was to work in concert with the Holy Alliance, forming what is called the Quadruple Alliance, which then became the Quintuple Alliance in 1818 after they folded in the fully restored Bourbon monarchy of France. Among other things, this concert of conservative powers resolved in the early 1820s to oppose the Carbonari revolt in Italy, the budding drive for Greek independence from the Ottoman Empire, and of course, the liberal mutiny of the Spanish army in 1820, which we talked about back in episode 5.17. To deal with this last, and for us at this moment, most relevant threat, the Quintuple Alliance met in Verona in October of 1822 and approved a plan that would allow France to invade Spain, nullify the liberal constitution that had been established, and restore full absolute power to King Ferdinand VII. Now, the British were not thrilled by this plan and would not help it in any way, but they also determined it would be fruitless to try to stop it. So in early 1823, just shy of 10 years since they had been kicked out of the country, the French reinvaded Spain, successfully scattered the liberal government, and restored absolute power to King Ferdinand. All of this bringing an end to the period of Spanish history called the Liberal Triennium. It should come as no shock that the king would soon be making noise about the need to restore all of Spain's old dominions in America to their rightful place, their rightful owner. But even Ferdinand's closest allies were skeptical that this was remotely possible. The same French government that had just used its army to restore his absolutist throne was not interested in helping Ferdinand restore the Spanish Empire to its former glory. Instead, the French entered into bilateral talks with the British to work out a shared response to the question of South America. After these talks, British Foreign Secretary George Canning issued the Polignac Memorandum in October of 1823, taking its name from the French ambassador to the court of St. James. The memorandum said that the British and French would not help Spain recover her lost colonies, that neither Britain nor France had their own territorial ambitions in South America, and that they would also not pursue exclusive trading rights in the Western Hemisphere. Economic free trade and political independence would be the order of the day in South America. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, the United States watched the end of the Napoleonic Wars and the rise of the Holy Alliance with unease. Since George Washington had first put his stamp on the presidency, the guiding foreign policy of the United States had been avoiding entanglements in European affairs. Now, they had not been successful at this, as the quasi-war with France and the recent humiliations at the hands of the British in the War of 1812 attested. But still, at the tail end of the Virginia dynasty, the general policy of presidents and secretaries of states was still to try to maintain a general neutrality, which left them standoffish towards their South American cousins, who you might think, given the United States' own history and professed ideals, that the government would gladly arm and support. Now, this left the South Americans understandably bitter and disappointed by the alleged beacon on the hill that was the United States of America, even more so because they well knew that the United States was not acting out of high-minded principle so much as prioritizing the acquisition of Florida from the Spanish. Unwilling to upset those negotiations, the U.S. refused to send boatloads of guns to rebels in South America, and even made it a crime for American citizens to do so in a private capacity. But with the old conservative monarchies on the rise and Florida finally secured, President James Monroe and his Secretary of State, John Quincy Adams, worried about the hemisphere reverting to its old order, with European monarchies carving up and dominating the Americas. Now, as I just said, the British shared this concern, and they did not want to lose access to South American markets, so they talked to the United States about issuing a joint statement respecting South American independence and protecting everyone's access to trade. But with the bitter hangover left by the War of 1812 still lingering, President Monroe refused a joint statement and instead plotted an independent course. In March of 1822, Monroe formally recognized Chile, Argentina, Peru, Colombia, and Mexico as independent nations. Then a year and a half later, the president addressed Congress in December of 1823 and declared what has become known to history as the Monroe Doctrine. Though it was mostly written by Secretary of State Adams, the presidents get naming rights on their policies. Monroe said, "The occasion has been judged proper for asserting, as a principle in which the rights and interests of the United States are involved, that the American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers." But a major caveat applied to this general principle of keeping Europe out of the Americas. Monroe went on to say, "With the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power, we have not interfered and shall not interfere. But with the governments who have declared their independence and maintained it, and whose independence we have on great consideration and on just principles acknowledged, we could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them or controlling in any other manner their destiny by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition towards the United States." So if you'll recall from our final episode on Haiti, this formula of the Monroe Doctrine implicitly left out the second nation in the Western Hemisphere to win independence, because the United States still recognized Haiti as a colony of France. The Monroe Doctrine also did not include Puerto Rico or Cuba, which were still recognized as colonies of Spain, nor did it include any other colony of any other nation that had not yet declared independence. But of course, the most important thing to understand about the promulgation of the Monroe Doctrine is that it was utterly toothless and everyone knew it. In 1823, the United States was a minor power with no real navy. And ironically, the only thing that could enforce America's grandiose declaration that Europe stay out of the Americas was the British Navy. But luckily, the British were seriously interested in shielding their own access to South American ports, and did in fact stand opposed to European powers trying to reclaim lost territory, particularly the Spanish. And so the British position evolved from the British not recognizing South American independence, to claiming neutrality in the conflict, to finally recognizing Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina on New Year's Eve 1824, which was pretty good timing because this was just weeks after the Battle of Ayacucho marked the de facto end of the Spanish in the Americas. Though they were now formally recognized by the governments of both the United States and Britain, the South Americans would continue to redefine what it is they wanted the rest of the world to actually recognize. And the looming question about what to do with Upper Peru would mark the beginning of the end of Bolivar's dream of 4 large nations run by centralized governments, and the beginning of the 16 decentralized nations that would emerge after his death. Now, actually liberating Upper Peru turned out to be easier than anyone expected. After General Sucre finalized the terms of Spanish surrender with Viceroy Lacerna, he prepared to go hunt down and capture General Olañeta. Sucre wasted very little time getting going, and by mid-February 1825, Sucre's army had crossed the border into Upper Peru and entered La Paz not just unopposed, but to open arms. The remaining quote-unquote Spanish troops in the region were more often than not local recruits who welcomed the general amnesty Sucre had sent ahead. He was offering to absorb both enlisted men and officers at equivalent rank and pay into the Patriot Army. So there was no War of Bolivian Independence as such. The march to liberate Upper Peru was marked not by battles, but by peaceful defections. The utterly intransigent Olañeta, however, held out with his last few remaining loyalists, but in April of 1825, he was killed fighting in a minor skirmish. And since he was the only casualty of that skirmish and all of his men then promptly defected to Sucre, it is widely assumed that Olañeta was assassinated by his own men. And this is why Ayacucho gets to go down as the last battle of Spanish-American independence, because by the end of April 1825, Upper Peru was in Sucre's hands, and he had hardly fired a shot in anger. Back down in Lima, Bolivar was thrilled by all of this, and he tripped over himself singing Sucre's praises and promising the dawning of a new age of liberty, etc., etc. It was especially great news because the situation in Lima remained treacherous and depressing. Just as Olañeta had refused Lacerna's order to surrender, so too had the commander of the fortress of Callao. So the port of Lima was still in enemy hands. When Bolivar returned to the capital in December of 1825, ex-president Torre Tagle and his fellow defectors had all fled to Callao and brought with them 4,000 of their closest friends, all of whom feared Patriot reprisals. The fortress now bulged with over 7,000 men, women, and children. Bolivar ordered a siege that would ultimately last for a final terrible year of suffering and death. With the defectors locked up in Callao, though, Bolivar was able to get to work reconvening what was left of the Patriot Congress. When he did get them together in mid-February 1825, he formally announced the victory at Ayacucho, and then said the best part is this means I don't have to lead you anymore. He said, "Peruvians, the day that your Congress meets shall be the day of my glory, the day in which the most vehement desire of my ambition shall be fulfilled, not to command any more." Whereupon the Peruvian Congress re-upped Bolivar's dictatorship for another year, and Bolivar accepted. I do need to slip, however, a pretty critical correction into the middle of all this. Last week I said that the Colombian Congress up in Bogota stripped Bolivar of both his military commands and the presidency of Colombia, which was only half right. They relieved him of his military authority, but not his political authority, and he remained president of Colombia. I'm embarrassed for having made that mistake. But having been stripped of his Colombian military commands, and with Santander running the show in Bogota, it did mean that Bolívar was now all but a figurehead up in Colombia. But he was still president, even as he now re-upped his dictatorship of Peru. Anywho, with further encouraging reports coming in from Sucre, and with the whole interior of Peru still left to be settled, dictator Bolívar gathered up a large entourage and departed Lima on April the 15th, 1825. They all headed back up into the mountains, this time planning to complete the journey to Cusco, the ancient Incan capital of the Andes. Much to Manuela Sáenz's fury, however, Bolívar left her behind in Lima, and the couple nearly broke up permanently during this latest separation, and it's possible that that was Bolívar's plan. But if it was, it didn't take. To the benefit, I think, of both of them. But while Bolívar and Sáenz entered a period of separated estrangement, Bolívar reunited with a man we have not seen since, it looks like episode 5.5, his old eccentric tutor and traveling companion, Simón Rodríguez. They had not seen each other now in over 20 years, not since they had walked from France to Italy and back. After separating in Europe, Bolívar had returned to Venezuela and become the liberator, while Rodríguez had stayed behind and become an itinerant teacher for hire. Rodríguez finally came back to South America after more than 2 decades of exile now that the wars of independence were winding down, and when Bolívar found out that Rodríguez was now in Peru, he insisted his old tutor come join him at once. Now everybody else found Rodríguez to be an eccentric crank, which he probably was, but Bolívar still harbored old affections for him, and they still agreed on many of the liberal principles that Bolívar had learned at Rodríguez's side. So as Bolívar's entourage moved up towards Cusco, they had the opportunity to put those principles into practice. And like a liberating wave, every city and town they passed through got a raft of reforms. Bolívar founded schools, abolished slavery, eliminated all the old privileges and restrictions. He redistributed land from the rich to the poor. While on this journey, Bolívar was also now particularly interested in the future of the Amerindians. Now, the Amerindian population in Venezuela was not particularly big, so they had never figured too prominently in his program to date. But here in the interior of Peru, they made up a large majority of the population, and Bolívar thought it both his political and moral duty to free them from the ancient shackles of Spanish oppression. He said, "I want to do all that is possible for them. First, for the good of humanity. Second, because they have a right to it. And ultimately, because doing the right thing costs so little and is worth so much." But though he reformed everything in sight, as often as not the whirlwind of reform Bolívar's entourage brought with them dissipated the minute they left town, and the old power structures re-entrenched under newer, more patriotic guises. Finally, Bolívar reached Cusco at the end of June 1825 and was greeted by extravagant celebrations. And during his month there, he instituted even more reforms to liberate the Indians and everything else. But after a month in the capital, Bolívar kept on the move. By now he had dispatches from Sucre that General Olañeta was dead and Upper Peru was in Patriot hands. So Bolívar continued his liberating tour on the road from Cusco now to La Paz. Finally, on August the 19th, 1825, Bolívar and Sucre reunited on the shores of Lake Titicaca. They embraced for the first time in 10 months. Now in person, Bolívar continued to shower Sucre with praise and adoration for the magnificent work he had done. Never one to share the spotlight, Bolívar now readily let Sucre enjoy his moment in the sun, and whatever towns they passed through, Bolívar let Sucre enjoy the full measure of gratitude from the people. And it is clear that Bolívar was transitioning now from Sucre being a much-loved protege to a real heir apparent. After his brush with death the year before, it was more imperative than ever that Sucre be prepared to continue Bolívar's work, even if the liberator himself were to die. While they made the final approach to La Paz, Sucre and Bolívar also discussed what was to become of Upper Peru. And when they first met, Bolívar was not 100% thrilled about the direction Sucre had steered things. Under Sucre's auspices, a small congress of about 40 rich criollos had gathered on July the 10th, and on August the 6th, they had declared independence from everyone and everything, renaming newly independent Upper Peru the Republic of Bolivar. They then further elected Bolivar president and requested that he write a constitution for their new nation. Bolivar was, of course, gratified by these honors, but independence for Upper Peru flew in the face of his four great superstates theory. Bolivar did not want small subsidiary territories to become their own independent countries, as it would tend to give everyone else ideas. But the status of Upper Peru was tricky, and even Bolivar could see that it was not a simple matter of following the letter of his own law. Upper Peru was technically a part of the viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata. It had been since 1776, which meant that if he followed his own principles blindly, he would soon be organizing a handoff of the entire region to who? The guys down in Buenos Aires? But this is unacceptable. The people of Upper Peru had never really been a part of the Rio de la Plata, and over the past decade they had endured multiple incursions by Argentinian armies. There was a lot of bad blood between the two sides. And then, on a more self-interested level, Bolivar was not prepared to just hand over the great silver mine of Potosi over to a bunch of strangers in Buenos Aires. There were limits to Bolivar's Pan-American fellowship. Colombians and Peruvians had liberated Upper Peru, so why should Argentinians benefit? Bolivar tried to thread this needle by recognizing the old claim of Peru to her sister province. But Sucre told Bolivar that this wasn't going to work either, that the locals did not want to be ruled by Lima, and that any attempt to force them to do so would turn Upper Peru into a hotbed of counter-revolutionary activity that would wreak unforeseeable damage to the patriot cause. Accepting advice from Sucre, as he accepted advice from almost nobody else, Bolivar relented. Upper Peru would now be the Republic of Bolivar, soon shortened to simply Bolivia. He also accepted the presidency and the request to write a constitution. And by accepting the presidency of Bolivia, Simón Bolívar was now the chief executive of Gran Colombia, Peru, and Bolivian territory that covered 1.5 million miles. It was, as so many historians love pointing out, a greater area than Alexander the Great himself conquered. For a few brief, mad moments, Bolívar then wanted to push his luck even further. Though he was not interested in handing Upper Peru to the Argentinians, and still harbored a bit of a grudge for their refusal to help liberate Peru the year before, Bolívar still took meetings with a stream of notable delegates who left Buenos Aires to pay call on the liberator. But they did not come to him to stake a claim to Upper Peru, so much as lobby him to keep marching and help them with their latest round of troubles. Now, we're not going to get into those latest rounds of trouble, but the Rio de la Plata remained a hopeless disaster, with civil war melding into a renewed war with the recently declared Empire of Brazil. The ambassadors from Buenos Aires begged Bolívar to march down and lend them a hand. Now, obviously, Bolívar was not too impressed with these pleas, given the fact that these same guys had ignored his own recent entreaties to help him free Peru. But even still, Bolívar couldn't help himself, and his imagination was fired by the idea of completing a circuit of the continent that would leave him standing at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, having liberated everyone and everything in South America. But still lacking any formal military authority to take Colombian troops, he wrote back to Santander, requesting that the Colombian troops be allowed to keep marching down out of the mountains and join the fight in the Rio de la Plata. He said, "Caesar in Gaul threatened Rome, and I in Upper Peru threaten all the conspirators of America, and consequently can save all its republics. If I lose my position in the south, the conquest of Peru is worthless, and the empire of Brazil will devour the Rio de la Plata and Upper Peru." But after this request finally reached Bogota, Vice President Santander blew his stack, and he categorically refused. He all but accused Bolívar of having slipped into some kind of madness. He said, "The miserable state of our financial affairs has forced me to suspend all combat. 10 years of peace would set us straight. Today, our army has estimated costs of $16 to $18 million. Our income is 7 to 8. From where will we extract the difference? The way to do it may be to shrink the army and get rid of the navy. Sucre seconded Santander's fairly reasonable skepticism, and after a brief flirtation with the idea of marching down to Argentina, Bolívar let it go. He did have a fatal labyrinth to descend into, but it would not be in the Rio de la Plata. Instead, Bolívar turned around and began a return trip to Lima, arriving back in the capital in February 1826 after a 10-month absence. And as he was making his final approach, he got the good news that the fortress of Callao had finally fallen. The fort had been under continuous siege for over a year now, and in that time conditions inside had gotten atrocious. It was not meant to house and feed 7,000 people, and disease and starvation had set in early and then only gotten worse. The commander of the fort started sending the civilians out, but after the first few waves departed, the Patriot besiegers caught on that the civilians were only being released to save supplies for the soldiers. So anyone else trying to get out was turned back. Things got predictably worse, and the Grim Reaper swept through, harvesting souls with ease. Of the 7,000 who entered, only half remained alive when the white flag went up on January the 22nd, 1826. Among the dead was ex-President Torre Tagle, upon whom Bolívar was able to extract no personal vengeance for betraying the cause, but that's okay, because vengeance is God's beat anyway. When Bolívar returned to Lima, he reunited and reconciled with Manuela Sáenz, each forgiving the other for their sins, and from this point on they were a de facto husband and wife team, even if they never actually married. Now at that point, February 1826, a lot of people expected Bolívar to pack it up and head home. And it made sense. The liberation of Peru was complete. The liberation of this new thing, Bolivia, was also complete. Even Callao had finally fallen. Bolívar had done what he had come to do, and deserved all the thanks in the world for doing it. An exit now would be the natural conclusion of all of this, and he would be sent off with a great celebration of his accomplishments. And there was also a dark flip side to the coin that also pointed to an exit. The Peruvians had no intention of being led forever by a Colombian, backed up by a Colombian army, and they were already getting irritated by the foreign presences in their midst. Now that the war was over and independence at hand, lingering would fast turn into overstaying their welcome. Plus, Bolívar's relationship with Santander and the Congress in Bogotá was badly strained. He even got a letter from Paz back up in Venezuela that all was not well at home and Bolívar needed to come back. Paz said, "The situation in this country is very similar to that of France when Napoleon was away in Egypt, and was recalled by the leaders of the revolution who were convinced that a government which had fallen into the hands of the rabble would not survive. And you are in a position to say what that great man said then, that conspirators endanger the existence of the nation, and let us save it." But Bolívar was unmoved by this kind of mangled version of Napoleon's return from Egypt, and instead he sat down in Lima to draft a constitution for Bolivia. A constitution that would scare the pants out of everyone from Cartagena to Concepcion, that Simón Bolívar was angling to make himself Emperor of South America. The constitution Simón Bolívar wrote for Bolivia was the culmination of his political philosophy, a philosophy that he had been developing since the Cartagena Manifesto way back in 1812, and it can only be described as a model of enlightened despotism. His experiences over the past decade only confirmed in his mind that elected legislatures were an important component of government, but were also pits of poisonous destabilization that had to be tended by the steady hand of a strong executive. So he created a romantic little legislative branch, deploying classical imagery with a Senate to enact laws, tribunes to control the Treasury and War Department, and censors to guard civil liberties. He also created an independent judiciary to interpret and enforce the law. But at the center of the Constitution was a president, who would be elected for life, of which Bolívar said, "We shall avoid elections, which always result in that great scourge of republics, anarchy, the most imminent and terrible peril of popular government." The president would also have the right to name his vice president and successor without interference, and establish extensive executive departments that would, in reality, leave the government run by the president. In Bolivar's ideal model, one man had to run the show. But that said, Bolivar really did hate royal absolutism with the heat of a million suns. His constitution was not a model of despotism. It was a model of enlightened despotism. So he wrote in the whole array of liberal political values: freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to work and move around as you pleased, guaranteed equality before the law, due process, jury trials, and of course Bolivar continued to honor his old promise to Alexandre Pétion and wrote in the abolition of slavery. The idea here was that all Bolivians would have the right to live and work and not be abused by a structure that literally bound them under unjust rules and regulations. But being an old-style liberal noble, Bolivar also wrote in a distinction between Bolivians, the inhabitants of Bolivia, and citizens, a higher and smaller order that qualified a man, and yes, of course, only a man, to political rights beyond mere civil rights. This is the old active-passive citizen distinction that's been floating around since the Estates General first convened a generation earlier. Bolivar carried on the belief that while all were owed the guarantee of basic civil rights that even the president could not touch, that only those with property and education would be allowed to actively participate in the government. When he finished writing, the Constitution was sent by special messenger to Sucre in La Paz and presented to the Bolivian Congress. But the Constitution of Bolivia was only part of the story as spring gave way to summer in 1826, because it was really just the first step in Bolivar completing a new grand task. He was already speaking of forming a Federation of the Andes, which would encompass all the territories he had liberated, and maybe even someday snagging Chile to boot. But of more immediate concern was the coming Congress of Panama. Over the past year, as the expulsion of the Spanish became reality, Bolivar opened up a new round of dialogue with his fellow American revolutionaries, this time not asking them to help him liberate Peru, but instead to convene for a great summit where they could all discuss the future of the liberated continent. Basically, the Congress of Panama was the spiritual precursor for the Organization of American States, and Bolivar hoped that they would be able to come together and agree to basic principles that would underwrite their relations with each other, and possibly lay the groundwork for a strong enough union that they would not have to worry about the Monroe Doctrine or require the protection of the British Navy. The invitation to join the Congress was extended to all the new nations of Spanish America, and a few select interested third parties. Bolivar himself explicitly wanted the British to attend, but not the United States or Brazil, to whom Santander, who was helping him organize all of this, said, I'm going to do it anyway, speaking to the larger rift that was opening up between them. Now nobody, not even Bolivar, wanted to invite Haiti, and so they were just left out altogether. They were French for one thing, and of course for another thing, they were all ex-slaves, which freaked everybody out. But what Bolivar hoped would be a grand moment in the history of the Americas fizzled into nothing. When the Congress convened in June of 1826, only Colombia, Peru, Mexico, and the Confederation of Central American Territories attended. The Rio de la Plata sent no one. Brazil refused the invitation, as did Chile. The United States considered the invitation, but considered it too long to actually get a delegate down there. The British, meanwhile, accepted the invitation and sent some consuls who spent most of their time working out trade deals on the side. The brief sessions of the Congress of Panama produced a lot of talk of guaranteed neutrality between the new nations, the arbitration of disputes, the abolition of slavery, and acceptance of the principles outlined in the Monroe Doctrine. But this talk produced no lasting resolutions, and only the Colombian delegation actually ratified anything. Simón Bolívar and everyone else in South America simply had different ideas of what it meant to be free and independent. Bolívar wanted them all to come together, and everyone else wanted to go their separate ways. But Bolívar pressed on in the face of this disappointment, and was gratified when he got word that the Bolivian Congress had accepted his constitution. Then, with his blessing of course, they had elected Sucre to be their first president. But even more than Bolivar, Sucre did not want political power. He was anxious to get home to his new wife. He considered himself to be a military man, not a politician, and he agreed to serve for only 2 years, not for life. But then Bolivar went even further. As it turned out, he had not written the Constitution strictly for the Bolivians. He wanted all the nations he had liberated to adopt the same model. So he convened the Peruvian Congress on August the 16th, 1826, and induced them to accept that same constitution, and then elect him, Bolivar, president for life. This came as a shock to everyone in Peru and Colombia and frankly everywhere else in the world, because everyone was expecting him to now go home, please, and not entrench his power in Lima still further. All his pretenses of being a South American Cincinnatus now seemed to be exposed as mere farce. Finally, though, events back in Colombia forced Bolivar to depart Peru. It seemed that José Antonio Paz had gotten tired of waiting for Bolivar to return home and deliver Venezuela from the treacherous lawyers in Bogotá, and had gone into revolt against Vice President Santander. So by the end of August, it was now Santander, rather than Paz, who was writing to the Liberator and begging him to come home. So in September 1826, Bolivar took the hint. He got on a boat that would take him back up to Guayaquil, from which he would make the overland journey up to Bogotá. He had been in Peru for just over 2 years. Everyone was glad he had come, and now everyone was glad that he was leaving. And next week, Bolivar will return to Bogotá, and there enter that fatal labyrinth from which he would not return. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.25, The Tangled Swords. While Simón Bolívar was off liberating Peru and Bolivia, and even contemplating riding down into the Rio de la Plata, his old homeland of Gran Colombia was falling apart. As Vice President Santander had written over and over, the government was in bad shape financially, and the wider economy was still a devastated shambles, not producing enough prosperity to make anyone happy or pay back any debts. And that was a minor inconvenience compared to the political and social divide between the Venezuelans and New Granadans. Now, I almost called it a growing political and social divide, but it's more accurate to say that it was simply the same divide that had always existed, and that Bolívar's forced integration had done nothing but paper over. Politically, New Granada lived under Santander and the liberal constitution, while Venezuela operated under a system of regional caudillo governors, with José Antonio Paz being the first among equals. Paz and Santander could not have been more different, and after years of unhappy coexistence, both were ready to throw up their hands and fight it out. The impetus for the crisis of 1826 was Paz's handling of the troop requests from Bolívar during the War of Peruvian Independence. As you'll recall, he was one of the few leaders in all of South America who answered the Liberator's call. But Paz had raised conscripts with a hard ruthlessness that trampled the alleged rights that had been enshrined in Santander's system of laws. Paz ignored Santander's complaints, and the exasperated vice president decided that even if the Liberator had long indulged the centaur of the plains, that the man of laws would not. In April 1826, he stripped Paz of his titles and ordered him to come to Bogotá at once to stand trial for his crimes. But, there's no chance of that happening, and instead Paz cut off communications, rode to Valencia, and raised the banner of revolt. He was backed now by wealthy Venezuelan landowners and the elites of Caracas in the north, who hoped to use Paz's personal axe grinding with Santander as a means of achieving what they really wanted, which was true independence for Venezuela. For most Venezuelans, Bogota was an inaccessible myth way off in the mountains that may as well be on another planet. I mean, it may as well be Madrid. So when Paz went into revolt, they backed him. But for the moment, both Santander and Paz were doing little more than posturing. Both had independently begged Bolívar to come home and settle things, and so in the summer of 1826, they simply waited for Bolívar's arrival before they would make a further move. So as we saw at the end of last week, Paz's little rebellion finally did get Bolívar on a boat, and on September the 3rd, 1826, he departed Lima and sailed for Guayaquil. Now he had every intention of coming back. He was still riding a bit of a delusional high after getting the Peruvians to accept his constitution, and Bolívar now envisioned carrying the document back north and inducing his countrymen to adopt his plan for enlightened despotism. Then, with all of these territories operating under a single constitution with Bolívar as their shared president for life, that he would be able to stay continuously on the move, as was his compulsively restless nature, and govern the new Federation of the Andes on a circuit. So after settling things in Colombia, he fully expected to come back down south, so much so that Manuela Sáenz stayed behind in the Peruvian capital to protect her man's interests in the city that she knew so well. But that's really not how it went, and Simón Bolívar would never lay eyes on Peru again. It had been 2 years since the Liberator sailed out of Guayaquil, and he was now welcomed back a hero. The territories that had made up the old Audiencia of Quito were now being referred to as the Colombian province of Ecuador, but its inhabitants maintained a fierce streak of independence from both Lima and Bogota, and 2 years after being folded into Colombia, they were supremely dissatisfied with Santander's rule. As Bolívar traveled northeast to Quito and then through Pasto, Bolívar could see why. They were subject to taxes and laws that seemed designed to benefit the Bogota elite, but not the average Ecuadorian. Where they did not feel actively oppressed, they felt utterly neglected, their complaints and concerns falling on deaf ears. Necessary administrative functions were deprioritized to the point of Bogota just abandoning the locals to their own fate. So wherever Bolívar passed, he asserted for himself broad authority to make appointments, promote military officers, commute sentences. Whatever he could do, he did. And it only fueled his conviction that the liberal constitution crafted at Cúcuta in 1821 was not working, and that the constitution he had imposed on Bolivia and Peru was the only answer. Up in Bogota, meanwhile, Vice President Santander kept tabs on Bolívar's approach with frustration and alarm. Santander had been the de facto head of state of Gran Colombia for 5 years now, and whatever criticisms you can level at him, laziness was not among them. He had worked tirelessly to craft laws for the country that simply needed to be given time to work. He was a proud man. He was proud of what he had done, and to hear that Bolívar was wandering back north, undoing all of it by arbitrary fiat, was maddening. He had also read Bolívar's constitution and knew that the Liberator was angling for a lifetime presidency in a strong executive government that would no doubt shake out to be a personal dictatorship. This offended not only Santander's liberal principles, but also his own ambitions. The vice president did not want to stay vice president forever, and if Bolívar was elected president for life, where did that leave Santander? Especially now that Sucre would certainly get the vice presidency as Bolívar's heir apparent. Santander's skeptical frustration with Bolívar was shared by his fellow countrymen, and as Bolívar crossed the border from what is now Ecuador into what is now Colombia, he felt a major shift in attitude. Where previously he had been greeted by packed celebrations of people encouraging him to assume dictatorial powers, the closer he got to Bogota, the more sullen the residents became at his arrival. The free press that he himself supported was now filled with anti-Bolívar editorials and major support for the existing Constitution of 1821. Now, it hurt his feelings, but it didn't make him abandon his commitment to freedom of expression. So though all of this irritated him, he kept moving towards the capital. But the rift between Bolívar and Santander was not yet a fatal breach, and as Bolívar approached the edge of Bogota, Santander came out to greet him. After all, it had been the vice president who had begged Bolívar to come home to help him deal with Paz. But when they got into the city, it was clear that Bogota was not Bolívar's home. It was Santander's home. On November the 14th, 1826, Bolivar was welcomed into the capital of Gran Colombia by sparse crowds and cries of Viva la Constitucion. Bolivar stewed in the cold rain that began to fall, and then finally blew his top when a speaker at the welcome ceremony started railing against the cost of the military, and Bolivar just rose and cut him off. He said we should be celebrating the army, not complaining about it, and he stormed off to the presidential palace. The next morning, though, Santander gave a grand speech in front of the assembled government and notables of Bogota, praising the liberator and his victories and thanking God that he was now home to deal with the nation's problems. The Congress then invoked Article 128 of the Constitution that gave the president extraordinary powers in times of emergency, and with Paz leading a revolt in Venezuela, it's hard to imagine a more dire emergency. So for the moment, there was reconciliation and understanding between the liberator and the man of laws, and it was the last time that they would see eye to eye on anything, and oh yeah, just be prepared, it's about to be the last time for a lot of things in Bolivar's life. Bolivar only stayed in Bogota for 10 days. He had come to deal with the revolt of Paz, and that's what everybody wanted him to go do. So he remained in town just long enough to take command of the army Santander had raised from among the native New Granadans. Bolivar was to now lead these men into Venezuela and go fight Venezuelans. But whatever the fantastic breadth of Bolivar's Pan-American vision, home was still home. Bolivar did not want to fight a war against Venezuelans. He wanted to avoid one at all costs. But that didn't mean he wasn't super furious at Paz. He wrote the old centaur of the plain saying, General Castillo opposed me and lost. General PR opposed me and lost. General Marino opposed me and lost. Generals Riva Aguero and Torre Tagle opposed me and lost. It would seem that Providence curses my personal enemies to hellfire, Americans and Spaniards alike. Paz got the hint, and when he got the letter, he withdrew to the safety of the Llanos. After a slow march into Venezuela, down to Coro, and then east along the coast, Bolivar reached Puerto Cabello on New Year's Eve 1826, and there sat down to settle things. Paz was by now deep in the grasslands where he knew he would be safe, and he dared not approach the liberator. Bolivar's name still carried magic that outshone Paz's own position as the cowboy warlord of the West. But Paz did not really have anything to fear here. As had happened so many times in the past, Bolivar was not really keen to crack down on him. The minute Bolivar recognized Paz was the key to Venezuela way back in 1817, he had indulged Paz's repeated insubordinations, just as long as ultimately the Lion of the Apure returned to the Patriot fold. And this time was no different. Bolivar wrote to Paz and said, "Come down, let's talk. I offer you full amnesty for you and for your men, and the restoration of all your old titles and dignities. You will be made Supreme Commander of Venezuela and answer only to me." Now Paz wanted to take Bolivar at his word, and did come to the arranged meeting place, but he could not help but surround himself with armed guards. But when Paz saw Bolivar arrive alone and unarmed, he realized that the liberator meant what he said. So the two old comrades dismounted their horses and embraced. Then, as they tried to pull apart, the hilts of their swords became entangled, and for a moment hindered their attempt to disengage. Bolivar laughed and called it a good omen, and somewhere off in Bogota, Santander felt a great disturbance in the force. The two great Venezuelan generals then made their way into Caracas together, and entered Bolivar's hometown on January the 4th, 1827. The contrast between the reception here in Caracas and the reception back in Bogota could not have been more stark. Here the streets exploded with joy and showered the liberator with love. He was given 2 laurel wreaths to celebrate his victories over the Spanish, but Bolivar proclaimed that he wanted them to go to those who had really won Venezuelan independence. So he handed one to Paz, and he tossed the other out into the crowd. Let it not be said that Bolivar doesn't know how to work a room. After settling into his old house, Bolivar visited with old friends and family, many of whom he had not seen in years. One of his beloved sisters had returned from a long exile, and they had maintained correspondence, but he had not seen her in more than 10 years. Also back in Caracas was his old uncle Esteban, who you might remember from way back in episode 5.5. Bolivar had not seen old Esteban in more than 20 years since they had parted ways in Spain. Comfortable and happy, Bolivar settled into Caracas to begin directly administering the country of his birth. Back in Bogota, however, Santander exploded at the unbelievable news coming out of Venezuela. Bolivar had not only issued blanket pardons to all the rebels he had been sent to suppress, but he had confirmed the legality of Paz's claim to something called Supreme Commander of Venezuela, an office not mentioned in the Constitution, and which amounted to little more than Bolivar giving the caudillo structure of Venezuelan warlords the veneer of legitimacy. When Bolivar left Bogota, it seemed like he was riding off to defend the Constitution of 1821 and bring a rebel to heel. Instead, he had promoted the rebel and turned his back on the law. But by now, Bolivar was tired of Santander's legalistic formulations, and he believed that his vice president loved the law more than he loved people. And as if that wasn't enough, Santander soon started getting reports that Bolivar was unhappy with the vice president's financial management of the country. Recently, Colombian emissaries in London had managed to secure a $300 million loan from British banks, but to the embarrassment of everyone, this money disappeared as soon as it arrived. Bolivar openly blamed Santander and his cronies for corruption and accused them of lining their own pockets, which sent Santander into a nuclear rage. He had spent the last 5 years telling Bolivar that they had to cut expenses, especially in the army, that there wasn't enough money to go around, and Bolivar had cavalierly blown him off and instead written romantically of political liberation and military glory. So where has the money gone? I'll tell you, it went to pay for your adventures, and now you have the audacity to question my honor? Now, of course, some of the money wound up in Santander's pocket. Sure, I mean, what's the point of going into politics if you can't skim a little off the top? But I think Santander had every right at this point to really, really want to punch Simón Bolívar right in the face. As Santander and Bolívar exchanged testy letters, news arrived in Caracas in April of 1827 of dire events back in Lima. Back in mid-January now, the Colombian troops Bolívar had left behind in the Peruvian capital had mutinied. Now you might think the Peruvian leaders would be horrified by this Colombian mutiny, but in reality, they had been the ones to help stage it in the first place. Annoyed that Bolívar had left this foreign garrison behind, the Peruvians had sowed discontent in the ranks over cuts to pay and rations, and then stoked the mutiny against Bolívar's officers. On January the 26th, 1827, the 3rd Division went into revolt. They expelled their officers and seized both the fortress of Callao and the seat of Lima's government. Manuela Sáenz had tried to halt the mutiny, donning her colonel's uniform and riding out to directly confront the ringleaders and implore them to stay loyal, but she was only able to stall their anger for so long. At midnight on February the 7th, she was arrested by Peruvian authorities and tossed into a locked cell in a convent. The leaders of Peru were now free to use the mutiny as an excuse to expel the Colombians from their country. Back up in Bogota, this all played so well into Santander's hands that there's good reason to believe that he too was in league with the entire plot. No one wanted the Colombian troops home more than the vice president did, and far from condemning the disloyalty of the soldiers, he joined in the spontaneous party that broke out in Bogota when the city heard the news. He then wrote a letter thanking the leader of the mutiny, a captain named José Bustamante, for acting in the best interests of the country. Then he promoted Bustamante to colonel. See, Bolívar is not the only one who can legitimize a rebellion if he wants to. So now it was Bolívar's turn to be enraged. He knew instantly that his enemies in Bogota and Lima had conspired to corrupt his faithful troops and undermine his vision for the Federation of the Andes. Of his vice president in particular, he said, "Santander is a snake. I trust neither his principles nor his heart." And as he was getting this news, even more news was being made at that same moment in Peru. After 2 months of house arrest, Manuela Sáenz was put on a boat with a dozen other senior Bolivarian officers and shipped out of the country. The Peruvians then annulled the constitution Bolívar had forced them to adopt and went back to their old model. Then they went even further. The mutinous Third Legion departed Lima just as everyone wanted, but only to go occupy Guayaquil, expel Bolivar's allies from the city, and probably pave the way for Peruvian annexation. Having helped let this cat out of the bag, Santander now turned around and ordered Colonel Bustamante to stand down, but the border between Peru and Colombia was now back on the table and would be a problem for years to come. Bolivar was by now becoming profoundly disillusioned, and he said famously after all of this, "We have arrived at an era of blunders. In order to fix one, we commit 50. Now at this point, what I want for Simón Bolívar is for him to let it go. Just let it all go. He was back home, where he was well loved. Venezuela had a ton of problems to deal with. The economy was in ruins, there was social dislocation, there were racial integration matters to deal with, more than enough to keep him busy. And he had met hardly a soul in the entire continent of South America who shared his particular vision for the Federation of the Andes. Santander was constantly trying to stab him in the back, Lima wanted no part of him, Bolivia was already its own country, and after riding from Guayaquil all the way to Caracas, he had added another 2,000 miles of hard riding to a revolutionary career that probably saw him on horseback for somewhere between 70 and 75,000 total miles. The Spanish were now evicted. His country was liberated. So what I want Bolívar to do right now is to say, okay, I will be president of Venezuela. I will stay here in Caracas with my friends and my family, live on my ancestral estates, and do my best to build a country with my own idiosyncratic brand of enlightened despotism. His fellow South Americans would have rejoiced at that announcement, that the liberator was finally going to stay home, and he would have been remembered everywhere as the legendary liberator who had freed them all and then gone home and allowed them to plot their own destiny like the free people he kept telling them that they were. I picture him in a wide straw hat, sitting on a veranda, sipping some nice wine, and dictating memos that would ensure Venezuela would become a strong, healthy, and vibrant new nation. It was a retirement that he had certainly earned. But alas, Bolívar, alas, you did not do any of those things. Instead, he got all riled up in June of 1827 when he found out that Santander had induced the Congress to strip Bolívar's emergency powers. Which, isn't the craziest thing in the world. When Bolívar pardoned Paz, that meant the emergency was over. But Bolívar couldn't take it as anything but Santander trying to undermine him, and in a flash of defiant anger, Bolívar said, "I'm ready to do whatever it takes to liberate my people. I would even declare war to the death all over again." Now, he tempered his rage, but he refused to quit. So instead of settling into a life of comfortable despotism, when Bolívar got the news that his powers had been stripped, he boarded a ship on July the 4th, 1827, and sailed for Cartagena. The next day was the anniversary of the first Declaration of Independence that he himself had helped bring about way back in 1812. Instead of staying in Caracas and celebrating, he was on board a ship, with his home receding in the rearview mirror. Bolívar, you should have stayed. You will never see Caracas again. Nice work, dummy. When Bolívar got to Cartagena, he was greeted by the commander of the city, a guy named General Montilla, who was a strong Bolivarian officer. Alongside him was the equally patriotic Admiral Padilla, the guy I introduced at the end of episode 5.21, who gets credit for leading the final naval battle against the Spanish on Lake Maracaibo. Now back in his native Cartagena, Padilla was much less impressed with Bolívar, though he was hardly a partisan of his countryman, Santander. Santander represented the Criollo elite, as in love with their own liberal principles as they were terrified of racial revolution, and Padilla represented that racial revolution. We talked about this in episode 5.18, but Padilla was now the highest-ranking Pardo in the Venezuelan army. He was mixed race and had emerged from the lower classes, and for him, the revolution was supposed to mean liberation and equality, and instead it looked like the whites were just going to re-entrench and merely switch their praise from God and the king to the Republic and the Liberator. Padilla chafed at the broken promises and maltreatment by his fellow white officers, but for the moment he kept his distaste to himself, as Bolívar gathered a small army in Cartagena to lead up the Magdalena River to Bogotá, this time with a plan to liberate the people of Bogotá from the people of Bogotá. With Bolivar on the way, Santander and his allies braced for impact. The vice president considered running. He also considered standing his ground. But in the end, Santander decided he could never beat Bolivar in a military confrontation. So instead, a group of notables went out to meet Bolivar as he approached Bogota and begged the liberator to make a peaceful entry into the capital, to which Bolivar said, "Of course, I wouldn't dream of anything less." But even still, when he entered the city on September the 10th, 1827, the atmosphere was thick with tension. With the Congress and other leading citizens assembled in a grand church, Bolivar gave a passionate speech, as passionate as his frail body would allow, and it was in defense of his ideals and the actions he had taken. And then he announced that the Constitution of 1821 was broken, and that in 6 months a new convention would meet in the Colombian city of Ocaña to draft a new document. And by that, Bolivar clearly meant adopt the Constitution that I am wandering around imposing on everyone. When he was done with this speech, he went to the presidential palace and there met Santander, where the two exchanged icy pleasantries. But though there was a permanent breach between them now, Santander did not quite feel strong enough to defy Bolivar to his face, and even said later, "His force of personality is such that on countless occasions when I have been filled with hatred and revenge, the mere sight of him, the instant he speaks, I am disarmed, and I come away filled with nothing so much as admiration." So rather than defy Bolivar, Santander donned his old military uniform and formally apologized for his conduct regarding the mutinous troops down in Lima. Ever gracious, Bolivar accepted the apology. But though he had quote-unquote won this showdown, it's not like Bolivar thought he could come down hard on Santander on his own turf. If Bolivar tried to lay a hand on the native son of Bogota, the city would have gone into revolt. With things for the moment calm, Bolivar reunited once again with Manuela Sáenz, who completed her own long journey from Lima to Guayaquil to Quito to Bogota, arriving shortly after Bolivar's return to the city. She took over care of his personal health, along with his papers, and the two routinely retired to an estate outside the city, where the liberator rested and enjoyed the pleasant company of his de facto wife and what friends he had around. But though it was just a few episodes back that we saw Bolivar take the hint that preparation and planning were actually pretty helpful to winning a hard campaign, this recognition did not extend to political battles, the arena where Santander, not Bolivar, was the greater power. So while Bolivar rested over the next few months, Santander tirelessly crisscrossed the country, stopping in every bar, church, and public square to shake hands, make promises, and ensure that when the elections to the Constitutional Convention came, that it would be packed with his allies. Meanwhile, Bolivar rested on his laurels, thinking that those laurels would be enough. But his delusions about classical disinterested statesmanship soon betrayed him. So over the early months of 1828, Bolivar did nothing, while Santander ensured that Bolivar's constitution would only get a hostile reception at the coming convention in Ocaña. And worse for Bolivar, he felt compelled personally to stay away from the convention to not make it look like the liberator was down there putting his sword on the scales. Santander had no such hang-ups, and so when the delegates met in Ocaña on April the 9th, 1828, Santander had at his disposal a pretty unified bloc of Granadan liberals who supported the existing Constitution of 1821 and believed that it only needed a few modifications. Meanwhile, Bolivar's preferred model of enlightened despotism was represented only by a haphazard group who got little guidance and did not even really consider working together as a group. And then scattered amongst those delegates were men who had come to promote a clean break and mutual independence for everyone, and they were far more sympathetic to Santander than Bolivar. Bolivar called the Convention of Ocaña Colombia's last hope, and he was right. While he waited outside Ocaña, Bolivar felt like he was losing his grip everywhere. Down in Cartagena, Admiral Padilla's fury at slights, both real and perceived, boiled over, and he tried to raise the banner of revolt. He rallied the mixed-race population of the city and declared himself Commandant General and Intendant of Cartagena. He railed against Bolivar and the other white elites, who were every bit as tyrannical as the Spanish and who were the true enemies of freedom in the Americas. But Padilla's revolt stalled quickly. He was unable to raise as many men as he hoped from the mixed-race lower classes, and General Montilla was able to rally professional Bolivarian soldiers to enter the city and restore order. His aborted, Padilla fled up the river to Ocaña, where he sought the protection of Santander, who did greet Padilla warmly and offer him both protection and understanding. Now, though Bolivar was not himself at Ocaña, he was just 90 miles away now, and receiving daily updates about the progress of the convention. He was already grumpy about Santander's duplicitous machinations, which is to say that Santander had organized a campaign of opposition. Bolivar learned of Padilla's revolt and flight to Santander's open arms with the press dread. Nothing seemed to be going right, and everyone seemed to be against him. With Bolivar's constitution rejected, Santander then introduced a modified version of the Constitution of 1821, the only significant modification being the elimination of the Emergency Presidential Powers Clause that Bolivar had so recently invoked. There was no surer proof that Santander meant to curtail Bolivar's plan for enlightened despotism and maintain the status quo that was supposedly so unsustainable. Desperate to halt ratification, 19 Bolivarian delegates staged a walkout on June the 10th to prevent the convention from reaching a quorum and ratifying the Constitution. When they left, the convention of Ocaña could only cease operations. There was nothing more that could be done. Colombia's last chance had now come and gone, with nothing at all being done. Unable to impose his will through these proper constitutional channels, Bolivar and his allies were now ready to invoke the cause of the greater good and sweep aside all of Santander's laws in one fell swoop. And surprisingly enough, support for all of this came from Bogota. When the Senior Council of Ministers heard of the breakdown of the convention, they feared that the country was on the brink of civil war. So they got together on June the 24th, 1828, and declared their intention to make Bolivar dictator. Now, this, of course, only spoke to their intentions, but Bolivar made it clear that he was no longer so firm in his unwillingness to assume absolute power that he would let Gran Colombia disintegrate, rather than take the reins and lead his country back to glory. So Bolivar rode up to Bogota to take over the reins of government. The constitutional situation was now completely muddled, and after the collapse of the Convention of Ocaña, no one from anywhere knew where political authority now sprang, what constitution was in effect, what laws still stood. So ignoring all that Santander had done, the Council of Ministers came up with a new document that they called the Organic Decree, invoking the sovereignty that sprang from the natural rights of man and the sovereignty of the people. The Organic Decree made Simón Bolívar President Dictator of Colombia, with unlimited, absolute power to do what he saw fit to save the nation. And when he accepted this mantle, he addressed them with his standard platitudes. Colombians, I won't even utter the word liberty, for if I am good on my promises, you will be more than liberated, you will be obeyed. Moreover, under a dictatorship, how can we speak of liberty? On this let us agree. Pity the nation that obeys one man, as we should pity the man who holds all the power. But Bolívar's self-effacing platitudes had fewer and fewer men now willing to stand them, and next week they will get together to solve the problem of Simón Bolívar once and for all. For liberty to reign, the liberator must die. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.26, Out the Window. On May the 18th, 1804, just a few weeks after young Simón Bolívar arrived in Paris from Spain, the French tribunate voted to transform First Consul Napoleon Bonaparte into Emperor Napoleon I, transforming the enlightened French Republic into an autocratic empire. Bolívar found himself simultaneously attracted to and repelled by Napoleon's imperial ascension. Like many liberal idealists, he had come to greatly admire General Bonaparte, who was the heroic great man in every sense of the word, a man to be admired by a guy like Bolívar, whose fanciful ambitions were now starting to harden into a vision of his own future greatness. Everywhere Bolivar looked in France, he saw the fruits of Bonaparte's victories, and it was impossible to miss the sharp contrast between the energetic glory of Paris and the decaying pettiness of Madrid. Everywhere he looked in France, he saw rich, dynamic advancement. Everywhere he looked in Spain, he saw paper-thin facades that covered a kingdom rotting from the inside out. But like many liberal idealists, Bolivar was also dejected by Bonaparte's decision to drop the pretense of republicanism for overt imperial despotism. Not unlike Beethoven, Bolivar was angry that Bonaparte, the enlightened republican hero, had given himself over to such tyrannical self-glorification. Bolivar did not have a magnificent symphony he could scratch out the dedication page of, but he was still in Paris when the massive celebration of Napoleon's imperial coronation consumed the city in December of 1804. Bolivar refused to join in the revelry and made a point to shut up his doors and windows on the day of the coronation and try to tune out Bonaparte's disillusioning slip into authoritarianism. If all of that sounded familiar, it's because I copied and pasted it directly from episode 5.5, and I wrapped up that little section by saying that the day of Napoleon's coronation would forever stand as a moment of ironic foreshadowing of Bolivar's own tragic end. And as we sit here now on the penultimate episode of our series on Spanish-American independence, we have arrived at that ironic, tragic end. After a decade of flogging centralist executive rule in increasingly explicit terms, the failure of the Convention of Ocaña had led Bolivar to accept the Organic Decree in August of 1828 and become the absolute dictator of Gran Colombia. The Organic Decree was legitimized by nothing more than the vote of a few senior ministers. Colombia no longer had a constitution. It had only Bolivar. The young man who had once shut himself up in his room rather than acknowledge the triumphal coronation of the betrayer Napoleon had, in his old age, become what he hated. For Bolivar, it had taken a lifetime of compromises, failures, and disappointments to take him to this final autocratic ascension. And as we've seen repeatedly, he really did try to avoid it. And it's pretty clear that I personally am sympathetic to the idea that this is not how Bolivar wanted things to play out. And even now, he planned for the Organic Decree to be a temporary measure, and when he accepted the title President Dictator, he also announced yet another constitutional convention that would meet in January 1830 to give representative participatory government another shot. And if you ask me, at this stage in his life, Bolivar has far more in common with Oliver Cromwell than George Washington, if you can even remember that far back. If you'll recall, Cromwell kept refusing to be king and kept trying to implement a mixed constitution with checks and balances, but everyone else kept doing it wrong. And so he felt compelled to dissolve the government and start over, and then dissolve the next government and start over, and so on, and so on. And the same dynamic is at work here now in South America. But though I honestly do not believe that all of this was mere Machiavellian theater so Bolivar could consolidate power, that belief comes with the benefit of hindsight and with a wealth of personal correspondence and intimate eyewitness accounts to draw from. So I am also sympathetic to those who do not believe that. I mean, imagine how all of this looked from the outside. I mean, let's face it, both Cromwell and Bolivar kept saying they didn't want power, and then you turn around and they're dissolving congresses and parliaments at the drop of a hat and once again claiming all power for themselves. So I certainly wouldn't say that those who paint a more Machiavellian picture of Bolivar don't have a strong palette to draw from. And there were plenty of those in Bogota and beyond in 1828 who were as disgusted with Bolivar's hypocritical transition to tyranny as he himself had once been with Napoleon. Liberals aligned with Santander were apoplectic, and as I said, it's not hard to sympathize with their attitude. While Bolivar had been off draining the treasury to fight his endless wars, their man Santander had been building up a republic built on liberal principles and the rule of law. And when the Liberator had come home, rather than defend the Constitution of 1821, he had ridden off to Venezuela, pardoned the rebel Paz, and then tried to replace the Constitution with his own authoritarian model. Then when Vice President Santander had arrived at the Convention of Ocaña with more than enough votes to defeat Bolivar's scheme, the Bolivarians had stormed off and unilaterally asserted a naked dictatorship. I mean, how would you feel about all of this? And with all reasonable means of opposing Bolivar now exhausted, unreasonable means became the only answer. Almost as soon as the ministers of state announced back in June of 1828 their plan to elevate Bolivar to president-dictator, rumors of assassination plots began to swirl in Bogota. These swirling rumors started to coalesce into concrete plans after the promulgation of the Organic Decree, because the tyranny was then no longer what he might do, but what he was now doing. Among the president-dictator's first acts was to strip Santander of the vice presidency and plan his expulsion from the country. Bolivar offered his now former vice president a face-saving exit, an ambassadorship to the United States, but he made it clear through intermediaries that Santander needed to take the deal, saying, "You'll be leaving one way or the other." He also ordered the immediate arrest of the rebel General Padilla, who was seized and thrown in a Bogotá jail, a marked contrast to his recent treatment of Paz, and an arrest that will forever be linked with Bolivar's cold-hearted execution of the Pardo General Manuel Piar back in 1817. Bolivar had a bad habit of indulging challenges, insubordination, and outright revolt from his fellow white officers while imposing a zero-tolerance policy on men of color. These heavy-handed tactics right out of the gates put Bolivar's liberal enemies on notice that he did not plan to rule with a light hand, and they started talking in real terms, not just that someone ought to kill the liberator, but who should do it, with what, and when. Now, don't trouble yourself to remember all the names I'm about to give you, because we're about to leave South America in the rearview mirror, but for the record, the leading conspirators were the newspaper editor Florentino Gonzalez, an artillery officer named Pedro Carujo, French liberal and probably Spanish spy Agustin Jorme, and Santander's personal secretary Luis Vargas Tejada. Along with these most staunch of conspirators were a cadre of sympathetic liberals recruited into the plot. Now, Santander is naturally suspected of being an active member of the conspiracy, but it appears true that both Santander and the conspirators kept each other at a prudent arm's length. Santander would obviously be the man to take over when Bolivar was dead, so all they really needed was his vague blessing. And when he said, well, if somebody were to take out Bolivar, I would of course do my duty and serve the nation, well, that was all they needed to hear from him. Manuel Sáenz tried over and over again to convince Bolivar that something was really going on, but Bolivar dismissed the rumors. And so when it came time to save his life, she practically had to do it all by herself. The first attempt was planned for August the 10th, 1828, at a party celebrating the anniversary of the Great Battle of Boyacá. Sáenz had been warned that something was afoot, and unable to get Bolivar to stay away from the party or take any of this seriously, she finally decided to make a scene. Literally, an embarrassing scene. It was a masquerade ball with a strict prohibition against men dressing as women and women dressing as men. Sáenz arrived dressed as a man, and when she was refused entry, she kicked up a huge ruckus that so embarrassed Bolivar that he left the party rather than subject himself to everyone's stares for the rest of the evening. We often speak of dying of embarrassment, but in this instance, Bolivar lived of embarrassment. Thwarted in their first attempt, the conspirators kept their eyes and ears on Bolivar and were alerted on September the 21st that he would be taking a 5-mile walk outside of town accompanied by only 2 companions. The conspirators hastily cobbled together 6 men to ride out and gun the liberator down, but when Santander was notified about what was going to happen, he called it off. He had decided to accept the ambassadorship to the United States and said that he would rather be out of the country if and when some brutal tragedy were to befall Bolivar. That way there would be no question of his innocence, and he could turn his ship around and come home to a hero's welcome with his hands nice and clean. So the date was pushed again to October, but by now upwards of 150 men were in on the act of scheming, and it was impossible for word not to get out. But yet still Bolivar remained ignorant about the now 2 foiled attempts. After all, he had ducked no bullets and dodged no daggers. The assassination rumors were just that, rumors, and he chided Manuela Sáenz for this overly vigilant paranoia. Besides, he told her, the garrison commander, Colonel Guerra, had assured him time and again that the security of the president-dictator was well in hand and no one dared attempt a thing. But you know what I'm about to tell you next, right? Right. Colonel Guerra was in on the plot, and most of the 150 conspirators were men in his garrison. I can't get into how surprising it is that Guerra joined the plot. He had been a loyal officer for years, and Bolivar wasn't wrong to be blind to the threat. But in troubled times, every man makes his own decision about who and what they are loyal to. and by now, Colonel Guerra had decided Bolivar was more of a tyrant than a liberator. It was Colonel Guerra who actually initiated the third and final attempt, ahead of schedule, much to everyone's consternation. After agreeing to hold off until Santander departed for the United States, a young officer approached Guerra on September the 25th and said, "Sir, I have very troubling news. There is a plot to assassinate the president, and it is set for October. We must do something." Guerra listened with a stony poker face and agreed that something must be done. As soon as the earnest young officer left, Guerra called the other conspirators and said, "We have to move right now or Bolivar is going to leave the city, I guarantee it. Either we strike tonight, or it's all over." Meanwhile, over in the presidential palace, Bolivar was, at that moment, actually as perfect a victim as an assassin could hope for. As I've mentioned a few times now over the past few episodes, his health was failing badly. He had already almost died in Peru in 1826, and though he had technically recovered, he had never really recovered. He was stricken with repeated bouts of fever and a bad cough that he couldn't quite shake, both probable signs of the tuberculosis that would eventually kill him, and was already devouring his lungs. On the night of September the 25th, he was once again weak, feverish, and despondent. And Manuela Sainz, too, had a bad cold and was recuperating herself in her own residence down the street, but Bolivar called for her to come and tend to him anyway. Annoyed, she put on her boots and tromped through the cold, damp night, arriving just a little after 6 p.m., just as word was going out to the assassins to start gathering in the house of Santander's secretary, Luis Vargas Tejada. Sainz tended to Bolivar, and after a bath they both lay down and went to sleep. And as they slept, men with murder in their hearts gathered just down the street. But though 150 men had been in on the plot, only a handful actually turned up, the assumption being that most got cold feet now that the 0 hour was actually at hand. But with the assassination all but an open secret, there could be no hesitation for those who did show up, even if it was only about 30 men total, a 50-50 mix of civilians and soldiers. At 11:30 p.m. it was clear that this was all who were going to come, and these men steeled themselves to do what they believed necessary to save the Republic. At midnight, Sainz woke up to the sound of barking dogs and shouting. Suspecting quite rightly that this was the assassination attempt she had dreaded for so long, she shook the sick Bolivar awake and told him that he was in danger. Bolivar, being Bolivar, he grabbed his pistol to go confront his would-be killers, but Sainz stopped him and said, "No, they're going to kill you. You have to get out of here." After a moment of nearly letting pride get in the way of prudence, Bolivar let himself be convinced. With the palace crawling with armed killers, Bolivar went out the window of his room, and only being on the second floor, the drop to the street posed no barrier. He landed and took off running, apparently bumping into a loyal cook who was himself in flight from the assassins, and the two men took refuge under a bridge. For a man like Bolivar, who had always charged headlong at his enemies, it had to have been awful to cower helplessly in the dark under a bridge next to a little stream. It was demoralizing. It was damning. And he had hours to stare miserably at his own failures and cowardice. Now, technically, he's going to live through all of this. But if you ask me, the Liberator died right there under that bridge on the night of September the 25th, 1828. Back in the palace, Sainz did what Bolivar could not. She stood her ground. When the killers finally figured out which room to hit, they burst through the door and found her waiting, sword in hand. They asked where Bolivar was, and she said, "He's not here." They tossed the place and pushed her around, demanding an answer until she finally, quote-unquote, relented, saying that he was upstairs in a conference room. Then she led the assassins on a wild goose chase through the palace, here and there, up these stairs, then down those stairs, and oh no, wait, maybe it's over here. When they finally caught on that she was messing with them, Sainz dropped the pretense and said, "Haha, yes, he was with me, but he got away, and now you'll never catch him." A few of the soldiers in their rage pushed her down and started beating her, and possibly they would have beaten her to death, but the newspaper editor Gonzalez put a stop to it, saying that they hadn't come to fight women, and they left her, bloody, on the floor. By now, the general alarm had been raised, and loyal Bolivarian soldiers, actually loyal Bolivarian soldiers, flooded into the street. By 2 a.m., the assassination attempt turned out to be just that, an assassination attempt. With a larger and more loyal force now roaming the streets of Bogota, the would-be killers scattered into the night. When the mood in the town seemed to shift, the loyal cook hiding with Bolivar went out and did a little reconnaissance. He came back and told a now terribly feverish and unwell Bolivar that the coast actually appeared to be clear. Bolivar then emerged from under the bridge and was greeted by surprised jubilation from his loyal officers, who until that moment did not know whether or not the president was dead or not. At 4 a.m. he was back in the palace, and as bad as Bolivar was, Manuela Sáenz was even worse. She could not even walk after the beating she had received, and looking at her with a mixture of relief and gratitude and sorrow, Bolivar gave her the title that she still enjoys, the Liberatrix of the Liberator. With dawn approaching, Bolivar could only think of one thing to do. He said that he was done. It was clear he was not wanted. He would resign immediately and go into exile to Europe. But the men around him pleaded that he could not take the actions of a few Bogota radicals as an indication that he was not wanted, and more importantly, that he was not needed. Without Bolivar holding them together, it would all fall apart. And so instead he went to bed, and in the morning he woke up and decided not to resign. In the days and weeks that followed, Bolivar's agents fanned out through the city, rounding up the conspirators and then using them to identify still more. Nearly 60 in all wound up apprehended. The entire inner circle was identified and arrested, including Colonel Guerra, who had gone off to play cards when everyone else gathered at Tejada's house, specifically to avoid the charge that he had been involved. Bolivar was crestfallen to find out how deep the betrayal had gone. It wasn't just Bogota liberals. It was men he considered family. He ordered his loyal General Urdaneta to convene a special tribunal that, unsurprisingly, handed out death sentences like candy. But not wanting to be the tyrant they accused him of being, Bolivar commuted most of the sentences to exile, and in the end only 14 men were actually executed. Guerra, of course, among them for mutiny and treason. But as he tried to show mercy, he also approved an execution order for General Padilla, who had not been involved in the plot at all. He had been sitting in a jail cell when this had all gotten going, and was surprised in the middle of the night to find himself let out of prison by some of the conspirators. But he was promptly found and rearrested. Padilla had nothing to do with it, but the man who had won the final battle against the Spanish in Venezuela was executed anyway. Despite it being blindingly obvious to Bolivar that Santander had been the one behind it all, he had to be, after the former vice president was arrested and thrown in jail, Urdaneta's tribunal couldn't come up with any real concrete evidence linking him to the plot. But that did not mean that Santander was going to be let off. Though he planned to eventually exile Santander, for the time being, Bolivar did nothing, and the vice president instead languished in a jail cell. Within a few weeks, Manuela Sáenz had recovered from her injuries, but the physical and emotional toll on Bolivar was still debilitating, and he was now as bitter as he was fragile. And he told the newly arrived French ambassador a few weeks after the attempt, "My fellow citizens couldn't kill me with daggers, so they are trying to kill me with ingratitude. When I cease to exist, these hotheads will devour each other like a pack of wolves, and what I erected with superhuman effort will drown in the muck of rebellion." But despite the pleas from the men around him that Bolivar was indispensable, and despite his own sense of indispensability, it should be pretty clear by now that he really was not. In the end, he was not George Washington, the man everyone agreed could not leave. Bolivar was now the man that everyone agreed had to go. Over in Venezuela, José Antonio Paz had long harbored the ambition to break away from Colombia. In Bogota, Santander and his crew were now happy to let Venezuela go as long as their own control of Colombia was confirmed. Peru had declared their liberation from the Liberator the minute he left town, and of course Bolivia had established their own independent sovereignty already. In a very real way, everyone in South America was waiting for Bolivar to go so that they could get on with the rest of their lives. Down in Bolivia, the locals had already turned on Sucre back in April of 1828, and news of the forced departure of Sucre reached Bolivar just days before the assassins broke into the presidential palace. Having won independence, it did not take long for the Bolivians to resent the presence of Sucre and his 2,000-man Colombian army, even if they had elected him president. This resentment was secretly being stoked by the leaders of neighboring Peru, not on behalf of the Bolivians, but because they planned to annex the country the minute the Colombians were expelled. So just as the convention of Ocaña was gathering, Sucre was hit by a major coordinated revolt. A mutiny among the Bolivian forces, helped along by Peruvian agents provocateur, led to an attack on President Sucre, and he missed having his brains blown out by mere inches, though he was badly wounded in the arm. This gave a Peruvian army in Cusco the excuse it needed to cross the border to, quote, protect the precious life of the Marshal of Ayacucho and free the country from factions and anarchy. And by that they meant expel the Colombians and take over. Since Sucre never wanted to be president of Bolivia in the first place, he took this opportunity to listen to his people. He resigned the presidency and departed the country. He had a wife back in Quito that he had hardly seen, and was determined now to shed this life of plowing the sea. As he descended the mountains, though, he did not leave behind a nation free from factions and anarchy, but a land filled with factions and anarchy, and Bolivia was led by a series of presidents who assassinated each other in a succession too rapid to keep up with, and Sucre was frankly relieved to be leaving it all behind, though he was not going to escape that easily. After Sucre reached the coast, he got on a ship and sailed north, bypassing, of course, the treacherous Lima and landing in Guayaquil. His wife awaited him up in Quito, and he couldn't wait to get back to her after years of campaigning on behalf of Bolivar's dreams, rather than his own. But he had barely arrived in Guayaquil when he got determined letters from Bolivar. There has been an attempt on my life, I have survived, but because I cannot be everywhere at once, I cede to you full authority in Ecuador, which is what they were now calling the old Audiencia of Quito. Sucre didn't want the job, and unlike Bolivar, he really didn't want the job, especially because he was now aware that Bolivar constantly tagging him as heir and giving him all kinds of extraordinary powers was rankling his fellow officers. And in Ecuador, this meant most especially a 27-year-old Venezuelan general named Juan José Flores. Flores was originally from Puerto Cabello in Venezuela, and he had joined the Patriot Army as a 12-year-old boy during the original war to the death. He was in fact so young that when Boves and the legions of hell captured and sacked Valencia in 1813, they killed everyone else, but they left Flores alive, because they were amused at this boy playing at soldier. Flores then remained attached to Bolivar throughout the wars of independence. He had ridden with Paz in the Llanos, he had fought at Carabobo and Bombaná and Pichincha. And since the liberation of Ecuador, he had been serving as garrison commander of Pasto, the strongly royalist city that had caused Bolivar and Sucre the most trouble during their initial run through the country back in 1822. As he administered Pasto, Flores began to agree with everyone else in South America. Bolivar is crazy. Peru for the Peruvians, Venezuela for the Venezuelans, Bolivia for the Bolivians. It's the only way. And as he started looking around, he started thinking Ecuador for the Ecuadorians. And as we saw last week, it's not like the Ecuadorians love the government in Bogota, and Flores believed that he could harness their anger and make himself the founder of a new nation when Bolivar's fever dream inevitably broke in the cold hard face of reality. Bolivar's order skipping over Flores and giving full authority in Ecuador to Sucre only fueled Flores's seditious ambitions. Now Sucre could see this even if Bolivar didn't, and he begged Flores to understand that I really do not want this job and I'm not going to take it, really. But circumstances wouldn't let Sucre get away just yet. In November of 1828, another officer in Ecuador, Colonel José María Obando, the former Spanish officer who had defected to Bolivar back in 1822, now defected again. This time he offered his services to the Peruvians who wanted to control Ecuador as much as they wanted Bolivia. Obando went into revolt and captured Popayán, a key city on the road from Bogotá to Quito. Now, this revolt forced Bolivar back onto his horse in December of 1828, though he tasked the actual suppression of Obando to another loyal general who had been with him for years, a guy named José María Cordova, who had fought with Sucre at Ayacucho and was in fact known to everyone as the hero of Ayacucho. Now, he successfully scouted Obando in January of 1829, but by that point a 5,000-man Peruvian army was already on the move north to envelop Ecuador and steal it from the Colombians. So despite his fervent desire to get away from it all, Sucre could not turn his back just yet, and General Flores joined him in the defense of Ecuador. Whatever his resentments at Bolivar and future plans, letting the Peruvians conquer Ecuador was unacceptable. So Flores helped Sucre gather up an army just 1,500 strong to go meet the Peruvians, and after the two sides maneuvered around each other, they finally met at Tarqui on February 27, 1829. Despite being outnumbered more than 3-1, Sucre was the superior tactician and his men far better trained. They shredded the Peruvians, killing 1,500 and capturing another 1,000. The defeat sent the Peruvians back to Peru once and for all, and it also triggered yet another coup in Lima that toppled the existing government, because that's just how it goes in liberated South America. In the midst of all this, Bolivar remounted his horse and rode the 600 miles down to Guayaquil to ensure the Colombian claim to the port held up, and was there met by the gut-wrenching letter from Sucre. The Battle of Tarqui would be his last. He was resigning from the army and retiring from public life. For years now, Sucre had been the man Bolivar believed would succeed him, but no amount of begging or pleading would change the would-be heir's mind. Sucre was not just posturing here. He wanted out. He was done. He offered Bolivar all the moral support in the world and genuine, faithful service, but only as a private citizen. No more a general, and certainly not the heir. Bolivar would remain in Guayaquil until the summer of 1829, working on a treaty establishing the border between Peru and Colombia, with the government in Lima, who harbored less ambitious ambitions than their predecessors. But you gotta wonder just what in the world he thought the point of it all was anymore. Sucre's abrupt departure threw open the question of who would succeed Bolivar when the liberator inevitably died. It's not like people didn't know that he was dying, and each of his senior officers fancied themselves for the job. So to possibly avoid a kind of post-Alexander the Great situation that would pit all the Bolivarian generals against each other, they started taking meetings with various European ambassadors in Bogota, sounding out the feasibility of a frankly lunatic idea: to recruit a monarch from Europe to come rule them. Now, this was not a new idea. Remember, this had been San Martin's plan for Peru. It was rejected then, but it was resurrected now with suggestions passing between the Bolivarians and British, French, and American ambassadors. The South Americans said that any monarch needed to be a Catholic, but not Spanish, obviously, and the ambassador representing the reactionary King Charles X of France, you're going to want to remember that name, positively salivated at the idea of getting a Frenchman on the throne and planting a new French empire in South America. Now, the British, of course, weren't going to stand for that, and they pushed the Colombians to choose some minor German noble not linked to one of the great powers. The American ambassador, meanwhile, the future 40-day President William Henry Harrison, was so forceful in his denunciation of the whole project that he was nearly expelled from the country for interfering in Colombian internal affairs. When Bolivar found out about this mad plot, he told his guys to knock it off. I mean, look at how everyone is behaving towards each other. You really think anyone is going to accept an imposed monarch from Europe? Besides, he told them bluntly, what European would be stupid enough to take on this job? By the summer of 1829, he was telling his men explicitly to drop the idea of importing a monarch permanently. But by now, Bolivar's reputation was such that no one could believe that he wasn't the secret guiding hand behind the royalist scheme, with the secret plan being that Bolivar would reluctantly agree to be king once all the European options had been exhausted. His old comrade Paz was not above disingenuously backing the plan for monarchy in his correspondence with Bogota, believing that it would indeed lead Bolivar to claim a crown, which would make it easier for Paz to lead Venezuela to true independence. Though it's not like he really needed much help with that project, as it was becoming clear to everyone that the Bolivarian project of a centralist government ruling a large superstate was on the brink of collapse. Gran Colombia was going to die. The only question was when and who would benefit. And by mid-1829, Paz could practically taste independence, especially after he found his old rival Santander thrust into his custody. After languishing in a Bogota jail cell, Santander had been led by Bolivarian agents not down to Cartagena, where the former vice president might start trouble, but over to Caracas, where he would be friendless and isolated. When Santander arrived, Paz guaranteed the safety of his old rival, no doubt aware that if Santander died, it might provoke a response from Colombia. So he did indeed ensure Santander's safety, just long enough to get the ex-vice president on a ship to Europe. When the time came, Paz believed that he would now be able to sever Venezuela from Colombia without effort and without complaint. Far away from home in Ecuador, Bolívar continued to plow the sea, even as it was now clear to everyone that he would soon be dead and buried. After completing the treaty with Peru, he was stricken by another near-fatal illness that found him this time coughing up black blood. This illness plagued him as he slowly and painfully made his way back to Bogotá to prepare for the new constitutional convention that would be held in January of 1830. At that convention, physically and emotionally broken Simón Bolívar planned to resign the dictatorship and trust the fate of his country to the gods. But the gods would be unkind to him, and they elected to play no part in the future proceedings, and instead leave the fate of South America to mere mortals. Next week will be our final episode on Spanish-American independence, and it will find Simón Bolívar forced to confront the destruction of all that he had worked for, which then led to a confrontation with his own mortality. For his entire life, Bolívar had been able to will himself to believe that his will would be enough. But it turned out not to have been enough, and it would not be enough, and it was never going to be enough. There is no happy ending for anyone in the history of South America, and after 20 years of plunging into danger in defense of his people, Bolívar would not die heroically on the battlefield or peacefully in his sleep surrounded by a country that adored him. Instead, he would slip off to an uncomfortable death, broken and depressed, lacking the strength even to go into exile. Bolívar, I'm sorry. You should have stayed in Caracas. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 5.27, The Labyrinth. Simón Bolívar was sick. Plagued by an almost certain case of tuberculosis, he traversed the hard road from Ecuador to Colombia in the fall of 1829, slowly and painfully. Where old Iron Ass had once ridden from dawn till dusk, he now struggled with even a few hours' continuous riding before he had to stop and rest. He was pale, he was thin, he coughed blood and bile. He was a weak skeleton held erect by little more than a starched white shirt. But the sickness was not just in Bolívar's lungs, it was everywhere. It had spread to his heart, it had spread to his soul. His fellow South Americans were the virus that infected him. He was sick of the backstabbing, the treachery, the villainy, the selfish, short-sighted parochial obsessions, and without question, sick of the endless complaints and criticisms and accusations. These he found everywhere, whispered behind his back, trumpeted in the press. It was read between the lines in friendly correspondence, and embarrassingly obvious when he was heckled from a crowd. It had spread beyond the shores of South America, where in the United States and France and Great Britain, the name Bolívar no longer meant dashing revolutionary hero, but petty and hypocritical tyrant of a backwards kingdom. Bolívar was sick of everyone, and everyone was sick of Bolívar. As Bolívar's body and soul slowly died, so too did Gran Colombia. He had first tried to sell his fellow Venezuelans on union with New Granada in the triumphant days at the end of the Admirable Campaign in the summer of 1813. They had been skeptical, but Bolívar kept pushing. After all, had it not been thanks to the New Granadans that the Venezuelans had just been liberated? And then after the fall of the Second Republic, he had gone back to New Granada and made the same pitch in reverse, but found the New Granadans just as skeptical. But in his mad way, after years of failures, exiles, and defeats, Bolívar still managed to induce the Congress of Angostura to unilaterally declare Gran Colombia a thing in early 1819, and then he rode off to prove that for him union was not just words. He led an army of Venezuelans up into the mountains to liberate New Granada. Now, after the Battle of Boyacá, surely everyone would recognize the necessity of working together, but they did not. Even after Grenadans turned around and fought to liberate Venezuela at Carabobo, they did not. But everyone did recognize the necessity of Bolívar, and so let the liberator have his way, and the unnatural union that no one wanted was born of little more than his willful insistence. Then, with the help of his protégé Sucre, Bolívar had used Grenadans and Venezuelans both to liberate Ecuador and make the Gran Colombia of his dreams a reality. But in reality, it never existed anywhere but in Bolívar's dreams. What he celebrated, everyone else tolerated. What he thought sublime, they found inferior. It was only a matter of time before the sand Bolívar had built his republic on shifted under his feet. And as he struggled to reach Bogotá at the end of 1829, the last grains of sand slipped out of the hourglass. On that road to Bogotá, Bolívar was dealt a further emotional blow when General Cordova, the hero of Boyacá and the man who had just suppressed an anti-Bolivarian rebellion, himself went into rebellion. A native of Colombia, Cordova believed that Bolívar's obvious sickness and Santander's recent expulsion from the country left a power vacuum that he could step into. So in the fall of 1829, he had dispatched letters to Paz in Venezuela and General Flores in Ecuador, and he said, "Join me. We will rid ourselves of Bolívar and each get a country of our own." But neither Paz nor Flores felt the need to join Cordova's rebellion. Paz was comfortable with the speed and trajectory of Venezuelan independence, so there was no need to throw in with Cordova, and Flores likewise declined the invitation. So the revolt fizzled and wound up only drawing a few hundred adherents. Cordova himself was cornered and killed on October the 17th, 1829, much to Bolívar's increasing depression. The gods continued to curse his personal enemies to hellfire, but increasingly those enemies were men who had once been his friends, trusty allies and longtime supporters. Their deaths brought him no comfort, only sadness. Aware that the Union of Gran Colombia had always been more figment than reality, and with yet another constitutional convention convening in a few months, Bolívar decided to issue a circular letter asking the citizens of Colombia, all of Gran Colombia, what they wanted to see in the new government. What did they want? What did they need? What would it take to get them to believe? It was, I think, an honest question, but Bolívar's reputation was now so diminished that the letter was compared to the bogus plebiscite Napoleon had circulated just prior to his imperial ascension. Distrust of Bolívar ran so high that even an offer to engage with his people was mocked as a prelude to yet another disingenuous power grab. So as Bolívar's skeletal frame slouched still further, he said there is no such thing as good faith in America. Treaties are worth little more than the paper they are printed on. Constitutions are pamphlets, elections an excuse for war. Liberty has dissolved into anarchy, and for me, life has become a torment. But when they were done mocking Bolívar's circular letter, the liberator's enemies in Venezuela took the opportunity to tell him what they really wanted. Under the auspices of José Antonio Paz, these men gathered in Caracas in late November 1829 and demanded total separation from Colombia. They wanted Paz to be their president, and they wanted no part of Simón Bolívar. These points, they said, were non-negotiable. This meeting was convened in the very room where Bolívar had once been declared liberator after the Admirable campaign, and many of the same men who had stood by him then, Arismendi, Marinho, even Bermudez, now saw that Venezuela's future no longer lay on the same path as her most famous son. Bolívar had gone from being a nearby father to a distant tyrant. Paz even said that he would fight a war with Bolívar if the liberator did anything to stand in the way of the Venezuelans withdrawing from the Union. Thus, even the happy omen of the tangled swords just a few years before turned out to have been invented from the same wishful pixie dust that had driven so much of Bolívar's career. With no more wishes left, Bolívar entered Bogotá on January 15, 1830, to an understandably subdued reception. Now, he did have a few comforts left, though. Manuela Sáenz welcomed him with her tender care, and even better, Sucre had been convinced to serve as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention, and would himself soon be arriving in Bogotá, giving Bolívar hope that he may yet make the handsome young general his heir. In fact, when the convention convened on January the 20th, it would be Sucre who stood in for Bolívar. Accepting a gracious welcome from the convention, the Liberator proved too weak to stay in the hall for long, and he had Sucre read a sharp speech which stated unequivocally his intention now to resign the dictatorship. As soon as the convention was done and a new government formed, they would all get their wish and be rid of Simón Bolívar. The delegates rustled a bit, but as when San Martin had announced his intention to leave Lima, the delegates in Bogotá had no plans to talk Bolívar out of his decision. They gave him the honor of presidency of the convention, but appearing to demonstrate a real determination to leave, he passed the office on to an uncontroversial Bogotá liberal. He would himself take no part in the convention. They knew what he wanted, and if it was not what they wanted, then so be it. Retiring to his estate outside of town, Bolívar got ready to remove himself from the country, while such an exile could be honorably self-imposed rather than dishonorably mandated. But he was now faced with an uncomfortable and embarrassing reality. He was broke. As we've seen, Bolívar made a virtue of being a revolutionary pauper. He refused all salaries, and any time he was offered additional money, land, gifts, treasure, he either declined or accepted, and then immediately redistributed it amongst his men. So though he had been born the Prince of Caracas and had inherited one of the largest fortunes in Venezuela, all of it was gone. Now, most had been confiscated and sold back during the original struggle against the Spanish, with Bolívar just never coming back around to reassert his old claims. All he had left in his decimated portfolio was a Venezuelan mine that was in a bad state of disrepair. At least passingly aware over the past few years that A, his public career really might be drawing to a close, and B, he did not have any ready cash, Bolívar instructed his sister in Caracas to sell the mine, but the process had been going on for years now. His financial troubles were further exacerbated by the fact that nobody found it plausible that the Liberator really was broke. I mean, everyone assumed that of course he had been squirreling away money this whole time. I mean, he was the Liberator after all. Everybody showered him with everything. He had been given silver and jewels and crowns, land, palaces. But he had kept none of it. And since he never planned to wind up in exile, he had never made a backup plan for himself. There was no secret Swiss bank account. Only a few in his inner circle knew that his austere Republican act had never been just an act. When Bolívar said that he only owned the clothes on his back and a few books, he was telling the truth. So when he got back to the estate outside of Bogotá that he occupied but did not own, he dug up some silverware and sold it, getting just enough to hopefully arrange passage on a ship to Europe. After that, who knew how he would support himself, and his hopes were now pinned on the proceeds from selling the mine. But his now ex-friends in Venezuela had other ideas about that. The Venezuelans canceled a pending sale of the mine to a London buyer, refusing to grant permission for the mine to be sold to a foreigner. The canceled sale left Bolívar with no financial future whatsoever. And then, adding insult to injury, or perhaps just injury to injury, they stripped Bolívar of his citizenship and ordered him to never step foot on Venezuelan soil ever again. For the fifth and final time, Simón Bolívar was in exile from his home country, the country he had sworn to liberate or die trying, and then did. As the Constitutional Convention in Bogotá proceeded well out of Bolívar's hands, it predictably went in the opposite direction from every place he had ever tried to lead them. Bolívar was practically the last man alive still representing that Republican centralist quadrant of the Spanish-American revolutionaries. The rest of them were all staunch Federalists. Bolívar's allies had tried to at least secure union by suggesting three essentially autonomous states, Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela, but it was clear that even this was too much. The Venezuelan position was already that any further discussions with Bogotá would be of a diplomatic nature, not a constitutional one. Meanwhile, over in Ecuador, General Juan José Flores was positioning for a declaration of independence of his own. The Ecuadorians had no interest in being ruled from Bogotá anymore. So the Colombian constitution that was now being finalized by April of 1830 would apply only to what had once been the territory of New Granada. And it is in fact how it from among these three states retained the name Colombia, because it was what was left of old Gran Colombia after the departure of Venezuela and Ecuador. The sand giving way all around him, Bolivar himself decided it was now time to leave it all behind. He had technically retained the title president-dictator during these final months to ensure that there was some legal sovereign while the convention did its work. But with that work nearly complete, he resigned his office on April the 27th, 1830. It was the last time he would ever hold political or military power. Bolivar on the way out the door, the framers of the Constitution then cleverly ensured that his anointed heir Sucre could not and would not be able to succeed him. They made the minimum age for the presidency 40, and Sucre was still only 35 years old. But when somehow the delegates elected another Bolivarian ally to the presidency, the rest of the delegates erupted in anger and forced through a new election that brought a minor Bogota liberal into office. But when your very first election has to be tossed out because you don't like the results, it's hard to believe that you've put yourself on sound political footing, and Colombia was not really on sound political footing. But for the moment, the Colombians cared more about what they were getting rid of than what they were building, and what they were getting rid of was Bolivar. The new constitution was unveiled on May the 4th, and within days unrest in Bogota peaked with sporadic rioting, as the people of Bogota made it plain that Bolivar continuing to linger was not acceptable. The convention delegates, now seamlessly transitioning into Colombia's Congress, did vote the Liberator one incentive to help him move along now, please. A life pension of $15,000 to live on. It wasn't much, but it was something. So on May the 8th, 1830, Bolivar packed up his few remaining belongings, and with a small entourage of still loyal servants and aides, he prepared to leave Bogota for the last time. A group of dignitaries and officials greeted him at the door of his residence to bid him a polite farewell. But he did not get a polite farewell from the people of Bogota, who took the opportunity to mock him and hurl insults as he departed. When he finally passed through the gates, they followed the lead of their distant cousins in Lima and celebrated their liberation from the Liberator. But in a bit of a replay of that departure from Lima, Bolivar wasn't yet convinced that this would really be the last time he would see Bogota. Or at least, that's what Manuela Sáenz chose to believe. So rather than accompany Bolivar out of the city, she elected to stay behind, believing in this latest of late hours that the Bogota liberals were far weaker and less popular than they liked to believe, and that it would not be long before the Colombians begged the Liberator to return. So she stayed behind to help lay the groundwork for his eventual return. And the thing is, she wasn't crazy at all, and that's nearly how it played out. But instead, when she embraced Bolivar and bid him farewell, it was the last time they touched, and the last time that she saw Simón Bolívar alive. Sucre, meanwhile, wasn't even allowed a final goodbye, even if he too would not have known that it would have been their final goodbye. Sucre had been out of Bogota when Bolívar made the decision, or had the decision made for him, to leave. Sucre raced back to the city but missed Bolívar and could only send a touching letter to his mentor, patron, and friend. He said, "When I came to your house to accompany you from the city, you had already departed. Perhaps it was just as well, since I was spared the pain of an impossible farewell. Now, with my heart breaking, I don't know what to say. Words cannot express my feelings for you. You have known me for some time now, so you are well aware that it is not your power but your friendship that inspires my most tender affections for you. Goodbye, my general. Take as a measure of my fondness these flowing tears." Just a few days after Bolívar departed Bogota, General Flores led the former Audiencia of Quito and would-be state of Gran Colombia to declare independence, giving birth to the independent state of Ecuador. Taking a slightly different tack from the Colombians and the Venezuelans, Flores tried to seize on what remained of Bolívar's prestige and legacy by offering the Liberator asylum. But Bolívar politely refused, and instead took the Magdalena River down to Cartagena. The Magdalena is where he had transformed himself from a dismissible young radical to the leader of Spanish-American independence. In 1813, he had swept up the river on a mad dash, clearing the river of Spaniards and making sure that the world now knew the name Bolívar. But though going up the river represented the soaring promise of his career, coming back down the river was another matter, and the Magdalena served as both an entry and an exit during the revolving door phase of his career that he had been trapped in. In 1815, remember, he had been forced to come back down the Magdalena, but rather than relive his triumphs in reverse, he had arrived at the bottom only to find Cartagena had shut its gates, General Murillo's armada on the way, and given no choice but to exile himself to Jamaica. As the door slowly revolved one final time, he would once again be carried away in disgrace. But he would not be carried out to sea this time. Instead of getting on a boat and sailing away, Bolívar would find himself trapped against the rocks, pummeled by an unforgiving ocean of sickness and despair, until he finally gave up and drowned. When he got to Cartagena, he had enough money to secure passage on a ship heading to Europe, but the first available option was considered too small to accommodate a man in as bad a shape as Bolívar was. But he was told another would be along shortly. So Bolívar waited, and when the second ship arrived, it was pulled in against the rocks and had its hull smashed. Then a third ship came, this one manned by an extremely generous British captain who promised to take Bolívar to Europe in dignity and comfort. But there was a problem. The ship had to make a run to La Guaira and back before he set sail for home. And Bolívar was not welcomed in Venezuela, and if he were to accompany the captain, there was a good chance the liberator's enemies back home would take it as a sign that he was trying to come back, and possibly he would wind up like old Miranda, tossed into a prison and left to rot after being accused of betraying his people. Whether Bolívar thought much about Miranda these days, I have no idea, but I have to think he would have given the precursor a thought or two, as he now shared the fate of the old man who Bolívar had once been so utterly convinced of selfishly betraying the patriot cause, just as he himself now stood so unjustly accused. While he waited for the ship to return, he got a letter on July the 1st, 1830, the contents of which nearly killed him. We regret to inform you that Antonio José de Sucre has been murdered. Sucre had left Bogotá to return to his family in Quito, and outside Pasto he had been ambushed by gunmen and assassinated. He was shot twice in the heart and once in the head. My God, Bolívar cried, they have slain Abel. If there is justice in heaven, hurl down your vengeance now. Already frail now beyond description, the news of Sucre's violent death devastated Bolívar. He slipped into a mix of physical exhaustion and spiritual despair, and he was certainly in no condition for a transatlantic voyage. Back up in Bogotá, Manuel Sáenz led a rearguard action against the incoming government. The new president had been out of Bogotá when he was elected by the Congress and did not arrive in the city until mid-June. When he showed up, a triumphal parade passed right beneath Sáenz's balcony. A gathered crowd began hurling insults up at her, and some suspect that they intentionally started tossing firecrackers in her direction, which led her to retaliate, and she and a few of her faithful servants tossed fireworks of their own right back. Rifles and pistols soon appeared, but a Bolivarian general still in Colombian service rode back, diffused the situation, and cleared the street. But Sáenz's implacable love of the liberator and hatred of the Bogotá liberals was soon pushed even further when Pedro Carujo, one of the innermost conspirators of the assassination plot, and who was only alive today because of the generosity of Bolívar, was elevated into a position in the ministry. So Sáenz battled with the government relentlessly, so much now that her continued presence in Bogotá was considered nothing less than seditious. They tried to seize Bolívar's archives, but she beat them off with a stick. Then both the national government and mayor of Bogotá made it plain that they planned to investigate her for treason and toss her in jail. Death threats were now a daily part of her routine. In August, she finally faced the fact that she was in real actual danger and abruptly decamped the city, riding to the Magdalena River, which she planned to follow down to her lover. If she had stayed just a few weeks longer, though, she would have been able to witness firsthand the equally abrupt collapse of her enemies. The liberal government that had taken over after the Constitutional Convention was proving itself to be as inept as they were corrupt. Sáenz really did have a knack for keeping her finger on the pulse of the people, and was correct that the Bogotá liberals were not as popular as they liked to think. A faction emerged that combined the professional military with the power and wealth of the Catholic Church, and it openly pined for the return of Bolívar, who, though exhausting and not without flaws, was at least a man who provided stability. This faction was led by General Urdaneta, who had been the de facto governor of Bogotá after the expulsion of Santander but before the inauguration of the new government. On September the 5th, Urdaneta led a coup that deposed the new president and his ministry, and though Urdaneta was eager to move out from Bolivar's shadow, there was no play he could make that did not require a public call for the liberator to come back and once again take power. As soon as she got the news, Sáenz turned around and came back to the city to once again set up the return of Bolívar. A delegation representing Urdaneta made a trip down the river and found Bolívar still stuck in limbo. Trapped in the labyrinth from which he could not escape, the very idea of trying to pick up his dying body and transport it back up the river was absurd. He could barely cross a room these days without exhausting himself. But the physical impediment was perhaps only a final excuse. He said, "I cannot live between rebels and assassins. I refuse to be honored by swine. I cannot take comfort in empty victories." He told the delegation, "No, I will not come back." More than that, he told Urdaneta to stand down, to restore the legitimate government. And to his remaining friends who urged him back into action, he confided, "I am old, sick, tired, disillusioned, besieged, maligned, and badly paid, and I ask for nothing more than a good rest and the preservation of my honor. Alas, I don't think I will find either." Suffocating now in the sweltering heat of Cartagena, his friends moved him inland to Barranquilla, but it did little to improve his health or his mood. It was not just Bogotá that came calling these days while Bolívar hovered outside the graveyard. Though his rivals and enemies in Venezuela had been ascendant in his absence, their final capture of power and punitive exile of Bolívar had done much to undermine support for them in the country. They were as petty and corrupt and inept as the liberals in Bogotá, and across Venezuela, cities and towns agitated for their expulsion and the return of the liberator. But Bolívar brushed these aside too. You must reconcile yourselves with each other. You must forge a future with each other, but not with me. But he knew that this advice was worthless. They would never work together. They never had worked together. They never would work together. To General Flores, who had once been his subordinate but was now president of Ecuador, Bolívar wrote the last great entry of the Bolivarian canon. The Cartagena Manifesto, the letter from Jamaica, the Angostura Address, all the constitutions that he had written. It had now finally come down to this. Quote, 1. America is ungovernable. 2. He who serves revolution plows the sea. 3. All one can do in America is leave it. 4. The country is bound to fall into ungovernable chaos, after which it will pass into the hands of an undistinguishable string of tyrants of every color. 5. Once we are devoured by all manner of crime and reduced to a frenzy of violence, no one, not even the Europeans, will want to subjugate us. 6. And finally, if mankind could revert to its primitive state, it would be here in America in her final hour. Bolívar had never been a starry-eyed idealist about the prospects for South America. He had always been aware of his country's flaws, but from birth he had believed those flaws ultimately surmountable. It would be hard, it would take both cunning and brute strength, but like the Andes, South America's problems were surmountable. But he believed this no more. He offered Flores a final bit of personal advice. He said, avenge Sucre's murder. Then, get out while you can. For Bolívar, the time to get out while he could now finally seemed to be at hand. A Bolivarian general of long-standing loyalty was in charge of the defense of the northwest coast of Colombia, and when Bolívar wrote him asking for a few supplies, this man dropped everything and took Bolívar under his personal care and protection. He not only procured the requested supplies, but found a competent French physician and dispatched him to assess and treat Bolívar. And then he arranged for a ship to transport the liberator to far more comfortable lodgings in a mansion in the town of Santa Marta, a little port tucked away in a safe harbor on the Colombian coast. There, Bolívar would be able to recuperate once and for all and then finally sail for London. But when Bolívar arrived in Santa Marta in early December 1813, it was clear to everyone that Bolívar had, yes, been brought to the point of his final departure, but his destination would not be London. It would instead be the Elysian Fields. In Santa Marta, Bolívar was tended by the French doctor and also an American surgeon who happened to be in town. It was pretty clear the liberator was dying of tuberculosis and that the end was fast approaching. He was too tired to move, but too sick to sleep. He did not eat, and mostly lived in a feverish half-dream. He was moved a few miles inland to a beautiful sugar plantation, and there lay on his deathbed. On December the 9th, he slipped into a final feverish sinkhole, and his body was now ready to die. But his will yet persisted. Bolivar's will had never been of his own making. It was an energy that he did not consciously create, but instead had merely harnessed it on behalf of revolution and glory. And even now, here at the end, it refused to just let him die. He lingered for a day, and then another, and then another, and then a week had passed. In a moment of fleeting lucidity, he dictated a few final thoughts. He said, "Colombians, you have witnessed my efforts to launch liberty where tyranny once reigned. I have labored selflessly, sacrificing my fortune and my peace of mind. When it became clear that you doubted my motives, I resigned my command. My enemies have toyed with your confidence, destroyed what I hold sacred, my reputation and my love of liberty. They have made me their victim and hounded me to my grave. I forgive them. As I depart your midst, my love for you impels me to make known my last wishes. I aspire to no other glory than the consolidation of Colombia. If my death can heal and fortify the Union, I go to my tomb in peace." On December the 17th, 1830, the labored breathing of Simón Bolívar finally slipped from inaudible whisper to silent calm. The liberator was dead. Word of the death of Simón Bolívar spread out from Santa Marta and was greeted by either relief, joy, dread, or sorrow, depending on the ears that it hit. Concerned that Bolívar never seemed to leave the country or come back to Bogotá, Manuela Sáenz was on the road to Santa Marta to rejoin him when she was stopped by messengers coming the other way. As she had convinced herself that the stories of Bolívar's deteriorating condition were exaggerated lies promulgated by his enemies, and it took a few staggered moments to face the fact that she had already never seen him again. But in typical defiant fury, she stated boldly that in life I love Bolívar, and in death I worship him. But for the moment, few shared her stubborn adoration, so she became the steward of a positive memory of Bolívar that had now been overwhelmed by the image of a hypocritical tyrant. She managed to live in Colombia for another 2 years, but the inevitable return of Santander forced her out of the country. She spent time first in Jamaica, and then attempted to return home to Quito, but Ecuador refused her attempt to cross the border, so she was forced to instead sail for Peru. Not welcome in Lima, nor with the means to fund a life there, the Liberatrix found a final stop in Paita, a small port on the Peruvian coast just south of Guayaquil. There she set up shop as a tobacco merchant, an English translator, and a composer of letters for illiterate sailors. She faded into impoverished obscurity, but had enough to take in an utterly senile Simón Rodriguez when the old man hobbled back into her life in the 1850s, and she took care of Bolívar's old tutor in his final years. Manuela Sáenz died of diphtheria in November of 1856, with almost nobody remembering who she was or what she had once been, and it took another century at least for her name to return to the story that she had played so prominent a part of. The authorities in Ecuador that had refused Sáenz's return was an unstable government shared by the founder of Ecuador, Juan José Flores, and a fierce rival whose name I'm not going to trouble you with because we're about to leave South America behind. The two of them vied for, shared, and split power off and on for the first few decades after independence, and as had been distressingly common both during and after the revolution, power was defined by powder and steel. Politics, a sport of blood. Flores was forced into exile, and then he returned and forced his enemies into exile, because that's where it went everywhere in post-independent South America. Flores never could heed Bolívar's advice to get out while he could. Men never can quite believe that they are not indispensable, or bound to finally win in the end. When word reached Venezuela of the liberator's death, there was relief from the conservative Criollo who had now ensconced themselves in power under the protection of José Antonio Páez. The rich Criollo and the Llaneros warlord refused to even allow the return of Bolívar's bones. afraid that even the ghost of the liberator might somehow defeat them. Always the key to Venezuela, Paz now strode forward as truly the most prominent of the revolutionary caudillos. The man who had once been an illiterate, penniless servant of a slave was elected president of Venezuela in 1830 and served in that office off and on for the next 18 years. But even when he was not technically president, Paz was the overwhelming power behind the puppets in Venezuela elected to run the country. 12 years after Bolivar's death, the fears of his ghost began to subside, and Paz decided he could afford to recloak himself in the Bolivarian legacy. In 1842, Paz initiated the process of disinterring Bolivar's bones and bringing them home for a proper burial. But though Paz was the predominant power in Venezuela, that did not mean that the other caudillos who had once fought with the liberator were done aiming at personal power. Santiago Mariño, the man who had once been Bolivar's equal in the early days of the revolution, and then his ever-disloyal subordinate, led a revolt against Paz in 1835. The revolt failed, which forced Mariño out of the country, but he returned in 1848 and led another revolt that forced Paz into exile. But then another decade passed and another revolt allowed Paz to return in 1858, and he served as president again from 1861 to 1863 before, you guessed it, being forced into exile again. Like I say, this is how it goes all over. So rather than spending his last days in the rural llanos that he knew so well, where men like him sat on skulls and slept on horseback, José Antonio Paz, the centaur of the plains, spent the final decade of his life in the exact opposite surroundings. He made a home in exile in New York City, where he was a colorful, if eccentric member of society, and where he died in 1873. Aside from Paz, the only other man in the story of Gran Colombia who matches his stature is Francisco de Paula Santander. And really, it was the three of them, Bolivar, Paz, Santander, who formed the critical trinity of the failed country. Their contentious and occasionally brilliant blend of rivalry and partnership had first founded Gran Colombia and then defined its failure. Santander had wound up in Europe after being booted after the accession attempts of 1828, but the death of Bolivar was all the signal he needed to return. He came home to Colombia in 1833 and promptly ensured that the demon woman Manuela Sáenz was ejected from his country. Then he set about restoring himself to his rightful place in Bogotá. A new constitutional government elected him president in 1832, and he served until 1837, trying to restore all the laws and institutions that Bolivar had tried to dismantle in his absence. No longer quite as committed to free trade principles that flooded the country with cheap foreign imports which destroyed home manufacturing, he tried a more protectionist approach, but with only limited success. Everything in South America always seems to be defined by those words: limited success. Though Santander would die in 1840 at the age of just 47 after 30 years of revolutionary labor, he did enjoy something that few of his revolutionary brethren enjoyed. He died at home, in his own bed, in his home city. Now, there is simply no way to account in any meaningful way for the subsequent 200 years of South American history, but Bolivar's final depressed vision of the future proved prophetic. The country is bound to fall into ungovernable chaos, after which it will pass into the hands of an undistinguishable string of tyrants of every color. And that seems to about cover it. Ambitious warlords and treacherous politicians ensured that the nations Bolivar liberated never really enjoyed stability or unity of purpose. And the same was true across South America, as both the remainder of the 19th century and for most of the 20th century, South America was racked by constant strife. Foreign wars and civil wars, annexations and counter-annexations, revolts, invasions, insurrections, repression, bankruptcy, and then let's do it all over again. In a macro way, South America mirrors the course of Haiti, with its government and economy unstable and at the mercy of North American and European merchants, bankers, and politicians who saw South America as a resource to be exploited rather than a land of co-equal partners in the project of Western civilization. And speaking of Haiti, despite Bolivar steadfastly maintaining his promise to Pétion to ensure that the South American Revolution meant freedom for the slaves, slavery was only outlawed after long periods of foot dragging. It was not until the 1840s, 50s, and 60s that slavery was once and for all abolished. And despite the promise of racial equality and the rhetoric of a raceless society that still exists today, no one missed that all the wealth was held by the heirs of the white criollo, and all political offices dominated by their sons, and then their grandsons, and then their great-grandsons, a fact that persisted deep into the 20th century. And it wasn't really until now that men with Amerindian blood, for example, were first able to crack into the highest rungs of leadership. There are no races in South America. Okay. But the face of power always seems to look the same. Over all of this history now hung Bolivar, who, for about the first decade after his death, remained the hated hypocrite of recent living memory. But as the years passed, his earlier exploits were remembered with more clarity, and his later conduct now seen in a clearer light, particularly that in his final years he had enemies who had been eager to paint him with as black a brush as possible. So within about a generation, Simón Bolívar transformed into the Simón Bolívar that is frankly still recognizable today, a somewhat nebulous revolutionary deity. A face, a name, a few battles, and a statue. He's everywhere in South America. He's all over North America. You can find him everywhere in Europe. More than any other single man, he represents the entire process of South American independence, and without question, he is now mostly remembered as a romantic hero of an adventurous age. The details of the man himself, little remembered or even needed. And in this way, too, he is like Washington, mythologized to the point of abstraction. But I hope that as we've slogged our way along with him now over the past 27 episodes, across mountains and grasslands and through deserts and in freezing cold, in the city and in the country, in victory and in defeat, aiming for glory, getting it, losing it, and then winning it again, that we can appreciate him as a man riding through difficult times, trying to take the world he had inherited and turn it into a world that he dreamed of. And even if the project in the end only met with those fateful words, limited success, he had done the one thing he had set out to do. He had liberated his country. Now, through all of this, Simón Bolívar had been honored to maintain a sporadic correspondence with a hero from the previous generation of revolutionary heroes. Having left his own trials behind for a life of relaxed retirement, the old Marquis de Lafayette was himself honored to write and receive letters from the liberator of South America. The youthful exuberance of Lafayette's early years never had been crushed, not by the French Revolution, not by an Austrian prison. Lafayette thrilled at the exploits of Bolívar and his fellow South Americans and always encouraged them to think of themselves as the heirs to the project that he himself had helped begin in the United States so many years ago. This mutual admiration peaked in the mid-1820s after independence had been won, and Lafayette gifted Bolívar a pair of pistols alleged to have been owned by Washington himself. But as Bolívar kept riding, and as he became more and more autocratic, Lafayette too soured on the liberator. And among the letters Bolívar received while he was dying in 1830, one came in from Lafayette, which curtly chided him for the embrace of a lifetime presidency and urged him to reconcile with Santander, the man who Bolívar believed, not without good reason, had just tried to kill him. This rebuke from Lafayette made a cold Bolívar turn yet colder, and they were the last words he ever heard from the hero of two worlds. But though it's always fun to wallow in Bolívar's miseries at the end of his life, that's not why I told you about that letter. That letter was dated June the 1st, 1830, when Lafayette was living on a sprawling estate under the obnoxious but not directly threatening rule of King Charles X of France. Less than 2 months after writing this letter to Bolívar, Lafayette found himself suddenly thrust back into the tumult of revolution, as the pressures that had been building under King Charles finally exploded at the end of July 1830. Lafayette's revolutionary career had one final chapter, and when I return from my break, with a whirlwind of edits on The Storm Before the Storm hopefully behind me, I will come back to man the hastily erected barricades in Paris, topple the Bourbons once and for all, and replace them with the Orléans branch of the family, completing what many suspected way back in 1789 had been the original design of the French Revolution.